ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪತ್ರಿಕಾ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಆಗಿಂದಾಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊರತರುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಗಮನವನ್ನ ಸೆಳೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಆಗಿಂದಾಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊರತರುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಗಮನವನ್ನ ಸೆಳೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ನವರು ಒಂದು ಆಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 500 ಕೋಟಿಗಳಷ್ಟು ಹಣವನ್ನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಬಕಾರಿ ಸಚಿವರು ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ವಸೂಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವರೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಿಗೆ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಸುಮಾರು 700 ಕೋಟಿಯಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಿಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ನಾಯಕರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೂ ಬಂತು. ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅಲ್ಲಗಳೆಯುವುದರ ಭರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ನವರು 40% ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ವಸೂಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರ, ಮುಖ್ಯ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗಾಯ್ತಾ? ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಗೌರವ, ಅದೇ ಸತ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಗಳೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಕಾರಣ ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಪಿತಾಮಹ. ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಮರೆಮಾಚತಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಪಾಠ ಅವರು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪತ್ರಕರ್ತರು ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀನ್ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರ್ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ? ಪತ್ರಕರ್ತರು ಇರೋದೇನೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಂಶಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಯಾರೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವರ ಧರ್ಮ. ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಯಾರು? ನಮಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 25ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅವರ ಈ ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಅಂಗಡಿ ಮುಂಗಟ್ಟುಗಳನ್ನ ಬಾಗಿಲು ಹಾಕಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಅಬಕಾರಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ನೇರಾನೇರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ನಿಮಗೆ ವಿವರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಈ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಪಡೆಯಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 4,50,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಹೊಸ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಪಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ, 70 ರಿಂದ 80 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಖರ್ಚಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೋಗುತ್ತೆ? ನೀವ್ಯಾರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಜನರನ್ನ ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರನೇ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಬಂದಿವೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಇಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ. ನಾನು ಕೆಲವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ. ಹಣ ನಾಳೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರನೇ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ನೂರಾರು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೇಳ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ 4,60,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಣ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲಂಚ 6 ಲಕ್ಷ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು ಸತ್ಯ. ಇದಾದ ನಂತರ ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳು ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ನೀನು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿರು, ಏನೇ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಬಾರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೆಂಟು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಅಂಗಡಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು MRP, ಯಾರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಕೇಸು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಹಾಕಲೇಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರಿ, 2 ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಇದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 2 ಕೇಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಅಪಾದನೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆಯಿಂದ ಆದೇಶ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಹಾಕದ ಮೇಲೆ 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಫೈನು. ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಅದರಿಂದ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಫೈನು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಲಂಚ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 20 ರಿಂದ 25 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, 25,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಇದು ವಾಡಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು? ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು, ಅಬಕಾರಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಸೇಂದಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅವರು? ಆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಂತ ಇದಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೇವಲ ಹೊಸ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನೋ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗೋದು. ಅವರು ಇನ್ನೇನು ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದ ಕೆಲಸ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಕೆಲಸ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದೊಂದಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ DCಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ACಗಳು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಣ ವಸೂಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನು ಸಾಬೀತುಪಡಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಇವತ್ತು ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ನಾವು ತಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ತಿಮ್ಮಾಪುರ್ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಈ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಇವತ್ತು ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಗವರ್ನರ್ಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಪತ್ರಗಳನ್ನ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವರು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ನೋಡಿರಬಹುದು ಡೆಕ್ಕನ್ ಹೆರಾಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗೌತಮ್ ಮಾಚಯ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಎಂಡ ಕುಡಿಸೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಬಡವರ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಿ ಕುಡಿಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿ ಡಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮದ್ಯಪಾನ ಸಂಯಮ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಅಂತಿದೆ ಒಂದು. ಆ ಸಂಯಮ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕುಡಿಬಾರ್ದು, ಗಾಂಧಿ ತತ್ವಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ, ಕುಡಿಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ ಅದು. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನೇ ಕುಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಕುಡಿಸಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಹಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ತೆರಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ನೋಡಿ ಎಂತ ಇದಿದೆ ವಿಪರ್ಯಾಸ. ಹೀಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ತರ ಇದು ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳು ನಡೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋರು ಬಡ ಜನರು. ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ಹೇಗೋ ಕುಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಬಡವರನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿಕ್ಕುವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಇವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳನ್ನ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ತಲುಪ್ತದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಬಕಾರಿ ಸುಂಕಗಳನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಿದ್ದದ್ದು ಬಾಟಲ್ 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರ್ತದೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ಸೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಜನರನ್ನ ದಾರಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ಚಾಲೆಂಜು ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸಿದ್ರಾ? ಅಪಾದನೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ತಲೆನೇ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ. ಈಗ ಈ 3 ಚುನಾವಣೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಹೆಂಡದ ಹಣ ಹರಿದಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆದ್ದೇ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಗೆಲ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯ. ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಅಂದಮೇಲೆ ಗೆಲುವು ಸೋಲು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾಲಿಗೆಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹರಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆ ತಲುಪಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ದಾರಿ ಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಜನ ಬಯಸಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಯಾರನ್ನೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಗೌರವ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಗೌರವ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತು ಅವರ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ಏನು, ನನ್ನ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಾಗ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಾಗ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಅವರ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಅವರನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೀಳು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರಿ? ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, 38 ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖಂಡರುಗಳು ಬೆಳಕಿಗೆ ತರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, 14 ಸೈಟ್ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್. 5 ಎಕರೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಸರೆಂಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್. ಇನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಸರತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರಿಗಳ ಪಿತಾಮಹರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನೀವು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಮುಖಂಡರುಗಳನ್ನ ಲಘುವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದನ್ನ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಶ್ವಥ್ ನಾರಾಯಣರವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ.
ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇನ್ನು ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಪ್ರತಿಪಕ್ಷ ನಾಯಕರ ಚಲವಾದಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಬ್ಕಾರಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ನಡೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಮನವಿ ಪತ್ರಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 700 ಕೋಟಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿರೋದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಸಾಬೀತುಪಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಲಘುವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಛಲವಾದಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು 40% ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಏನ್ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಕೇವಲ ಅವರು ಸಂಘದವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಮನವಿ ಪತ್ರ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್, ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿ, ಏನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕೋಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆದಾಯವನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿ ಸೂಪರಿಂಟೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕಚೇರಿ, ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ ಸೂಪರಿಂಟೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕಚೇರಿ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ನಡೀತಿದೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ, ಕೋಲಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಕೊಪ್ಪಳದಲ್ಲಿ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅಂಗಡಿ, ಕೋಲಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುನಿರತ್ನಮ್ಮ, ಮುದ್ದೇಬಿಹಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಜಯಪುರ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಾದೇವ್ ಪೂಜಾರಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ವಸೂಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆರೋಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಆದಾಯವನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಗೋವಾದಿಂದ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ನ ತರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋವಾ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚುವಾಗಿ ಸೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಬಾಟಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಡಾಬಾಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಿರಾಣಿ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಲಿಟರಿ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೇಬು ತುಂಬ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹೊರತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಖಜಾನೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರೇಳಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದಾಖಲೆ ಬೇಕಾ? ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 24 ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 24ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನನಗೆ ಡೇಟ್ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಇರೋದು, 132 ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಆಧಾರವಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ 132 ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಆಧಾರವಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು 62 ಕಡೆ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಅನುಮತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತದ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು, ಉಪಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರು 62 ಕಡೆ ರೈಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರ ಟೇಬಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರ ಆಫೀಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಂಜಾ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ವಿಸ್ಕಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕಾಚ್ಗಳು ಬಾಟ್ಲಿಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ, ಅರ್ಧ ಕುಡಿದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಬಾಟ್ಲಿಗಳು ಟೇಬಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ, ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಣ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಖಾಸಗಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಹುಡುಗರುಗಳನ್ನ ಲಂಚ ವಸೂಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ 20-20 ಸಾವಿರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸ್ವತಃ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸಂಬಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ದಾಖಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು 132 ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ 62 ಕಡೆ ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಾಗ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕಿದ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬೇಕು? ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ ದಾಖಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಿದ್ರು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 17-18 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಕಾರ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ಆದಿಯಾಗಿ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ, ವಿಜೇಂದ್ರ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ, ಪ್ರಹ್ಲಾದ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ, ಬಸವನಗೌಡ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಮೇಲೆ, ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಸಿಂಹನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ. ಯಾವ್ದಾನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ, ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋರು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, FIR ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ ತರ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್. ಇದು ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ. ಇವ್ರ ಸಾಧನೆನ, ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿದರ್ಶನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೇವಲ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, FIR ಅನ್ನು ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, SIT ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಬರೀ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 23ಕ್ಕೋ 24ಕ್ಕೋ ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೇಸಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಬ್ಕಾರಿ ಸಚಿವ ತಿಮ್ಮಪ್ಪನವ್ರದ್ದು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟದಿಂದ ವಜಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರವನ್ನು ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು SIT ಅನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ತಾವು ಕೇವಲ SIT ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಾಧನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದ 18 ತಿಂಗಳ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದಿರ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳನ್ನ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ, ತಮ್ಮ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ದೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕೋಟಿ ಆದಾಯ ತಪ್ಪುತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ವೈನ್ ಮರ್ಚೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತೆರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆದಾಯ ತಪ್ಪುತ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಆದಾಯ ಬರೋ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಣಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 20ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮತ್ತು NDA ಸಹಕಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳ ಆದಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹೊರತು ರಚನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, FIR ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಅವಧಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇರುವಂಥ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳ ಮುಖೇನ ಜನತೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೇ ಹೊರತು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಮನಗಾಣಬೇಕು. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ತಿಮ್ಮಾಪುರವ್ರನ್ನ ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟದಿಂದ ವಜಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಬ್ಕಾರಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಗರಣಗಳನ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯಾಂಗ ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾಪ ವೈನ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ನವರು ಬಾರ್ನವರು ಒಂದು ಅಳಲು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನವೆಂಬರ್ 2024 ಬಹಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, CL7 ಅಂತ 8 ರೂಮು 10 ರೂಮು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ನಾಯಿ ಕೊಡೆಗಳ ತರ ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ CL7 ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಮುಂಚೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು CL2 CL9. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಂತ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಕೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ವೈನ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಬಾರ್ಗೆ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಲೆಕ್ಕ? ಈ ನಾಯಿ ಕೊಡೆಗಳ ತರ CL7 ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಾರ್ಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ವೈನ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು CL2 ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, CL9 ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ 2023 ನವೆಂಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾನ ಒಂದು ಬಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 500 ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ 20% ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಸಲ ಕೇಸು 20% ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೂ 100 ಕೇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾನವನು, ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ CL7 ನಾಯಿ ಕೊಡೆಗಳ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಬಾರ್ ಓನರ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ವೈನ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ MRP ಮಾಲೀಕರುಗಳು 20% ನೀವು ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಬಾರ್ ಓನರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಕೃಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನೋಡುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಅಕ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ ಹಣ ಸೇರ್ತದೆ, ಆಫೀಸರ್ಗಳು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ವಿತ್ ನೇಮ್ಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿತ್ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಅಬೌವ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಮನಿ ಆಫ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 16 crore rupees ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ 3 DCs. 3 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 3 DCಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 9 superintendents, 13 DYSEs and 20 excise inspectors. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲಾನು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಇವರು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು 16 ಕೋಟಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇವರೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋರು ನೀವು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋರು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಸರುಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಇನ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಮನಿ ಆಫ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 40 to 50 lakhs ಫ್ರಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿಟಿ, 30 to 40 lakh from deputy superintendent of excise working in Bangalore city, and 25 to 30 lakhs from superintendents of excise working in Bangalore city. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಿಮ್ಮಾಪುರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ನೋಡಿ, about 50 lakhs to 1 crore given to excise minister office staff, PA, PS and others, 3 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇವರೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ. ಇವ್ರ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆದಾದ್ರೂ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆಪ್ಪ, ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗಿದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಆ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯನ್ನ ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಪಾದನೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣನೇ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಜಾರ್ಖಂಡ್ರಿ, ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಿರಿಯಿಂದನೂ ತೆಗೆದ್ರಿ, ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಜೈಲಿಗೂ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿ. ಇಂಥವೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ತಿಮ್ಮಾಪುರದಿಂದನೂ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಏನು ನಿಮ್ದು ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ. ಕೋಲಾರ್ ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಸೂಪರಿಂಟೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ರಂಗಪ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಿರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಿವೇಕ್ ಸೂಪರಿಂಟೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಇಂತಿಂಥವ್ರು ಅಂತ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಲೆಟರ್. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬೇರೆಯವರನ್ನು ಅಕ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅಪಾದನೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆದರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಇವರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಂಗಾಯ್ತಾ? ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟು ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಕಡಿಮೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇವರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು 700 ಕೋಟಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು 500 ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅವರು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿನವರು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು. ಇವರು 16 ಕೋಟಿ ಇವರ ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರದ್ದು ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಇವರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಇವ್ರ ತರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಪಾದನೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂದಾಜಿನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಅದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಿಮಗನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದು ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ, ನೀವ್ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಇರೋ ಫಿಗರ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆ 700 ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಫಿಗರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನೇ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
197 ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ 87 ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ,
ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ತಿಮ್ಮಾಪುರ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾಬು ಸಾಬ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗೇನ್ ದಲಿತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು? ಅಜ್ಜಂಪೀರ್ ಖಾದ್ರಿ ಮೊದಲು ಏನಾಗಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಗುಲಾಂ ನಬಿ ಆಜಾದ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದವರು, ನಾವು ಪಂಡಿತರೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು 600 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಗನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು ಅಂತ. ಅಜ್ಜಂಪೀರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕೂಡ ಮೊದಲು ಹಿಂದೂನೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಒಳಗೆಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕತ್ತರಿಸಾಕಿದ್ರು.
ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಯಾವ ಧರ್ಮ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಆಫರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಇಫ್ ಐ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಟು ಅವರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಾಗ 2 ಪಟ್ಟು ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಫ್ ಐ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್, ಅದು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೂ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಧರ್ಮ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ದೇಶದ ಧರ್ಮ ಬೌದ್ಧ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು. ಅಜ್ಜಂಪೀರ್ ಖಾದ್ರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾರೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳೋದು ಸೂಕ್ತ.
ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಹಿಂದುತ್ವದ ವಿರೋಧವಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಡೋದಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅಂತ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದುತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ನ್ಯೂನ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆ ನ್ಯೂನ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸಿ ಬೇಗ. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದುವಾಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ಹಿಂದುವಾಗಿ ಸಾಯಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಾಗ್ದಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಂದು ಕೂಡ ವಿರೋಧ ಇದೆ, ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ತಿದ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿಸಮ್ಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊರತು ಹಿಂದುತ್ವನ ವಿರೋಧಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ನ್ಯೂನ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನ ವಿರೋಧಿಸಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಣಿಕೇರಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ಊರಲ್ಲಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ 2 ದಿವಸದ ಅದು ನಡೆದೋಯ್ತು. ನಾನು ಶಿಗ್ಗಾವಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಂಡೂರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದೆ. ನಾನು ಬಂದವನೇ DC ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ, ನಾನು ನಾಳೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಂದು ಟೂರ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ದಿವಸ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ದೇವರನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಸಿರೋದು, ಅದೇನೋ ಮೂಲ ದೇವತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಒತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಉತ್ಸವ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಒತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದು DCಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇದಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಆಗಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ DC ಅವರೇ ನಿಂತು ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡು ಹಾಕಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ಅವರು ಅಬ್ಸ್ಕಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ 4 ಜನ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತಂದು ದೇವಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ದಲಿತ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳನ್ನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಇದಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನೋ ಕ್ಯಾಮೆರಾಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿಸಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮುಕ್ತ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು DC ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಇಡೀ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ದೇವಾಲಯಗಳಿರಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಧೀನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋವು ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸಮಜಾಯಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಇವರನ್ನು ಕುಳಿಸಿ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನಿವತ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನೀವು ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಚೆಕ್ ವಿತ್ ದ DC. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಲ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಗಲೇ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ. ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಹಳ ನಿಸ್ಸೀಮರಾಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ಸತ್ಯಗಳು ಈಗ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ 1 ಕೋಟಿಯವರೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಗಳು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆದೇಶದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಆದೇಶದ ಮೇಲೆ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ 4 ಅಥವಾ 5 ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ದಲಿತರ ಪ್ರೇಮ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಎಷ್ಟ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಪ್ರಚಾರ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀರಿ. ಈ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದಲಿತ ಪ್ರೇಮ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ? SC STಗಳಿಗೆ SCPTSPನಲ್ಲಿ 39,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಯಾವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ. 25,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಯಾಕೆ ತೆಗೆದ್ರಿ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ದಲಿತರಿಗೆ ವಂಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇನ್ನೆಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಪೀಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಓಲೈಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ವೋಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ಸರಿಯಾದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರಿಗೆ ಅಂದಿದ್ರದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಜೈನರು, ಬೌದ್ಧರು ಅಥವಾ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮಿಗೆ ಅಂತಿರಲ್ಲ, ದೇರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ರಾಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರನ್ನು ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರನ್ನೂ ನೀವು ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ದಲಿತರನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರು ಕುಪಿತರಾಗಬೇಕು. ನಾವೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕುಪಿತರಾಗಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ಬೀಳ್ಲಿ, ಈ ಗದ್ದಲಗಳು ನಡೀತಾನೆ ಇರಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಜಾತಿನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್. ಮೆನಿ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ದ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್, ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಗುಂಪು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಆರ್ ಇಸ್ಲಾಂ ಏನದು ರಿಲಿಜಿಯನ್, ಅದು ರಿಲಿಜಿಯಸ್ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳೋದು ಅವರೇ, ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟನೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅವರೇ, ದಾರಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಸೋದು ಅವರೇ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಒರೆಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವರೇ, ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಬರ್ಸೋದು ಅವರೇ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. ಇಬ್ರಾಹಿಂ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಅಷ್ಟಾಗಿ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಗಂಡಸ್ತನ ಹೆಂಗಸ್ತನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾನವೀಯತೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವೇ ಹೊರತು ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಗಂಡಸ್ತನ ಹೆಣ್ಣಸ್ತನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಪಾಪ ಅವರು ಕವಲ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಪಕ್ಷ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಜನತಾ ದಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ನಾನೇ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪಾಪ ಅವರು ವಿಚಿತ್ರ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ನೋಯಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾನಪ್ಪಾಡಿ ವರದಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಹೆಸರುಗಳು ಇರೋದು ಸತ್ಯ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು CM ಇಬ್ರಾಹಿಂ ಅವರು ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಗಂಡಸ್ತನಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಕೈ ಹಾಕ್ತೀಯಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
YouTube, it's your boy FPOK, man. I'm back here with a brand new video, and today I've got for you my Game Week 10 team review as well as Game Week 11 team selection, and I also have fantastic news to share. Your boy is still in the top 4K, so yeah, we'll get into all of that as well as look at what to do with City assets because they've been really disappointing. We'll also look at Rob TFPL's projected goals as well as the clean sheet charts. So let's dive in. So at first, you got Sanchez with 3 points. Quite disappointed, to be honest. He could have easily kept a clean sheet. Unfortunately, gave a dumb pen away, fouled Hoyland when he was nowhere near scoring a goal. And you know how Sanchez is. He always has a mistake or two in him in every game. And unfortunately, this one did cost badly. Instead of 10 points, he came out with only 3 points. So quite disappointed. But as a United fan, kind of happy because we did get a point at the end of the day. So, can't be too mad. And then you got Lewis, we got a bench. Pep Roulette hit me, guys. What can I say? And he came in for the last 15 minutes and he got 1 point. He might be on the chopping blocks if I'm being honest with you. And then you got Gabriel with 2 points and Konate with 1. Unfortunately, Konate did get injured and came off around like in the first half. So kind of upset about that. But again, you can't predict things like that in FPL. These are variants going to happen. And Gabriel considering to Newcastle, it was expected. It's tough to go to, away at Newcastle, It's difficult to win there. And then in midfield, you got Mbimo 3 points. He did blank, unfortunately. And you got Rodgers with 9-pointer. Mr. Differential come up clutch again. Listen, at 5 million, this guy's a cheat code. He's a must own. And yeah, if you don't have him, make sure you get him in ASAP. This guy's returning and taking along nicely. And then you got Mo Salah, who's been, returning the favor ever since I kept him from game week 8, where people are selling him. I did captain him. He came out with 9-pointer. He should have had 2 goals, to be honest. He did miss a nice 1v1. But listen, I'm not too mad. He did return compared to other people's captain like Palmer and Haaland, where they blanked. So yeah, in regards to Palmer, he did come up with 1 bonus point. Surprisingly, he didn't have too much of a good performance, if I'm being honest. He played quite selfish. He could have given a through ball to Jackson and he took a shot in traffic. Not too pleased. If you want to be a world-class player, you gotta make those right decisions. And then you got Delap. Unfortunately, he didn't return. I was expecting big things from him versus Leicester, but he didn't get a single chance. And I think it's not to do with Delap, it's to do with Robert's team. He didn't get any service at all. So yeah, he might be on the chopping blocks as well, if I'm being honest with you. I don't trust Ipswich as a team to create for him. And yeah, he might be gone. And then you got Wood, Mr. Consistent, who's always saving me and keeping me in top 10k. I'll have to get a Wood jersey now. I mean, look, how many times has he returned now already? He's got like 8 goals this season. So it's ridiculous. 7 points. Happy with him. And obviously Haaland blank. 5 games in a row now, man. Ridiculous. I think the last 5 games, he only had 1 return for 15.4 million. That's unacceptable. So, we're going to talk about City as I what to do with them. And then you got Fabianski with 2 points. Semenyo, unfortunately, I did bench him. I did tell people to bench Semenyo over Rodgers. So, unfortunately, they both return. But, versus City, you can't be too mad. Like, I understand City are not the fixture to obviously, you can play your attackers versus City, but ideally you want to bench them. But yeah, moving forward, we'll see. We'll look at, potentially playing our attackers versus City because they've been horrible this year defensively. So listen, can't be too mad. This just shows I have a very good bench, and I'm happy that I own him because a lot of people did sell him in around game week 6 and 7. So yeah, let's move on to my game week 11 team selection. So for game week 11, I'm lining up with Fabianski, who's got Everton at home. Yes, I am benching Sanchez because he's got Arsenal at home, and I'm expecting him to not to clip a clean sheet, to be honest. And this guy, he always has a mistake or two in him. And he did consider dumb goal versus United, as I mentioned previously. So yeah, I'm giving Fabianski a shot. We've got Everton at home, who's been horrible, to be honest. Everton, I mean, look, neither have West Ham. They haven't looked good either. But I just feel like, look, he's playing at home. And Everton are, I think I saw a news where it says that McNeil is not in training. So if McNeil is not there, they're missing one of the best creators. So, and if this year plays, no one's going to feed him, and he's a terrible striker. So I'm hoping there's a clean sheet there. And if you have Fabianski, I do recommend playing him this week. All the West Ham haven't looked good this season. I do want to give Fabianski a shot. And then you got Gabriel, Chelsea away, tough fixture. Even if he doesn't keep a clean sheet, I'm expecting a bullet header. So let's hope finally he gets a return. It's been a minute, to be honest. I've kept faith in him for the last 5 weeks. He's been blanking for a minute now. Can't remember the last time he scored a header. So finally, please repay the favor. And he does have a good track record versus Chelsea, where he did score a couple of headers. So I'm expecting big things. You got Lewis, who's got Brighton away. Just to mention that this is my bust team, guys. I don't think I'll be keeping Lewis. I think he's on the chopping blocks. We'll get to the next section and I'll be talking about my transfers. So Lewis is most likely gone. I haven't confirmed in transfers, but he's most likely one of the players that I'll be dropping. I just don't trust Pep, and I just don't trust the fact that there's Champions League now, midweek fixtures, FA Cup, all these EFL, as well as Champions League. Just too many fixtures, guys, and he's playing for England as well. So listen, like, this guy's getting run to the ground. So but essentially, I don't have any rotation for him. I don't want to play Ipswich defender. So he's my 3rd starting defender, and I can't have someone that's not, I can't trust week in, week out. So he's gone for sure. And then you got Konate, who's got a Villa at home. It seemed like a tough fixture on paper, but Villa also played 4 fixtures away, midweek fixtures, 2 in the Champions League, as well as the FL Cup, as well as in the Premier League. So they've played lots of away fixtures. They look very tired, exhausted, and they're considered 40 Spurs. I mean, this could be a really high-scoring game, guys. I mean, look, Salah and Konate, they could both cook, if I'm being honest. I mean, look, Salah is a potential captaincy shout versus Villa at home. I mean, on paper, he could be one of the best captains, but we'll get into why I don't have Salah captain. But at the moment, look, it could go either way. And then obviously in midfield, as I said, Salah, look, I mean, Villa, he could cook them, to be honest. And then obviously Palmer, Arsenal at home, tough fixture on paper, but this guy is so talented, he can get a return versus anyone. So he's a doubt, though, a bit of a doubt, because he did get a knock versus United. But I think I saw him in the EFL Cup and he was on the bench. I mean, he didn't play, but obviously that's expected. And then I think he was just walking around fine. So he should be okay for the Arsenal game. It's a big game, so I'm expecting him to play. I mean, worst case, if he doesn't play, I got Rodgers coming in. And then you got Mbemo, who's got Bournemouth at home, really good fixture on paper. He could be another, outside the box captaincy shout. I mean, Brentford has looked amazing at home. Like they're very attacking. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get a goal or two there. And then you got Semenyo, who's got Brentford away. In terms of attackers, I think this is going to be a high-scoring game as well. Brentford, I mean, look, Semenyo looked phenomenal versus City. You could have 2 or 3 returns easily. And then Brentford just considered 2 late goals to Fulham in the last extra time, last 5 to 10 minutes. So look, Brentford are not great defensively, and I'm expecting Semenyo to cook as well as Mbeumo to cook. Now, moving on to the forwards, as you guys can see, I got Haaland as captain. This is something that I've bookmarked for a while. I do know that he's been in a really bad form now. Missed a lot of chances. He had a lot of XG and whatnot. But I just think, look, how many times is this guy going to blank? Like 5 games now? Listen, I don't expect him to blank continuously. He costs 15.4 and he got to, live up to that price. I want to give him one more shot versus Brighton away. And I do think that he's going to, return to form and hopefully bag 1 or 2 goals versus Brighton, who do play a very high line. And that's something that he didn't get to enjoy versus Southampton, Wolves, and obviously Fulham, because they did crowd him with their centre-backs. I mean, they had 3-4 guys on him. So I think Brighton will really go for it, try to win and play a high line, and he'll get that space to enjoy. And maybe if he gets that 1v1 straight up with the keeper, he would put that away. So that's why I have Haaland as captain. I think he's a higher ceiling. But at the same time, Salah is not a bad shot. He's just as good of a captain, in my opinion. And then you got Delap, who's got Tottenham away. That's another transfer I'm most likely going to make. I don't think I'll play him. I was not impressed with him versus Leicester. Like, it's not even him as an individual, but rather he doesn't get the chances as a striker. He has to create his own chance. And I don't trust Ipswich. They've been really poor, to be honest. So yeah, he's on the chopping blocks. We'll get into that. And then you got Chris Wood, Mr. Consistent. Newcastle, all club tax. I'm expecting big things from him again. I think he'll deliver at home. Forest have been amazing this season. Like, I mean, look, they've kept so many clean sheets, and their attackers, I mean, everything is going through him in terms of their attack. If Forest has scored, it's most likely going to be Chris Wood. So even this week, it's not even a bad transfer, if I'm being honest with you guys. And then obviously on bench, you got Sanchez and Rodgers and Burgess. Rodgers is playing on the bench because he's playing Liverpool away, such a tough fixture, if I'm being honest. And then you got Sanchez, who got Arsenal at home, to be honest, so it's tough as well. Ultimately, this is how I'm lining up. This is my boss team. My actual team will be, during the deadline where I'll be making the transfer. So tune into my deadline stream on Saturday morning to see my final team for game week 11. Now let's move on to my transfer plans for game week 11. So yeah, as you guys can see, I'm currently looking to do Delap out to Welbeck in. But if you look at the fixtures, it doesn't seem like it's the right time to bring in Welbeck because he has Man City at home. But if you watch the Champions League, Man City conceded 4 to Sporting Lisbon, which is crazy. And look, strikers are having fun, and they're scoring like goals left, right, and center versus City. Since the Rodri injury, City have been conceding mad goals, and they're really exposed in transition. So definitely Welbeck could fit in that fixture. That's why I'm targeting him. Obviously, there's other options like Strand Larson, Raul, who I'm strongly considering, if I'm being honest. And then you also have Wissa. So look, there are multiple options I have here, but I just feel like he had like 8 returns in the last 10 games. So since the season started, he had like 8 returns. Like, that's insane consistency. Same level as Chris Wood, to be honest. Now, it's just that I don't know if it's the right time now, or should I go in game week 13, which might be the right entry point. Another thing is that there is Rutter, there is João Pedro, there is there's just too much competition. You got Ferguson, like ridiculous amount of competition for each spot, whether it be number 10 or a striker position. I do think that he's nailed for now, but it's only like 2 or 3 bad performances away from him being benched. So another thing to mention, Brighton doesn't have any European fixtures, so they only have 1 game per week. So he could definitely play, and he's in the form of his life. It's just that, do I target fixtures or form? And it could just come down to a 50-50 between him as well as Raul, who has good fixtures, and maybe Strand Larson as well. And then obviously, the split of 50-50. I'll see what I do, tune into my deadline stream. And then you got obviously Lewis out for Mazraoui. Look, this is the one where I want to target United because they got a really good fixture on paper. Leicester and Ipswich and Everton. These 3 fixtures, scream clean sheets to me. Although Leicester have scored in every single game this season, I do think that United are a bit of a solid defense, and Mazraoui could definitely provide a clean sheet as well as the attacking potential. It's just that when the new manager comes, I'm not sure where he's going to play, whether right back or left back. It just depends, but I'm willing to take that punt, to be honest with you. And Lewis is not going to start at all. So, yeah, this is where I'm at right now currently, guys. Let me know what you guys think. Ultimately, both transfers look good on paper. It's just that, is it the right entry point? Because there's doubts around Mazraoui's starting position once Amorim does come in. So, yeah, now let's look at City assets, what to do with them. So, with City assets, my opinion, I'll go one by one. I'll start with Guardiola. I think Guardiola has been exceptional asset this season. Like, I honestly slept on him personally. I thought, look, he's not going to play the same position and he's not going to be that attacking since Lewis is playing, because Pep wouldn't want both of his wing backs to go attack, and invert. But my goodness, was I wrong. This guy, for the last 5 games, he had 4 attacking returns. It's insane. They haven't kept a single clean sheet. I mean, I think they kept 1 clean sheet, and he racked up 3 bonus points, even though Haaland scored. This guy, Guardiola, like, you can't even look at him as a defender. He's like a midfielder, right? So if you do consider selling him because of the fixtures, like they do have tough fixtures like Brighton, Spurs, and Liverpool, I wouldn't do that, because this guy, you can't look at him as a defender. He's more of like a midfielder / striker. My goodness, like the position he's getting into, and finishing, insane. He's finishing better than Haaland now. Ridiculous. I mean, people are talking about, oh, who's going to be City striker if Haaland gets injured? You got the man right there, Guardiola. What a signing, man. Incredible player. Incredible player. I'm jealous of the owners. I would say he's definitely a hold. He's not a sell, regardless of fixtures. So, yeah. And then moving on to Lewis. Yeah, that's a bit of a different story, because there's a rotation. There is midweek fixtures. He's playing every single game. And obviously, Kyle Walker came in and played, started versus Bournemouth immediately after his injury. And that's a bad sign. I understand Lewis needs rest. He's playing for England and every single game for Pep. Yeah, I just think, I don't know whether to trust Pep with Lewis starts and minutes. And with this busy December period, yeah, he could be in the chopping blocks for me. And that's why I'm looking to take him out, as you guys saw in my last section. And I'd probably recommend you taking him out as well, unless you have a 4th defender that you can rotate with him with. Otherwise, he's a sell, in my opinion. And definitely maybe, potentially look at Lewis, Hall, Mazraoui, as I mentioned previously, or even Anderson or Robinson, or Eight Norrie as well. So there's quite a few options, to be honest. And maybe you can even target Forest defenders, but they have a tough fixture run. So Lewis is a sell. And then you got Foden. I mean, people bought him for that beautiful fixture run of Wolves, Southampton, and Bournemouth, and unfortunately, he hasn't lived up to it. I understand he created really good chances for Haaland, and he just didn't finish them. Maybe it's just Haaland doesn't like Foden, and he doesn't want to give him FPL points, right? Maybe that, he wants to score all the points, because I know he plays FPL, so does his dad and his family. So maybe he doesn't want to score the point or assist from Foden. So I don't know what it is, but Foden has not been performing well. He's not an attacking, he's not a goal threat. I mean, I know he scored in the Champions League recently, and the last 2 Champions League games, but still, he's not getting it done in the EPL, so it doesn't mean anything really. And he costs 9.3. I think if you can get a significant upgrade somewhere else, like in the, I don't know, like maybe a Salah or maybe Palmer or Son, Saka, I'd maybe move him. But the next 2 fixtures for attackers for City are not too bad. And if he is nailed to start, I think he could be a hold as well. But it depends on your structure and what upgrades you get. He could be a sell / keep. And then finally, main man, you got the Earl of Norway. Look, I've kept faith in him for so long now. He had like 4 blanks in the last 5 matches. He has not lived up to his price tag. And I think I want to give him 1 more or 2 more games before I move on to him. Because in terms of attacking fixtures, like, you want to attack Brighton and Spurs, and he has both of them. So I do want to give him that Brighton game before I make any decisions. Like, players like him, you gotta give him, you gotta be patient with them. Like, they will show up. And I'm expecting him to do big things with Brighton. So personally, he's a hold for me. I wouldn't sell him right now. So if you have him, definitely, consider keeping him for 1 more week, and maybe reconsider around game week 12 and what to do with him. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the City assets. Hope that helps, guys. I know a lot of people have questions around United assets as well as Spurs assets, what to do. Should we load up on them? I would say, look, potentially, but don't triple up on them, because you don't know what to expect with them, because sometimes Spurs can be Spursy. I understand Ipswich is a good fixture on paper, but they just played midweek game and they lost in Turkey. So, like, I'm talking about Tottenham. So definitely precaution. Like, when this team play midweek games, they could be tired. And also Spurs are missing their 2 centre backs, Romero and Van der Beek. So think about that. And listen, it could be a back and forth game, Ipswich and Spurs. And don't underestimate Ipswich. And same thing with, I would say, Leicester. People are talking about doubling up, tripling up on United. I don't think that's ideal. And yeah, maybe 2. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Now let's move on to Rob TFPL's projected goals as well as clean sheet. So here is Rob T FPL's game week 11 projected goals as well as clean sheet odds. As you guys can see, Salah and Haaland, no surprise, are the highest projected goal scorers. Hence, they're the captaincy options on paper. And as well as you have Son as well. But I do want to mention that Son, did come off around halftime in the midweek fixture. So he could also get early sub again. Last game week, he also got subbed around 50th minutes. So look, if you do captain in proportion that he could only get 60 minutes. And then obviously outside shout is Cunha, as well as you got Solanke for captaincy. But I wouldn't go there. You also have Bruno. But these are differentials. If you're really chasing and you want to take a punt, these are the captaincy, I would say. Outside of Salah, Haaland, and Son, which I think are the 3 best captain on paper. So yeah, and if you want to bring a punt, like if you want to bring a player for this week to target a fixture, definitely consider Garnacho, Johnson, and maybe even a Bowen. And then obviously in terms of clean sheet odds, the highest clean sheet odds are for Manchester United, 36, as well as Tottenham. I do think Tottenham will still concede though. I don't agree with that because like 38% for Tottenham, I disagree with that, to be honest. So I do see clean sheets for maybe United, as well as potentially for West Ham. I mean, look, Everton have been horrible, to be honest. So yeah, and then you got Man City. Look, Man City are going to concede, man, honestly. I think Liverpool can keep a clean sheet, if I'm being honest. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. I think if you're targeting defense, maybe this week it's Newcastle and United. But to be honest, like no one is keeping a clean sheet. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. That will be it for Game Week 11. Make sure to, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And tune in for our next week's video on Friday. So peace out. YouTube, it's your boy FPL Cayman. I'm back here with a brand new video, and today I've got for you my Game Week 7 review as well as my Game Week 8 team selection, and we'll also get into an interesting section that I haven't done before. So yeah, let's dive in. As you guys can see, we had a fantastic game week. I had a big fat green arrow. I was previously 13k in the world. As you guys can see, it says old rank. And now we're all the way up to 8k. That's insane. Back to top 10k now. Finally a green arrow after 2 weeks of horrible red arrows. But let's get into it. With Sanchez with 4-pointer, with Lewis with a 4-pointer. To be honest, if you believe it or not, Sanchez did not actually keep a clean sheet. But he had a bunch of saves versus Forest. That game was back and forth. There were so many shots taken. The keepers were eating. If Sanchez kept a clean sheet, he could have came up with a potentially 15-pointer. But it is what it is. I'm still happy with him. He's got 4 points in a toughish fixtures. Although I was expecting a clean sheet, but still pleased with him. Moving on to a defense, you got Lewis with 4-pointers. As I said, he had an assist. So I'm quite happy with him, but they didn't keep a clean sheet again. I'm disappointed with City's defense. I don't know what it is. Pep just can't keep clean sheets anymore, I guess. They've got really good centre-backs, to be honest, and they've had easy fixtures up until now. But still, they're conceding goals for fun. But look, I got Lewis not for clean sheet, but for attacking returns, and he's finally got one. And he was actually my punt of the week, if you did watch my roundtable pod. So, yeah, happy with Lewis moving forward. And then next, we have Gabriel. These Arsenal defenders are absolute jokers now. All of a sudden, they can't keep a clean sheet. And they were keeping clean sheet versus Villa away, Tottenham away. Now they can't keep a clean sheet versus Southampton at home. It's ridiculous. Look, I'm still happy that they conceded the fact that there's a lot of people that doubled up on them and they're still not getting any points. So I'm pleased with that. But overall, I do expect that Gabriel to get some sort of returns coming into the future, hopefully versus Bournemouth. So yeah, moving on. Hero of the week again, Konate. They said, why Konate? I guess now you know. He's got another clean sheet, and last week he had an attacking return. He's just been ticking along, and he's only 5.2. Well, he used to be 5.1 when I got him in. Now it's 5.2. He's about to be 5.3. And people have Trent. That's 7.1 now, and he's also got 8 points. Look, Konate has been keeping up. He's also had more attacking returns than Trent. So I'm quite pleased to have a Liverpool defense who kept like 4 or 5 clean sheets already this season. So look, I'm really happy with my defense so far. Couple of good returns, and I hope to get more points in the future. Moving on to the midfield, we've got Semenyo with blanked, unfortunately, versus Leicester, but he did look good on the eye test, so I'm happy to keep him for now. But kind of disappointed though to not get a return versus Leicester. And then we've got Mbeumo. This guy is insane. I mean, Brentford again, they're scoring in the first 2 minutes of the game. I don't know what it is. It might be a routine that they're practicing now, but yeah, Mbeumo is eating, and we're all eating. Another 8-pointer. Really happy with him. He should have got more returns, to be honest. That game, they had like 5 goals. And Wolves are open. I mean, they were there for the taking. I was kind of shocked that he only got 8 points, to be honest. And that was a pen, actually. You had Pinnick, Collins, that scored headers. Ridiculous. Carvalho came off the bench and scored. Can't write it. So happy with Mbeumo. He's keep getting returns every week. And then finally, the main man of the week, Saka, 16-pointer. And a lot of people have actually did captain him in terms of the people that are experts within the FPL community. So a couple of my friends actually, shout out to FPL Stark and Kanji FPL. They both captained him and they're eating, to be honest. I mean, their rank are probably, you know, off the roof. So yeah, look, I did not captain him and I do not have regrets because I was never contemplating on whether to captain him or not. Although he had a good fixture on paper, I just thought that his ceiling wasn't high enough. So there's no regrets. Moving on with Rodgers, who blank. Big disappointment, to be honest. I mean, United, they're horrible. I know it's my team. They're horrible. You know, we somehow got away with the draw. But he should have got a return. He did look good on the eye test again, as he always does, right? So, yeah, you got Salah, who blanked again, unfortunately, man. Look, he doesn't look good right now, to be honest with you. He doesn't look good. But, look, ultimately, I feel like he usually does have a slow start to begin the start of the season. But the fact that he also had, like, quite a few jammy returns and not being his best, look, there are signs of more good things to come, hopefully. And yeah, we'll see if I do keep him moving forward. But so far, he's currently on my plans. And then lastly, my differential of the week, Delap, came with the 7-6-pointer. But still, he could have had more returns. If he wasn't for that Areola save, he could have had 2 goals, to be honest. He was on for like 2 bonus points, but Ipswich was just horrible, to be honest. They conceded too many goals. They tried to play from the back. And then they ended up conceding like 4 or something goals to freaking West Ham, who's been horrible, to be honest, right? But still, the fact that people said it's a sideways move, X, Y, and Z, oh, it's a waste of a transfer, don't sell DCL. But what do you know, right? It planned out. So always go with your gut. So yeah, I'm quite happy with Delap. And I do think moving forward is great fixtures. And now everyone's going to talk about him, as I said. And everyone is talking about him. And then finally, big disappointment of the week, you got Haaland. Blank. God damn. Yeah, I did not expect that. Fulham at home last season, he had a hat-trick to blank at home. Unbelievable. But to be honest, at the same time, no KDB, no Rodri, it does make sense. But I feel like his team did also not look for him. I mean, look, it's on Pep again, to be honest. He didn't start freaking Savio and Doku. How are you going to break a low block down when they're playing 5 centre-backs? Fulham was playing 5 centre-backs. You can't break down a low block without 5 fast wingers. It doesn't make sense. So Pep definitely needs to, change the system, do something so that Haaland does get more returns. So hopefully, in the future, he gets some more returns. But yeah, lastly, as I said, Wood, unfortunately, I did bench him for his brace. Not a brace, but 8-pointer. He almost could have had a brace, to be honest. So yeah, look, it is what it is. No regrets. I did think that on paper, Rodgers had a better fixture considering United's form. That's why I did bench Wood. But you can't have all the points. When you have a good squad, you're going to have some points on the bench. It's a sign of good things to come anyways. So yeah, overall, really happy with the squad. The fact that my captain blank and I still got a green arrow, that's massive. And it does show you that, look, EO does matter when you're in the top 10K. So yeah, sometimes you do have to play the EO. But I also, at the same time, I thought the Haaland had a big upside. So yeah, overall, I'm happy. We're in the top 10K. So let's keep it pushing, right? Let's go. Now, moving on to the next section, we'll be doing my team selection for game week 8. As you guys can see, I'm lining up with Sanchez at the back. We've got Liverpool away. Look, I don't think there will be a clean sheet in that game. It could be quite high scoring in my opinion. Maybe a 3-2. Maybe a Liverpool win. It's at Anfield, to be honest, so I'm giving them an edge. But you never know, right? Enzo can pull out something and all of a sudden, they could get a win at Anfield. It's not something that we haven't seen this season. I mean, Forest did get a result. So, yeah, I'm not expecting a clean sheet, as I said. Hopefully some save points because Liverpool will take lots of shots. So let's hope for another cheeky 4-pointer. And then moving on to my back line with Gabriel, Bournemouth away. Let's hope finally he gets a bullet header. And maybe clean sheet is all because I don't want him to keep blanking. He does cost quite a bit in my team, to be honest. Moving on, we've got Lewis, who's got Wolves away. God damn, I don't expect a clean sheet. I'll tell you right now, City's going to concede. I just hope that he gets an attacking return. He looked really good versus Fulham. I mean, he had an assist. So I'm hoping for another goal or an assist. Let's hope so, right? And then lastly, we've got Konate, Chelsea at home, right? I think, again, I don't even think they keep clean sheets because Chelsea have so many attackers. But at the same time, you never know, Konate, bullet header could be coming, right? So same thing as Gabriel and Konate. My trump card is that they're going to be on set pieces and they might be getting something of those set pieces, right? So, and Trent does give beautiful crosses. So let's hope Trent assist and Konate go. Let's get it. And then moving on to our midfield, we've got the Santa Salah, the Egyptian king, all right? The man who's been in the hot topic in the FPL community. A lot of people are talking about selling him. I did a whole thread talking about why people are overlooking him on X. If you want to check it out, make sure you check out our FPL Cayman. But I basically went down in depth and talked about how he usually does have a slow start, and he does pick up form around the October, November time. And that's his trend normally, right? He picks up form around this time. So I'm hoping that, look, although he hasn't looked on the good on the eye test so far, he's still got the returns. And I'm hoping that he's going to pick up also the form, and so that he will look both good on the eye test as well as get those attacking returns. There's another thing to note is the fact that they do have a difficult fixture in the Europe. They play Real Madrid, RB Leipzig, and I think they play Bayer Leverkusen, which are quite tough fixtures, to be honest. But I feel like Salah is such a big game player that you can trust him to perform and also maintain that fitness. And I think when he plays those tougher fixtures, it's going to breed form in out of him, right? You can't play horrible against those teams, and then you might potentially get benched. So because of that, I do think Salah is going to pick up form, and those fixtures will breed form for him, in my opinion. And he's always been a big game player, right? So if you look at the Premier League fixture, he's got Chelsea, he's got Arsenal, and then he's got beautiful fixtures with Brighton and Villa. These are very, very Salah good fixtures, you know, because Brighton does play high line, Villa does play high line, and Saka could definitely make runs in behind and exploit that back line for sure. So look, I do want to keep him and potentially look to captain him around game week 10, which will be a bit of a differential cap because most people are selling him and most people are going to be on Haaland cap. So there are opportunities to look for where I can go against Haaland, and who else better to trust to go against Haaland than the King Salah, right? So that's why I'm planning to keep him. And I do recommend that if you have him, not to sell him right now, because Chelsea is not a tough fixture. It could be an open game, and there's definitely, you know, potential for returns. But enough talk about Salah. Let's move on to Saka. Now, Saka is an interesting pick. I did pick him, but it wasn't going to be a season hot pick for me. Look, he's done, he's done okay for me. I mean, when I bought him in, he blanked, I think, and then now he's got like a 16 pointer. Now people are talking about keeping him for the season. I don't think he's a season keep. As much as he delivered versus Southampton, I don't think he's gonna deliver like that in the tougher fixtures like City versus or Liverpool or Chelsea's. I think he might get assists and whatnot. He might take it long, but I don't think there is a hole in those big games considering his fixture turn after Bournemouth. He does play Liverpool and he does play Newcastle and Chelsea. So in those fixtures, I want to avoid him. Potentially, I might go back to him in game week 12 when the fixture turn, but I'm not too sure because there is one man in my plans, and that is Cole Palmer, and I'll get into that in the next section in the transfer plans. But yeah, so Saka's got Bournemouth away, and he's also reported to be injured, so there's a bit of doubt about him. But I do feel like that he will potentially play because Saka's always limping. There hasn't any reports come out whether he's going to be playing or not, and I don't expect anything to come out. But for now, I'm planning to keep him unless we hear some leaks that he's not going to play or start, and then it might be a different plans, which I'll get into the next section. But for now, I'm looking to keep him and play him versus Bournemouth, and then potentially ship him next week. And then moving on to the next midfielder, we have Mbeumo, Manchester United away. I don't think it's a tough fixture. I don't rate our defense. Call me pessimistic. Call me whatever you want. I don't trust our defense. As much as we kept 4 clean sheets, I still think that, Brentford has a chance to score against us. And if there's anyone that's going to score against us, it's going to be Mbeumo. And another important to note, Wissa is back. He's back in training, so he may potentially get some minutes versus United. That's even better for Mbeumo because he gets to play in his natural position and create as well as, score goals as well from the wing. Lastly, we've got Rodgers, Fulham away. Bit of a tough fixture, to be honest with you, but Semenyo has Arsenal at home, so I'd rather play Rodgers. So listen, Fulham, as much as they've been impressive against the, let's say, unlike if they were to, like the way they blind up against City, I don't think they will do the versus Villa. I don't think they'll show them that much respect. They'll think that they might be better than them and they'll be able to beat them. Hence, they might not play 5 centre back. So in that sense, if it's a more of an open game, I hope it is that there is a high scoring and potentially he gets to one of those returns, the likes of assist or goal, something like that. So yeah, look, that's one. I guess you can call it a weakness, but not really a weakness in my team. And that's what you get with having 3 premium like Salah, Saka, Haaland. It is what it is. You're gonna have one weakness within your team. But yeah, the rest looks good. My midfield, I love my midfield, to be honest. Saka, Salah, and Mbeumo, my goodness, insane, right? So yeah, that covers the midfield. I think my midfield looks fantastic, to be honest. We've got Salah, Saka, and Mbeumo Rodgers. I mean, that sounds amazing. And now finally, let's move on to our forwards. We've got the Earl of Norway, your boy, Erling Haaland, the robot, the goal-scoring machine. Look, Wolves away, they've been horrible. They considered 5 to freaking Brentford. What do you think City is going to do? I'm even considering Foden, to be honest. I might want to double up on the attack. So look, there might be lots of goals in that game. But historically speaking, City does normally tend to struggle versus Wolves away, right? But I don't think it will be the case this season, considering how poor they've been defensively. And look, when I saw Brentford get scoring those headers, Pinnock and Collins, and 5 guys were there and none of them were marking him, I was just licking my lips saying, yes, Haaland captain next week and he's definitely going to get a brace. So yeah, Haaland, automatic cap. If you have him, definitely captain him. Don't look anywhere else. And then we have the big differential of my team is the guy himself that people told me not to get, is Liam Delap, who's got Everton at home. And that is the fixture to target. And that is one of the reasons why I got him in. Because I think Brantford is still not back. Mikel is still not back. Although there are some reports that they're in the training right now. But I don't think they'll be ready immediately to start. They may not start. They might come off the bench. I hope they come off the bench, to be honest. That way Delap gets, 1 or 2 goals. So yeah, that's my big differential. Let's hope he gets another return and prove the haters wrong, right? Lastly, we have Chris Wood. I sold him in game week 3 and I regret it. I benched him in game week 7 and I regret it. And I do not want to regret it anymore. I want to play this man every single week. I don't want to bench him. I don't want to care about fixtures. I want to play him. He's keep on ticking along. He's scoring every other week. It doesn't matter the fixture. That man is becoming fixture proof. It's unbelievable to say. Like he scored against Chelsea. So yeah, Palace at home. They haven't even looked that good this season, to be honest. So I'm expecting big returns from Wood. Although there's news that there are some rumors and some news that I've seen that Morgan Gibbs is out. That might reduce his some sort of attacking returns. But I still think that they'll be able to beat Palace. If not, for him to at least get a return. Moving on to the bench, we've got Fabianski, who's my backup goalkeeper, Tottenham away. I don't think he's really going to play. So it is what it is. And then we've got Semenyo, Arsenal at home. And that is the reason why he's benched. Because I do think Arsenal's going to keep a clean sheet. They always, play better away and do keep clean sheets. So that is why he's benched and Rodgers starting out of him. And then we've got Greaves, we've got Everton at home. And we've got Mikel Ipswich away. I don't think they start ahead of any of my defenders. As you guys can see, I'm stacked in the back line. So yeah, let's move on to my potential transfer plans for game week 8. So as you guys can see, for game week 8, there might be a potential transfer that I may make if Saka is confirmed to be out come game week 8 deadline. And that would be Saka to Foden. However, this move does concern me though, because I'm not so sure about Foden's minutes. He's a big punt this week for those who are going there. And I don't mind that, to be honest, if De Bruyne is confirmed to be out, because then obviously his minutes increases. However, when De Bruyne is back, I'm not sure if he's going to start every single game, considering the position and the system that Pep is playing this season, where he's got Kovacic, Gundogan, and De Bruyne playing the 10 role. Now, the problem is wing position. I don't think Foden even starts on the wing side because you've got Bernardo, you've got Savio, you've got Doku, and you've got Grealish. There's too much competition there. So there may be those odd benching. So I'm not too keen on in regards to his minutes. But at the same time, Southampton and Wolves in the next 2, and then Brighton. Oh, it's too good to pass, to be honest. Now, if Saka is playing, I'm not going to go there. And then next week we'll reassess, depending on how Foden looks. And if he does get, 90 minutes. And we'll get more information, obviously, on when KDB will be back. And lastly, we can also see how good Palmer looks, because potentially Palmer could be in the cards from Saka to Palmer, as I said in my last game week video, right? So yeah, so far if I do this move, it will lock me out of not being able to get Palmer till game week 12. And I'm not so happy about that, to be honest, because I do want Palmer really, really badly, because I think he's very, very explosive come his fixture in game week 9 versus Newcastle and then United away in game week 10. So look, my plans are at the moment is either to get Foden or Palmer. To be honest, I'm not sure at the moment, but the injury of Saka could force my hands and make me get Foden. But we will see. Time will tell. But as you guys can see, I have 1 free transfer banked, and I've got a value of 0.4 million in the bank as well. And I have a squad value of 101.8 million. So yeah, let's move on to the next section, which will be the worst defense in the league and which teams you can target to make sure that you get, huge FPL returns. As you guys can see, we've got Everton, Ipswich, Leicester, Southampton, West Ham, and Wolves with the worst defense in the league. If I was to rank them, it will be Southampton, Ipswich, Everton, West Ham. Actually, I'll put Wolves ahead of West Ham. I'll have Wolves, West Ham, and Leicester, to be honest. I mean, look, these are the fixtures you need to target with the players that you're going to bring in your team. For example, I bought in Delap, who played West Ham, got a return, and then he's going to play Everton, and then he plays Leicester. So this is the plan that I have made. And I've also got Wood, who plays versus Palace this week, and then he plays against Leicester, and he's got West Ham coming up soon as well. So look, these are the fixtures I'm looking to target, because I do think this team are compromised in terms of defense, and you should look to target them too. So yeah, guys, let me know what you think. Let me know if this was helpful. If so, make sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and tune in for more videos as well as my deadline stream. And make sure to check out the Roundtable podcast. And big shout out to FPL Goat for sharing these graphics, which is these fixtures. on X. I'll leave his X account details below. So yeah, peace out.
G'day guys, welcome back to the English Aussie. We are live for the Game Week 11 deadline stream. Slightly better setup today. Still out here in Japan streaming for you guys. So I've managed to get in a bit early today to sort everything out. Game Week 10 was a great game week. We're up to 673k. Yeah, looking to push on this week. I think this week's going to be a difficult week for a lot of people, unless you own Erling Haaland. I think he's a big player for everyone so far this week. Shuffling over to my team for the week so far, and what I'm looking to do going forwards for this week. At the moment, this is what my team is looking like, and you'll see that I haven't brought in Son for Johnson, and there's sort of just been a thought really this week around it. Just after Son playing 45 minutes midweek and Ange's comments in the press conference, and we'll flick over to the press conference updates as well for you guys to have a look at. And we can sort of discuss these things. And if you guys have got any questions, or if you want to pop in the chat with anything to any questions that you've got for your teams, or anything that you want me to answer, stick that in the chat, and I'll happily answer those questions, or DM me on socials is fine. Yeah, so just a quick update, press conferences updates. Man City and Pep basically saying same players as that were playing for him in Lisbon are the same players that are still available for him. Nothing's changed there. So potential of De Bruyne being back this week. Obviously he had a couple of minutes, or he was on the bench as well over in Lisbon. Diaz is still out. Grealish is out. Stones is out. Walker will be back, or potentially back in, available for selection. I think that is likely going to be a problem for Rico Lewis. I think that given that he started midweek against Sporting in that 4-1 loss for City, I think it's likely that that Walker will be back and will play. De Bruyne obviously was in the squad for that game. Did come on for the last 5-6 minutes in that game, kind of dead time in the match. City were already 4-1 down at the time, so he has a potential to be back for this game week. Potential to start. We'll see what happens with Pep. My thinking is around De Bruyne is just given the physical demand that Brighton are going to have, are going to put on City this week, and that's just their high press, their energy across the field. I think it's going to be difficult for De Bruyne to play a lot of minutes this week. I think he will play. He might come off the bench again for the last 30 minutes, perhaps, but he's not going to have a full game for City, I think, this week. Even regardless of how many injuries they've got, just he's too crucial a player for City in the future to throw him out there early, and for something to happen to him and him to get injured again. Walker, on the other hand, I think is but has a high likelihood of starting. I've actually benched Rico Lewis in my team this week, just because of that. I do think that it's likely that Walker probably starts, given Lewis played midweek against Sporting. And then, Grealish, Diaz, Stones still out for Pep. So it's likely to be Kanji, Ake, and Guardiola playing. If we do get any early team news around that match, that will impact some of the picks for this week. I think that if we get early team news around Rico Lewis being benched, Guardiola being benched, those are key things to make sure that we stay on top of. And if we do, I will be letting you guys know ASAP if anything comes through for the team leaks. Should I sell Foden? I don't think you should sell Foden this week. I think Foden will start for City. I think City v Brighton, as I'll go on to talk about a little bit later in some of the like tactical analysis and team observations. I think Brighton's a great game for City offensively. I think it will be good for Foden. Brighton have a really high press, and they cause Liverpool quite a few problems with it. And really like full on press. City, however, are one of the best teams, like technical teams, about being able to play out of that press. And if they are able to get out of that press, and you've got Haaland running onto the balls, Foden running, and being able to pick up the balls in between those lines, I think it's a even self. No, I'm not big on Bruno Fernandes. I think like there's been a lot of talk about him. I think it's likely that Amorim will probably play him in a right forward position, having looked at previous like his previous formations and the 3-4-3 he used to play at Sporting. I think he'll play in that right forward position, but I just don't think Bruno's a good asset. He scored like 2 penalties, but realistically, he hasn't he's probably Man United's greatest creative threat. But I just don't see him as a good option at the moment, even over these next 3 great United game weeks. I think we've got to wait and see like where he fits into that Amorim lineup. I think it's definitely just for this game week. I would say don't sell Foden for Bruno. If we're going to game week 12, potentially game week 13, then we're having a different conversation when City's fixtures become a little bit less good. But I think definitely Man City v Brighton, Phil Foden is a much better pick than Bruno Fernandes for United this week. I'd definitely go for Foden. I'll go on to talk a little bit more in like team observations around that game, like the setup that Brighton have and the setup that City have, and like why I think that's a good game for City. And we'll talk a little bit on United and Amorim and what his lineup we expect it to be, and how that will make an impact on a lot of their players going forwards. Just run through the rest of press conferences again. Like, feel free to shout out with your questions. We'll jump off and we'll answer your questions first, and we'll get back to talking through this stuff. Arteta on Odegaard. His comments were everybody in the squad's fit and available. Question of whether it's the right moment for him to make that step. That makes me think that he's probably not going to start for Arsenal. He probably will come off the bench again. I know he came on like right in the last minute midweek for Arsenal in Champions League. I think he's probably likely to come off the bench again. Again, he's a really same way that I think De Bruyne is a really important player for United. Odegaard's a really important player at City. Odegaard's a really important player for Arsenal, and they don't want to risk him by bringing him back too early and him picking up another injury. So I think it's likely he'll be on the bench again. Probably Arsenal are the team I'm least confident about, just because of the way that Arteta's a bit vague about everything he comments on. Also for Arsenal, Calafiori's still out. Sterling can't play, ineligible to face Chelsea. So likely that Martinelli, Trossard are going to get big minutes if any of you've got them in your team. Liverpool, Jota, Slot said he's going to be out for at least 1 week after international break, maybe 2. That means there's a potential for either Luis Diaz or Darwin to start up front now in that number 9 role. Luis Diaz midweek for Liverpool started in that role against in the Champions League, scored 2, and then switched out to the left wing and scored a 3rd for his hat-trick. And man, he looks good. He looks really good in that role. And I think Slot even said in his press conference, like, yeah, he really liked Luis Diaz in that role, and he's given Liverpool additional option there. So you could see Liverpool line up with Salah on the right, Gakpo on the left, and Diaz down the centre, which is a bit of a pain for Darwin Núñez, but I think it looks nice from a Liverpool front 3 perspective. And like, I think one of the other interesting things is it was really clear that Jota was the number 1 like striker or forward, like central striker number 9 in that slot team. And you could even see by some of the when we did some of the professional players FPL teams reviews in past weeks, we saw Jota's team and Salah's team. Both of them, they both had not Trent's team and Salah's team. And I've given you a little sneak preview into one of the other teams that we'll look at going forwards. But Trent's team and Salah's team both had Jota in midfield across all of those game weeks, even the one that he was on the bench for. So they obviously saw him as first choice, and they knew that Slot was going to bring him back into that team. Until his injury, he was obviously the main man, and they kept him in there until he got injured, and then moved him out of their FPL teams. So I thought that was really interesting that both Trent and Salah had him in. Chelsea, Cole Palmer. Obviously, this is a big one for this week for a lot of people. I've got Cole Palmer in my team at the moment. Maresca said in the press conference he's getting better, that hopefully they can have him for the training sessions before the game. He didn't train for Chelsea. That's what's come out from the photos. They didn't see him at Saturday session. He however, did post a picture himself of him with like this heat/cool pack on his leg, which is like one of those game ready wraps. So he's trying to maybe give an inkling that he is available to play. I think for Cole Palmer that probably that injury wasn't as bad as we thought, and they're likely to take, like, they don't need him to be training with that Chelsea team to be able to put him straight into the action. Like he's been a key part of that team for a long time, and hasn't required, like, he doesn't need to be in every training session to know how the team links up and what happens. Like, he doesn't need to be on that field. So even though he didn't train this week, I don't think he's definitely not a sell, and I think I would definitely put him in your starting 11. I wouldn't have him on the bench. I wouldn't sub him out just because he's going to be so good from game week 12 onwards. Like, that Chelsea fixture run is obviously great, and Cole Palmer's like one of the best players in FPL at the moment at a great price point, really, at 11 mil. I think he's still at 11 mil. He hasn't got 11.1. Maybe he's up at 11.1. No, 11 mil still. So for me, it's a play, and just hope he plays for them. I would say he's probably going to start. Brighton, João Pedro likely to play was what was Hurstler's comments, as well as O'Reilly for them. I think probably 50-50 whether he starts or comes off the bench. I think Jorginho Ruiz has been doing a really good job in that midfield role for Brighton, and I put out there on our player analysis this week that he was someone who had great stats, great fixtures going forward for Brighton from 12 onwards. I mean, even City for Brighton, for both City and Brighton, attacking wise, it's a good fixture. City's defence has been really poor on like counter-attacking and breaks, and Brighton play really fast, progressive football. They press high, they put them under pressure. I don't think Man City are going to keep a clean sheet this week, and that's one of the reasons I benched Rico Lewis. Not the only reason. I do think obviously he's not going to start, but yeah, I think that Brighton will score a goal. And yeah, there is potential for João Pedro to be back. He is someone that I'm probably going to look at bringing into the team from game week 12 onwards, if he is going to get straight back into that Brighton team. Hurstler did mention at the beginning of the season that he was like a talisman player for Brighton. So if he comes straight back into that team and starting every week, then he's someone that you can definitely look out for going forwards, to bring in. Spurs, obviously huge news for Spurs, really, for everyone, because of big game against Ipswich this week, who we're all really targeting at the moment. I think that obviously Son played 45 minutes midweek in Champions League. He played 55 minutes last week in the Premier League. Looked really surprised to be coming off, but it seems like and just trying to manage him just over this sort of Champions League period. I think he's probably fully fit, fine to play. You can see from his reaction when he got taken off that he thinks he's fully fit and doesn't need to be coming off at that time, or at least not at 55 minutes. But the fact that they are clearly managing his minutes when they've got like 2 games in a game week, and they brought him off at 45 minutes in the Champions League. I know they were 3-0 down to Galatasaray, but they still did it. Means I don't think he'll play 90 minutes. And that for me has been probably my big thinking point this week. Is my plan was originally to bring Son in and captain him this week, but if he's not playing 90 minutes, it's probably not the guy that you want to captain. Like realistically, captaincy is such a big choice over in the game weeks, and has the possibility to impact your team the most. And for me, my captaincy picks this week would probably be Haaland number 1, Salah number 2, and even Salah number 2 is tough for me, but Haaland probably for me best captaincy pick for sure. If you've got Haaland, like, you should not be selling him this week. You should be captaining him. And then I mean, who you go for second? Like Brian Mbeumo against Bournemouth, Foden, Son, Salah, all of those guys are good options. I mean, it's a really difficult picks, I think, this week for captaincy. I think you should potentially go for any of those 4 or 5 guys, and no one can turn around and be like, "Yeah, that's a stupid pick." So other news, obviously Werner's out, Timo Werner's out, Richarlison's out, Van der Ven's out, Romero's maybe. The other thing, definitely not Hassan Hashem. Do I do Wood or Wissa to Cunha? Ooh, Wood or Wissa to Cunha. You've got both Wood and Wissa. Yeah, I don't know. I think Wissa, good game against. That's a good game against Bournemouth. I know Bournemouth probably middle of the pack for goals conceded. I think they've conceded maybe 12 goals this season. But Brentford at home, Brentford have been scoring a lot of goals. Bournemouth have been scoring goals. Both of those teams play attacking, fast, progressive transition football. And to me, that makes me think that it's likely that there could be quite a lot of goals in that game, similar to the City Brighton game. And Wood against Newcastle. Look, I would say that Wolves obviously have a better fixture this week than Chris Wood against Newcastle, but I think Wood's been just in such great form for me, and it's such a pivotal role in that Nottingham Forest team. As in Nottingham Forest, I mean, I think I would roll the transfer. If I were you, I think I'd roll the transfer just because I like Wood and I like Wissa, and I think moving them to Acuna is almost like it feels like a lateral move rather than like a big upside. I don't know whether Wolves like Acuna are really going to haul in a week, even against Southampton, who have been playing a little bit better over these last few game weeks. So if I were you, I'd probably roll that transfer. Like I think Cunha's obviously like got creative threat, got goal threat. But I think just the way Nottingham Forest play and how everything's centralised around taking that ball forward on the counter with Elanga, with Gibbs White, with Hudson-Odoi, and then getting it into Wood. That's why he's been scoring like almost every other game week. And like he honestly like has potential to score like 2 goals in a game week. No worries, Hashem. So where were we at? Final on this press conference updates. Man United was the last one. So Mount and Eriksson came back in midweek for United in the Champions League against PAOK in that win under Rui van Nistelrooy. Ahmad picked up a little knock in that game, and he was going to be assessed late before the game. Haven't heard anything on that yet, but we will be looking out for if we do hear anything on Ahmad. Van Nistelrooy was saying he's hopeful that he will be back in the team, but not sure yet whether he'll make his way in time or not. And then we had other notable updates that we wanted to run through also. Fulkrug's still out for West Ham. Obviously, that's like their main striker outside of Antonio, obviously. And Eze for Palace still obviously we heard last week out until after the international break. Probably one of the other things to talk about was Hörsler's comments even last week on his thoughts essentially around how he was going to set up against different teams. And it came to fruition against Liverpool. Like, you saw the way he played against Liverpool. And he's going to take that through into every game. And that's his plan going forwards. Like, he's going to go after teams, and he's going to do the same against Man City. And this is where it sort of comes into our team observations from last week. And in this first section, really, like Brighton and the way they are going forwards and their press, and they're not going to change. They're not going to change the way they play. For example, they pressed Liverpool in that first half so high, and the way that Liverpool play at the moment, and without Alisson in goal, you could see that Van Dijk was dropping in a little bit deeper, and he was trying to pick up that ball and he was trying to distribute it, because they're not quite as comfortable, Liverpool, playing out for the back without Alisson. And you saw that in that Chelsea game, where the first half Chelsea had a lot more possession than you'd expect at Anfield, and B, against Brighton, when Brighton were really troubling Liverpool with that high press. I do think the difference against Man City is the technical capabilities of all the Man City players to be able to play out of a high press is far better, and I think Man City will be able to like play out of that Brighton press better and be able to get Foden on the ball, be able to get their wingers on the ball, and they if Brighton don't find a way to deal with that, like, I think Man City are going to cause Brighton quite a lot of problems. I think Foden picking up the ball in the pockets, potentially Bernardo Silva, Gundogan picking up those balls in those pockets and being able to like turn and hit those balls through for Haaland to chase after. See, that's difficult to defend against. Like, if you're not playing a low block five at the back against Haaland, man marking, you're giving a little bit. The higher you get up the pitch, the more you're giving Haaland space to be able to run in behind. And obviously, you've seen him when he has space to run in behind. He's a monster. Like, he'll knock people off the ball. He's incredibly fast. He's incredibly strong. He's hard to then negotiate when he's running at your defense at pace or running in behind defense. And obviously, his finishing is incredible. So even though he's had a few blanks and had a few poor game weeks, 8 Nuri in for a Lewis for a -4. Depends, Ferrari. Do you have somebody that can cover Lewis? Like, do you have a defender on the bench that potentially can come in for him and pick up some points? Because otherwise, what you've got to think about is, realistically, I think for Man City, Lewis probably not going to play, right? There is a chance that he'll start instead of Walker. Maybe Walker's like obviously missed quite a few weeks, so he might not be fully fit. So maybe he'll start again, or maybe Pep will rest him. If you're taking a -4 for Vandenberg and Greaves, yeah, Greaves obviously out. Vandenberg probably starts for Bournemouth. Yeah, I think what you got to consider, right, is if you're taking a -4. Somebody else asked me this earlier today. I'll give the same answer. If you're taking a -4, you realistically got to expect Ait Nuri to come in and get 5 points plus to even get level. Because I think, like, my thoughts are Lewis will come off the bench, he'll probably get 1 point, right? At worst, you can go Vandenberg, he'll get 2 points for playing, unless Brentford concede a ton of goals. So realistically, you've got to hope that Ait Nuri keeps that clean sheet against Southampton, or he gets a return. And if he doesn't do that, and I think Wolves have not been good defensively, so I know they're playing Southampton, but I still don't think they'll keep a clean sheet. I'm not sure they've kept. Maybe they've kept one clean sheet this season. So to take a -4 for that, I don't think it's worth it. I think if you can play maybe a Vandenberg, take the 2 points, and then if Ait Nuri doesn't get 6 points, that's a win for you in that game week. I think that's the way you've got to think of it. I know it's difficult to think of it like that, because realistically, like, you probably want to get Lewis out of the team, and same for me. Like, yeah, I understand. I probably want to get Lewis out of my team and probably get Aït-Nouri in as well. But I think if you can roll that transfer and make it when it's not for a -4, then you're probably going to be in a better position going forwards. I think this game week, unless you're thinking Aït-Nouri's going to, like, you're going to get priced out of him and he's going to go up in price, or you're thinking Wolves are going to keep a clean sheet or Aït-Nouri's going to get a return, and you think he's going to match that, I think it's probably a better option to save that transfer, roll it, and then look to bring him in next week when you've got that additional transfer in the bank. You can still have him in for the long term, and maybe he just misses this Southampton match. But I think, like, as I'll talk about in these team observations as well, the Wolves defense does look very shaky. Like when I watched them against Crystal Palace in that 2-2 draw, like they're not good at keeping lines. Their centre backs and fullbacks don't stay in line very well. It's really easy to break through and get through their lines. And like obviously that's counteracted by the fact that Aït-Nouri and Semedo get really high and have good attacking threat going forwards. So I think you got to weigh that up and think, yeah, okay, do I think he's going to get an attacking return or a clean sheet this week? And he's going to get me, basically, is he going to get you 6 points? If you think he's going to get you 6 points this week, or you think you're going to get priced out of him going forwards, then probably go for him. My personal opinion, probably not going to get you the 6 points. Like, might get you 5 with an assist, something like that. I don't think Wolves will keep a clean sheet. He's probably unlikely to score again. So I'd probably roll the transfer and then look to get Aït-Nouri in next week when I don't have to take a -4 for him. Who should I sell McNeil for? I've got 8.2 million in the bank. Well, that's a good question. If we pull up some analysis we did this week on midfielders, we'll show you guys that. So this is sort of our like statistical analysis around midfielders for this week, and I'll also talk around like what I think maybe around some of the better players tactically going forwards. 8.2 million, you're probably looking at somebody around Brennan Johnson against Ipswich this week. Only problem with that is obviously they got City going forwards after that. Another guy I'd look at is Semenyo at Bournemouth. So Semenyo at Bournemouth have 3 really good fixtures coming up, right? He's got Brentford, Brighton, and Wolves over the next 3 game weeks. All potential to score goals, right? Brentford have obviously conceded a ton. Brighton obviously have great attacking threat, but also conceded a lot of goals. Wolves' defence have been shambles, and even Tottenham in 14 for an attacking player. That's not bad. Garnacho, another option, but the reason that I would say don't go for Garnacho, just what I think around Amorim and what he's going to come in. If he plays that 3-4-3 that he's playing at Sporting, he's probably going to play either really high wing backs. So you'll either see like it being like a 5-2-3 almost, which may end up with like you might not have Bruno in the middle then he might end up playing Bruno in that right forward role, or left forward, or like even on the left forward role, and then I think like Ahmad might get into the team there, or Rashford. Like what I probably think is Bruno plays right forward, Rashford plays left forward. Like, that's what I would do. So I think like Garnacho is just a bit of a risk going forwards in my opinion. So I'd probably steer away from him. So I think like I'd be like, it's hard because around that sort of price point, there's not really a lot of fantastic options around the sort of 7 to 8 mil. So I'd almost go a little bit lower to like a Brennan Johnson at a 6.5, a Semenyo in at like high 5 point something, or your other option is bringing in like a Martinelli or a Trossard for Arsenal if you don't have Saka, and trying to cover Saka in the midfield from their good Arsenal's good fixture run going forwards from like 13 or 12 or 13. I think they have West Ham. 13 they have West Ham, and then like that going forwards, Arsenal have some good fixtures. And if you want maybe like a Martinelli or a Trossard, the only problem with them again is sort of are you comfortable over their minutes? And I think it depends on the cover you have in your team. Like if you've got decent, yeah. So I really wouldn't suggest Bruno. I know it might be an unpopular opinion at the moment, but I think Bruno's honestly a wait and see how they set up under Amorim. I think he's obviously the most creative player for Man United. But let's just take for example how they've played all season. Do we magically think that Man United are going to come out and suddenly be a whole lot better than they were before? I do think United are going to get better under Amorim, and I almost hope they do because it just gives more options under fantasy for FPL. But I just don't think Bruno's a good option. Like obviously he's not performed fantastically as an FPL asset this whole year. If you look at him and you look at how many points he's got over this season, it's probably like super low. I reckon he's probably on like mid-20s in points. And like the points he is scoring is penalties. And United they're just not being a great team. I know their next 3 fixtures are good, but after that their fixture run is like a 3-week fixture run. So if you're potentially looking to wildcard in 13 or 14 and then move on, then yeah, okay, maybe you could go for Bruno as like a 3-week punt. But if you're looking for this for a little bit more long term, then I would look away from that. So yeah, I think if you're going for like these sort of like if you're really targeting these 3 weeks, then maybe Bruno's an option. If not, and you're looking for a longer term, you don't have a wild card, you're not going to rejig around that team a lot, and you want somebody that you can sort of set in your team and be comfortable with them over the next few weeks, maybe like 6 weeks plus. I'd look at like a Johnson, a Semenyo, or maybe even a Brighton midfielder from 12. Like maybe a Mitoma, or if João Pedro doesn't come back into João Pedro doesn't come straight back into that midfield role, Jorginho Ruta is a really interesting option for Brighton in that midfield. He's been really good at linking up play with Welbeck, getting in those attacking patterns that Hurstler's created for Brighton, and Brighton are just so effective in those attacking patterns that he uses. And Ruta's been really good for them. The only problem with him is obviously if João Pedro comes straight back into that role, and I have a sneaky feeling that he will. Just the way that Hurstler talked about him being a talisman player for Brighton at the beginning of the season prior to his injury, I reckon he'll probably come back into the side. Yeah, so I think for me, a Martinelli, a Trossard, Johnson, or a Semenyo, I think is probably where you're looking at for that sort of 8.2. One other option is Anthony Gordon, who I don't think he's on this list, is he? Is he on this list? I can't see him. Yeah, I think Anthony Gordon, like Newcastle have quite a nice little fixture run from maybe like 13. Let me have a look at Anthony Gordon. Which fixture run? Yeah, 12. Newcastle got West Ham in 12, Palace in 13, Liverpool in 14, but then Brentford, Leicester, Ipswich, Aston Villa. I say if you're looking to like use a little bit more money and go for someone from, I mean, potentially you could say a better team, but I mean Newcastle have been a bit up and down this game week. I think Anthony Gordon is actually like quite a nice pick, and not a lot of people also have him in their team. Yeah, that's probably my call for you, mate. Hopefully that helps you with your decision making going forwards. Going back to our observations from the teams from last week. Yeah, maybe we talk about Liverpool a little bit. So I think obviously a lot of people were thinking about whether to captain Salah this week against Villa. Villa have conceded a lot of goals this week. Sorry, not this week. Joel, start Flecken or Fabianski. Who West Ham got this week? You've got Fabianski, have you? Good on you. You got him in there. Everton, yeah. I'll start Fabianski. No worries, Suku. No problem. Good luck this week. Yeah, I'll start Fabianski. I think look, Dom Calvert-Lewin's been so bleep out my swear word at finishing, so bad at finishing this year. Everton goal threat is just very low. And although I've spoken at length about West Ham being horrific in transition, the way that Everton have played going forwards tactically, this is probably one of the better games for West Ham, because Everton have played a lot of long balls forwards towards like Dom Calvert-Lewin, up towards the wings, into Decour, like up getting Decour up there, and like haven't been like playing like passing balls through the middle, and like don't really have like a quick transition game, and that's what West Ham have struggled against like over the last however many game weeks. Like they're just really slow on transition defense, like similar to how United were in previous years. West Ham have been really poor in transition defense. Their midfield is slow, their defense is slow, and they've been really bad sort of tracking back. So I think tactically it's quite a nice game for West Ham, up against Everton. I think they'll probably have a better defensive performance this week. So I'd probably go Fabianski because I think Bournemouth are a nice team going forwards. I know they're a little bit less good away from home, but Brentford have conceded, like just continuously conceded. I know they're a bit unlucky last week, and I've got Flecken in my team. Unfortunately, I don't have Fabianski on the bench, so otherwise I'd probably go Fabianski. So yeah, I think Fabianski's the one for me out of those two. And if he doesn't play, you've always got Flecken. So that's what I'd go for, Joel. I just think it's a better tactical matchup for West Ham against Everton rather than Brentford. I think, you know, Bournemouth, Brentford, like they both play in transition like very fast, and I think there could be quite a few goals in that game, and that's one of the reasons I've also considered Mbeumo for captain this week. Haven't gone for him, but I might be upset later in the week when Salah blanks, Haaland gets a brace, and Mbeumo scores 2, and I've captained Salah, so that might hurt me. Hopefully that helps, Joel. Yeah, so talking about Liverpool, defensively they've been really good this year under Slot. Their fullbacks have defended properly, and I know we've just not seen that in previous years for Liverpool. Like we've been really susceptible on the counter because Trent and Robbo have got so high, and they have just not been getting back into those good positions. And the other thing about it is sort of, no worries, mate. The other thing about it is that like Salah's been tracking back, and like he's really been good. He's been tracking back on the wing like more so than I've ever seen him before for Liverpool, and that has also affected Liverpool going forwards. And you can see that like they don't quite have that sort of gegen press, energetic press as high and as full of energy under Slot as they do as they did under Klopp. And you can see that they sort of winning. They're not winning the ball back as much up high. Other teams maybe getting a little bit more possession against them, but it has made them a lot more defensively solid. The way they've sort of got back into shape really quickly, not committed as many people high into that press as they have done previously. Like Trent and Robbo are really not pressing up as high as they previously used to. But yeah, that's obviously meant that Trent's playing a much less crucial role for Liverpool this year, and you've seen that. Like he's not got on the ball as much, he's not got as high as much, and he's obviously got a lot less FPL returns. That's one of the reasons I took him out of my team like a few weeks ago, just because you can really see the way Liverpool are playing this year. They're not structured towards Trent being as effective as he was previously. But I do still think he'll get attacking returns, and if you do look at the data, obviously it looks good for Trent. But I think it's a bit of a like red herring, and that's why you can't always trust the stats. And like if I show you the statistics for Trent, like he's probably top for expected goals and assists for defenders. Yeah, like he's still top of expected goals and assists for defenders. But a lot of that was early in the year. He was sort of putting up those numbers where he put in like a couple of really big chances for Jota, who actually missed some absolute sitters early in the season. And that's obviously bumped up Trent's sort of expected goals, assists, and obviously it's like mostly expected assists. And also he's on corners, right? So that's why he sort of got that. So I do think obviously like he's going to get returns. Like he's not going to keep blanking every time. And Liverpool are a fantastic defensive team. So even though he hasn't been getting those assists and goals that he has done in previous season, he's still up there with the highest scoring defenders, just because Liverpool have been such a great defence. But I would say he's just so expensive, and I think like there are so many good options in the midfield and forwards that money can just be spent better. Like if you want, you could downgrade Trent to like a Konate, still have that good Liverpool defense, probably 2 million less, and then use that 2 million on upgrading to like a Palmer or a Salah, or even upgrading your like attackers to have like 3 good attackers in there rather than like a 4.5 billion fodder. Yeah, other point for Liverpool was just like their midfield had a little bit less dynamism this year, a little bit less cutting edge passes. It's less focused around getting the ball up to Salah. He's had a lot less chances this season. His finishing has just been much better. Like honestly, his finishing has been incredible this season. He's probably had less chances than he has had in previous seasons, but I don't have a comparison of where he's at this season versus prior season, but I'd expect him to be on a similar track. And he's definitely had less chances for Liverpool, but he's just been way more clinical. And that does actually show up in the stats. If you do look at the stats, you can actually see that like Mo Salah's not had the highest amount of non-penalty expected goals and assists. You can see he's down there below KDB, Harvey Barnes, Saka, Palmer, Savio, right? And that's where the stats and the tactical side of stuff sort of link up, and you start to see that. It's like, yeah, he's the highest scoring point scorer in FPL, but he's not had like the most expected goals because he's been just clinical, like so clinical this year. So that's my other sort of like my concern on Salah is that like he's been so clinical, but he's actually like not been having that many chances. So I bet you people who don't own Salah probably see when he scores and they're like, "Come on, man!" As if he's done this again. Like he's had like that goal he scored last week was just unbelievable finish. Like is he able to maintain that over the season? Like he is an amazing player. So like I think that he can maintain that. But there is that niggle at the back of my mind that says the way Liverpool is set up is not the same way they used to be set up, and not geared as much towards him scoring and him assisting as it was in the past. And a lot of players are going to have to contribute a lot more. So is his price point as worth it as it was in previous seasons? I think it's more difficult to justify, but I think over the next few weeks until he goes away for AFCON, like I want Salah in my team, I think there's just a lot of opportunities like to have him as captain over the next few weeks. Like if we pull up the captaincy chart that I made a couple of weeks ago, like you can see 12, 15, even 17 against Tottenham, just based off like the way that Tottenham play. Like they could all be like really good opportunities for Liverpool. And like him and Palmer probably have the most opportunities over the next 6-7 game weeks to be captaining. So I think those two are the key guys you want in your midfield. And then you've got a discussion over, can you still fit Haaland in, or do you want Saka, or do you want neither? I don't know if anybody does have neither. Maybe they have a Son or a Foden or a De Bruyne in the future. Yeah, so I think really interesting things to think about. Wolves Palace. So Wolves Palace. Yeah, I thought in that game, I've not been like. It's probably taken me a few weeks to get to the point where I'm a bit more comfortable recommending Cunha as a player, and I know like that will probably surprise a lot of people, but like the way I've seen Wolves play is like I just to be honest, maybe like I hadn't watched enough of them to really see how they tactically set up and who they're like how key he is to their offense. But really, like he's not only like driving and like getting into those positions to score goals, but he's also like probably Wolves' most creative player. Like him and like maybe Lamina, because really like they hit a lot again, like similar to Everton, they hit a lot of like cross-field passes. They don't have like those sort of creatives in the midfield where they sort of link up and play like nice passing the way that Brighton would say play some nice passing, or like Man City would like shift it around the middle. Like it's a lot more direct the football that they play, and their wingers like really like push on up those wings to try and like hit those crossfield passes, and switch the play a lot quicker. Whereas Cunha like is probably one of those guys who can get on the ball in the midfield, who can drive, who can make the passes, and can sort of really change up how things work. So this week I'm going to say I think Cunha is a good option, and it's probably taken me a long time to get to this point. But yeah, I think like over this Wolves fixture run, probably until maybe 18, 19, when it sort of dies out a little bit, Yeah, I think Cunha is a good option as a forward option. But I also think there are a lot of other good forwards that you can't go wrong with. I think Chris Wood's great, Wissa's great, Jackson's great, Solanke's fine. I wouldn't be switching between those forwards. Like if I had any of those forwards, like I wouldn't like switch them out for a Cunha. Like I think all of them are good options in their own right. Could definitely score goals. João Pedro, Welbeck. I love Welbeck actually as an option. Yeah, similarly for Wolves, like I think like Mario Lamine is the other player that like maybe it's not a great fantasy option, but I just love watching it. Like when I've been watching a bit more of Wolves lately because I've like wanted to make some commentary on Aït-Nouri and Semedo and Wolves defense and Cunha and Strand Larson, etc. Mario Lamine is awesome. Like his physicality in midfield is amazing. Like he's really good in there for Wolves. He is one of the guys that can drive the play forwards along with Cunha. I think he's like a really fantastic player. Not great for FPL, unfortunately. Other point, just I think we spoke about earlier, but Wolves defense, like very shaky defense at the moment. Like if you watch their defensive line, they just don't stay in the line. Like their forwards don't stay in the line. It just feels like their defensive coaching is not on point. And maybe it's because they think, if we want to stay in the Premier League, we've got to score goals. Like we're not gonna stay in the Premier League drawing 0-0 every week. So they're trying to score more goals than the opposition. And that means that Aït-Nouri and Semedo are bobbing forwards. And then they're leaving their two centre backs a little bit exposed. When they do get back in, like they're just not comfortable in like across the line. And that's really sort of causing them quite a few problems defensively. And that's why they, I think, conceded the most goals in the Premier League this year. Don't quote me. I'm going to check now. But yeah, I really think their defense looks very shaky. Obviously, that's what, like I was saying, like the defensive shakiness is offset by the fact that they're going to score a few more goals. Their fullbacks are bombing forwards. They're going to create a few more opportunities. Yeah, they've conceded the most goals by far. Obviously, part of that was 6-2 to Chelsea, but they've conceded 6 more goals than Ipswich this season. So, yeah, defensively, that Wolves defence not looking likely to keeping clean sheets, even though they have, I think, Southampton this week. So moving on to some of the next observations. Tottenham v Villa. Yeah, that's like an interesting call out. Udogie for Tottenham at what is he now? 4.5 mil still. Udogie 4.9. Sorry. Oh, he's a 5 mil. Sorry, yeah, definitely Udogie for Tottenham's been like quite an interesting player. He in that second half. So, and I think this is really interesting because the way that Ange changed his tactics in that second half, like we might see this going forwards from Tottenham, and if we do see this going forwards from Tottenham, this really might make Porro and Udogie much more interesting assets going forwards. What happened basically, the whole of the first half is you had Son and Udogie down the left hand side, and Udogie was underlapping on all of the plays, and Son was then like getting doubled up upon by the fullback and the midfielder for Villa. I think it was like John McGinn maybe and Matty Cash. I don't know if it was like a central midfielder or if it was the winger at the time. Anyway, Son was getting doubled up on the wing, and he was never able to like go down the wing and get the cross in because they would like block that option. And then he would have to come inside. Salah captain, thoughts on Amad Diallo starting? Joseph, at the moment, haven't heard anything. Van Nistelrooy said obviously he was going to be assessed and he was hoping he'd be available. My guess at the moment is that he is going to start and he will be available. But like, stay on the stream. We'll message if there is any early team news or any news on Ahmad. I will, once we get a little bit closer to the deadline, have a look and let you guys know ASAP. Salah captain or Haaland captain? Flexo FF. Look, mate, I would go Haaland. Like my honest thoughts, and like we were speaking earlier on this stream about how Brighton v City is a really good offensive fixture for both teams. I think Brighton are going to press high. like Hurtsler did against Liverpool, caused Liverpool a lot of problems. Man City are much more technically gifted side, and they're going to be able to play through that press better than Liverpool were. That means that you're going to get Foden, Gundogan, Bernardo Silva all picking up the ball in between the lines, and then Haaland running at the Brighton defence and trying to run in behind that Brighton defence. And like you've seen Haaland when he's running at defenders, like he's so strong, he's so fast. He's going to cause that Brighton defence problems. The way that City, like people have struggled against City, and they've been able to stunt him and he not create chances, have the low block, have like 5 at the back with wing backs and man mark Haaland. I think it's really unlikely that that Brighton are going to do that. And like Hurtsler talked about in his press conference last week, like yeah, obviously like they need to make plans for players, but they want to play the way that they've been playing, and they showed that against Liverpool. And look, I don't have Haaland, so I really hope I'm wrong. Hi, can I please send you my team on Twitter? Yeah, I'll get to you, Daquan, no worries. Or even just stick it in the chat here. I'll comment on it. Yeah, so I don't have Haaland. I hope I'm wrong. But I just think that it's a really tactically a great matchup for Man City against Brighton. I think there'll be goals, and I think the other way as well. Like I think Brighton are really good in possession. Their progressive transitions are really fast. They have great attacking patterns. Hurtsler's coached them really well, and I think they'll cause City a lot of problems defensively. And I don't think, yeah, I'll check it out, Daquan. And I don't think City will keep a clean sheet either. And that's one of the reasons I've benched Rico Lewis this week. So I think Haaland over Salah is the captaincy choice I'd go for this week. Don't be concerned by his blanks over the last couple of game weeks, because he could have easily scored 4. He really could have scored a lot of goals still. If you want more details on that, Flexo, I can go into that as well later on that sort of tactical setup for Man City and Brighton. Haaland and Foden, or move on to Cunha and Salah. For this week, Haaland and Foden. Yeah, and Salah. Yeah, I think for me it's about captaincy, and I think Haaland's the best captain this week. Going forwards, I'd probably say Cunha and Salah, because like as we were talking about for captaincy options going forwards, like Salah's got a lot of games where I think he's got great options for captaincy going forwards, and I'd want to have him in for that Southampton game. As much as I think like Haaland could be good against Tottenham as well. But yeah, I'd probably go Haaland and Foden this week, and then probably move on to Cunha and Salah further down the line, or potentially even like Brighton, like a Welbeck and Salah from 12. Brighton have some awesome fixtures as well, so maybe consider that as well. Daquan, sending your team, and yeah, all right, mate. Let me have a look at your team. Might even put it on, if you don't mind. I can put it on screen for everyone as well. 848311. Hang on. Sorry, mate, just pulling it up. Give me a sec. All right. This is your team, is it? Yeah, so just reading your questions. Whether I get red or green this week based on whether Maddison starts for me, I think I got to get Semenyo in for McNeil. Yeah, okay. I think Semenyo for McNeil's a good option. I get red or green. That's whether Maddison starts. Yeah, look, I mean Maddison starting. That could really go either way this week, to be honest. Maybe you got Southampton, Wolves. Oh, so you're looking to get Semenyo in for McNeil in case Maddison doesn't start. Well, if you're thinking that, like, who do you want long term going forwards? Do you want McNeil going forwards long term for Everton, or do you want Maddison long term going forwards? Like, if you're concerned about Maddison's minutes, you're gonna have this issue consistently going forwards. Like, would you rather move from Madison and you got a little bit more money to spend on that midfield? I don't know if you have money in the bank. I don't think it says on here whether you got cash in the bank. But I mean, to be honest, like if you've got money in the bank, then maybe you can move Madison up to like a Foden or a Saka or something like that. If you don't have money in the bank, then really it doesn't matter either way, because I think my view on the players at the moment is that Semenyo, and well, maybe I'll show them on screen as well for the midfielders that I think are interesting around that rank. You've got like a Semenyo, Brennan Johnson, and maybe like a Mitoma, or potentially like a Martinelli or a Trossard to cover for. Yeah, I have 6 mil in the bank. Yeah, so I think like in that case, like you could easily go into like a Saka or a Palmer for Madison or even for McNeil. Like you've got the cash to go up to them. And I think like if you're looking going forwards, like I think if we get news that Palmer's starting, I think he will start this week. Going into like 12, I think he's like a really interesting option. Like he's got lot of captaincy potential over the next 5-6 game weeks. If you had Haaland, who do you get? Sorry, let's do these in order, guys. Sorry, I'll get through all your comments. So yeah, I'd like end result. I'd say Semenyo for McNeil is good. Wood for DCL. Yeah, if you got 2 transfers, you could always go like Semenyo for McNeil, Madison up to like a Palmer, and then that gives you that options going forwards. Palmer to captain in like future game weeks. I think that's probably the way I'd go. Worth moving Wood on to Cunha this week, Orange Apple? I don't think so. I think Wood's a great option, and someone else asked me this earlier. I think Wood's a great option. The way that Nottingham Forest is set up, I think Wood is just like Nottingham Forest. I know Newcastle is like a trickier game for them, but I think like Wood to Cunha is a bit of like a lateral move, and I think Wood Nottingham Forest basically play like these really like on the counter with Gibbs White, Elanga, Hudson Odoi, and then everything is like centered around getting that ball into Chris Wood. And Chris Wood like always has the potential to score 1 or 2 goals. He's also on penalties. And like yeah, I think Cunha is now like a good asset for Wolves, but I just think it's like a bit of a lateral transfer. I think if you've got the freedom and you've got that transfer and you like Cunha and you think he's the one to go for, then fine, use that transfer. But otherwise, I'll probably roll the transfer and save it for going forwards. There's going to be a lot of like switches around that midfield and key premiums that you're going to want to target to captain. So yeah, that's probably what I'd go for. Game week 12 is when I wanted to plan get Palmer and Saka day one. Only 1 free transfer though, so it would require a hit. Yeah, then I'd probably just go McNeil to Semenyo and leave it at that, and then in game week 12, then move Madison to a Palmer or Saka. Finners, hero mate. Yeah, I'd love a custom banner. That's actually one of the things at the moment that I'm is on my list to sort out my YouTube banner. I really appreciate you saying nice to climb the FPL YouTuber ranks. It's still a new channel at the moment, so if you guys are enjoying my like tactical analysis as well as the statistical side, like please subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to grow it. I'll be putting out more and more videos as we go on. At the moment, I'm streaming while I'm on holiday, so this I think probably only a couple of videos out this week with a few shorts. Nick, my man, this is like my best mate in Sydney. Would you wildcard this week or next week after the international transfer? You were texting me all day today. You know my answers on this. I'd go. I've seen your team. I don't think you need to wildcard. I think you can wait. But thanks for commenting. It's always good to see you pop up. Start DCL on Madison Daquan. That's actually a tough one because DCL's finishing has been so bad this year. That me recommending you to start DCL is going to hurt me a little bit. Start DCL or Madison. I'm going to say start Maddison. Just the upside is higher. The upside for me against Ipswich is higher. Start Maddison. I think if Maddison doesn't start, it's going to be the wrong choice. I think DCL will end up like 2 points, no goals. Like I was saying, like that Everton West Ham fixture. Like my thoughts on that. You know what, I'm going to trust in Ange. Yeah, yeah, trust in Ange to help you out. Always trust in Ange. He's an Aussie, so you got to trust in the Aussies. Yeah, look, I think go for Maddison. The upside's just bigger. Like I think the difference is probably going to be minimal. I can't imagine DCL is going to score a goal. I know that's now might come back to bite me in the butt, but I think like Beto's been doing better for Everton as well. So obviously there's chances that like DCL's minutes are a little bit lower. Like he's going to play less minutes. So look, if Maddison starts, yeah, there's more upside. I think go for it. Nice option, Daquan. Good luck this week. I'm actually going to be cheering on Maddison now. I think I got through all your captains. Yeah, Finners, I think I answered. If you had Haaland, who'd you captain? I would captain Haaland. And yeah, obviously, like I said, just based off that, I think it's a good matchup for Man City this week. I think we talked through those on team observations. Let's go on to the next slide. I think we've got a few more teams to get through. Yeah, so that this might be interesting for you as well, Daquan. So Tottenham in that game, the way they were playing, not so much on like a Maddison way, but I think you got Son in your squad, didn't you? Yeah, you got Son in there. So Son for me this week, just a little bit of concern with how they're managing his minutes. The upside for you is Richarlison's out and Werner's out. So who are they going to bring on that left wing for Son this week? I don't know. Like he could easily play 90 minutes, even though they're managing his minutes at the moment. Like obviously he played 45 on the weekend in Champions League and 55 last week. But yeah, so what I was talking about before I went back, any noteworthy punts this week? I'm willing to take a hit for someone who could halt. Noteworthy punts. Phil Foden is my noteworthy punt for the week. Yeah, just I like that matchup. I like that City Brighton matchup. I think that's got also Danny Welbeck. I really like that. I really like that game. I think there's going to be goals in that game. I also think there's going to be goals in the Brentford Bournemouth game. Yeah, I think this week there could be quite a few goals. I haven't missed anybody's comments, have I? No, I'm just strolling up to check. I've got through everything for you guys. Yeah, so in that Tottenham game, basically first half, as I was saying, Udogie was. Any noteworthy punts this week? It's in my blood. Nice fellow Aussie on the stream, big fan. Yeah, Udogie was basically underlapping Son all the time. Son was cutting inside and getting forced inside, and then they were just squeezing him out. Second half, Ange changed it up tactically. Udogie bombed down the outside and was overlapping like traditional fullbacks used to do. That gave Son a couple more options, obviously, to play the ball into Udogie or to cut and make that cross, because they couldn't have the two, like the fullback and the midfielder, like both cover Son and leave the underlapping Udogie. They had to, one had to commit to going with Udogie down the wing, and that meant Son was then more one-on-one, and that's how he whipped that cross in the end. He got this little bit of space to whip that cross in for that Brennan Johnson goal, and that really changed things up for Tottenham, because then you had options. Like Son was having options, like he could take on his man, he could give the ball to Udogie. When he passed it off to Udogie, he'd then overlap, and then someone had to go with him. So Ange's tactical substitutions have been awesome, and I'm not just paying on him because he's an Aussie. He's been great. Who else would take Son off at 1-1 and win 4-1? I mean, even Son probably didn't see that coming. But yeah, he'd been really good tactically with those substitutions. Even when he's, a couple of weeks ago against sub Madison off, put the two guys holding, and got Dejan in that Kulusevski in the attacking midfield role, just causing havoc. Like Kulusevski has been playing awesome for Spurs at the moment. Like he's not quite like essential for FPL, but he's just essential for Tottenham. Like he is creating so much, and like his composure on the ball, his technical ability on the ball, his passing is just amazing. Like he's such a good player. And I think Pep was speaking. I don't know if it was in a recent press conference, it was an old press conference, where he's like, Kulusevski's like one of the most talented players in the Premier League. Yeah, and so then the one other thing about Tottenham, that Tottenham game that I just wanted to note is that I just saw Johnson like drifting wide quite a lot. He just got a lot less involved in the game. I know he's been scoring in a lot of these games. I've got Johnson in my team as well. But I just felt like he was getting he's a lot less involved in the play, unless Tottenham are breaking on teams. Like when those teams have like a little bit of a low block against Spurs, Spurs are not they haven't been great at breaking through that, and like they're like that tactical switch that Ange did in the second half against Villa, like helped them out in that low block. But again, Johnson wasn't really doing that as much with Porro. Like it was more down the Son side that happened. Really, like from the other side, like Johnson would almost like tuck in a little bit, and Porro would be putting in deep crosses. And then like Kulusevski and some of the others would be like drifting into that space. So yeah, I just found like Johnson like starting to worry me, even though he's been returning. I think looking at it from like a footballing perspective, he hasn't been picking up the positions that you'd love him to get into. Although he got on the end of that Song cross, like he's not been like gunning on the end of those crosses that often. So yeah, I'll watch the game carefully again, like this Spurs v Ipswich game, because like I'm hoping for a big return from Johnson against Ipswich. Like they're obviously a team to target. And for me this week, it's sort of been a real dilemma as to whether to bring in Son and captain him, or to back Salah against Villa, who have conceded a ton of goals this week. No, not this week. I guess I said that twice now. Who've conceded a ton of goals this season. My current captaincy is on Salah, and like maybe I'll show you guys my team so you trust me. Not lying to you. This is 31's team. Sorry, this is last week. Hey, big team. This is my current lineup. Yeah, so I've currently got the captaincy of Salah. I'm rolling my transfer this week. I'm just not doing anything. I've got Lewis on the bench because I think he's not going to start. Even if he does start, I don't think City are going to keep a clean sheet. Guardiola's in my team for attacking threat. Gabriel, I mean, honestly, could be on the bench, but Arsenal are such a good defense that if Palmer's going to blank, then hopefully they can get the Arsenal clean sheet. Pedro Porro, obviously, good option. Palmer, fantastic player. I think you've got to have him in your team. Hope he starts. Johnson against Ipswich, great game. Mbeumo against Bournemouth, great game. Salah against Villa, good game. Rodgers is the one where I think I'm sort of still living in the world of Liverpool being someone that teams can attack on the counter. Not probably not seen it as much this year. I think Brighton had those opportunities because they pressed high and they won the ball off Liverpool quite high. Whereas Villa, you've seen them after Champions League games. I don't know if I've got that in my commentary on team observations. Probably because they didn't have obviously a Champions League game last week. Would you captain Son or Haaland this game week? Ooh, Haaland. Still Haaland. Still go Haaland. I think that's a tough call. Like if Son plays 90 minutes against Ipswich, I just think Haaland has the ability to be. So does Son really. They both have the ability to be absolute nuclear weapons. I think that's a way closer decision than any of the other captaincies. But I would go Haaland. And that should really make me think about my own captain choice and my own transfers. I'll go Haaland because I'm just not sure Son will play 90 minutes. And and I think the matchup suits City against Brighton. Whereas like Spurs v Ipswich, like Spurs like always have the thing, right? Like they have to score. When they score and the other team are attacking, like for example, even in that Villa game at 1-1, Villa were looking to win the game. Like Villa didn't want 1-1. Villa wanted to win. So they were going forwards, and then Spurs are on the counter attack are deadly. Like they are deadly on the counter attack. They attack with so much pace. So like I think they will score early against Ipswich, but there's a lot of like assumptions I'm making to put Son as a captain over Haaland. Whereas Haaland, I just think Haaland's a great option. The matchup's really good. The bloke's a monster. Yeah, just nothing I can't say. Why Son won't play 90 minutes, Herman? Because he's still coming back from his injury at the moment. He played 55 minutes last week against Villa and came off. Played 45 minutes midweek in Champions League in Spurs' loss to Galatasaray. Yeah, Andrew did also mention that Hero finish. Where do you want me to send it to you on? Drop me your at on Twitter or Insta, and I'll send something through. Man, also really thank you for that. Really appreciate it. I don't know if you're also a content creator. If you are, I'll definitely subscribe to you as well. Super appreciative of that, because that's actually one thing that I've been really planning to do lately. So you're now my number one fan on this channel. I'll be looking out for your comments. Please hit me up if you got any comments during the week. I'll make sure to respond to you. Sorry, yeah, on Son, yeah, Ange did say he's trying to like get him back to fitness slowly, Herman. So, yeah, I think it's likely that he's just played midweek against Galatasaray, played last week against Villa. I think it's likely he's not going to play the full 90 minutes coming back off that injury. He's too important for Spurs to get injured again and be out for a long time. Like he's obviously their best player. Bryce, South Africa. Man, awesome. Tuning in from South Africa. Sell Eze and Havertz for Bruno Fernandes and Cunha for a -4. Man. No, don't do that. Oh, I don't know. I just don't think I just don't think Bruno Fernandes is the way to go. Like, I really don't think Bruno Fernandes is the way to go. Focusing on work in France now. Awesome, you're from France. That's mad, man. That's cool. It's nice to have so many subscribers from different. I mean, I don't have a lot of subscribers, but nice to have subscribers from so many different places in the world watching. Yeah, Bryce, mate. So I just think Bruno's not a great option. I think if you're going to do Eze and Havertz, I think Eze's fine. Sorry, I think Havertz is fine to keep in your team. If you're looking to get him out for Cunha, I don't think that's a terrible option. But I think that Arsenal's fixtures from game week 13. Arsenal's fixtures from game week 13. Thanks, Nick. Are actually good. So Havertz in the team could be good from them. Eze, obviously, if you're looking to go out, and I think it's not worth it for a -4. Like you can just swap Eze straight out. And I think like around Eze's price point, there are a bunch of good options that I think are like as good options as Bruno Fernandes, if not better options at the moment. Look, all right, Nick, just because you're giving me crap about me not liking United players, I think Bruno Fernandes for a 3-week punt is fine. He's fine to go for a 3-week punt. Long term, I just don't think he's someone I want to have in my team. I don't think like it just depends on how Amorim plays him. I think Amorim's going to put him in the right forward position and Marcus Rashford in the left forward position in his little 3-4-3 system, which may be like a 5-2-3 with the wing backs. I'll message you, Finis. Give me a moment to get through these questions. Yeah, so better pick for an Eze replacement. Good question, Bryce. I'll put up again like the midfielder analysis that we did in the week. Makes sense. Homie has zero faith in Aaron. I'm hopeful for Amarin. Honestly, like I think he could make United a better team. And we'll talk about it after. Let me talk about some options for you, and then we'll talk about United. So I think like Brennan Johnson around that price point, decent. Again, I was talking like earlier about how he's not getting into positions. I'm a bit concerned about him, but I do think like he'd be a decent move for Eze. I think my pick would be Semenyo. I think Semenyo has a really good run of fixtures. Like the next 4 fixtures: Brentford, Brighton, Wolves, all good attacking fixtures. Tottenham as well, like as an attacking fixture, not bad. The other guy that I think he's probably 7.2 now, Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon, like for Newcastle, has some like pretty great fixtures coming up. I think let me just pull up Gordon. I think he's from 13, maybe no, from 12. I think it's from 12. He's got West Ham. Isn't he? Yeah. So this week you got Forest, like obviously a good defense. And you got West Ham in 12, Palace in 13. Yeah, Liverpool in 14, but then 15 Brentford, 16 Leicester, 17 Ipswich, 18 Villa, 19 United. Like that fixture on for Newcastle, if they can like find a bit more form, with now Isak back in the team as well, Gordon could be like an interesting pick there. Outside of that, you got like Brighton midfielders who things a bit tough at the moment with João Pedro coming back. My only pick there would be Mitoma, and then your other options are, I don't know if you've got Saka in your team at the moment. If you don't, then you've got maybe some Arsenal options. You've maybe got like a Martinelli or a Trossard that you can go into. I'd probably go Martinelli just because of like I don't know if you saw the heat map for the Arsenal game last week. Even watching the game, you can tell like Havertz dropped really deep into like a midfield role, so that's probably why you're thinking about moving out of him. And everything just went to the flanks to Martinelli and Saka. Obviously more so to Saka, but if you don't have him, like Martinelli could be a nice option. So I'd say Martinelli, Semenyo, maybe a Johnson. I'd say Martinelli, Semenyo, Gordon would be my top 3. Not in that order. I'd probably say I would go Semenyo and Gordon, then Martinelli, and then man, I forgot who the fourth one I said was. You remember? Yeah, and then maybe like a Mitoma. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd really like Jorginho Rita at Brighton, but I think João Pedro is going to come back into that slot, and then he's going to take it away from him. But he's been great so far. Would you not want to take a punt on Garnacho or even Ahmad in the next 3 game weeks? So Garnacho, like maybe Ahmad, maybe, but I'm not convinced on their minutes. Like I think Garnacho like might not start, to be honest. And like if I was a United manager, like Garnacho would be like one of the first names on the team sheet for me, to be honest, because I think he's quality. And there you go, there's some like United love for you. But yeah, so what I think from United focus is like I think their defense is an area you can look at. Like I think Dalot, in the way that Amarin plays with the like high fullbacks, I think Dalot and Mazraoui could be amazing options. The United defense has been really good. Only caveat being, if you do switch defensive systems midway through the season, obviously you really need to work out the spacing. Like the defenders will need to be coached on the spacing, and it takes time for those like I used to play left back when I used to play footy, and not that I was like, Premier League level, right? But like we played like super competitive football, and we were always coached as like fullbacks into how tight to keep the space between the centre backs. And it's not easy. Like when you shift in a system from maybe like 4-4-2 to playing like 5 at the back, it's really different on how tight the spaces need to be, and that's where you get the runners that are running in behind. And it just makes it a little bit more difficult for a defense when you're changing up that defensive system. But having said that, I think United have got a good fixture run over the next 3, and I think Dalot has potential for attacking returns, and I think United defense has been good. So hopefully they can work that out quickly if they do change system. So I think like for United, I'd be looking more at like the fullback space to bring people in, and I hope Amarin makes them better. I do hope Amarin makes them better because, yeah, man, you guys have had it tough, man. It's been a struggle. Should have kept Mourinho. I love Mourinho. Bryce. Does that answer? Hopefully that answers your question, Bryce, mate. Yeah, hopefully that was of some help. finished, just hit me up on that email, mate. Sorry, appreciate you. Sorry I took so long. I was just trying to get through everybody's questions. Shout out once you've taken it down. I might delete the comment just so people don't fly into that. It's just my side email address, but yeah, if you've seen it and you've noted it down, I'll take it out. But I really appreciate you, mate, and also yeah, enjoy your weekend. Hope your team goes well this week. Hit me up next week if you got any questions. Yeah, Nick, Ahmad. Obviously, I just wouldn't take the punt unless we get some team news as well. Not sure. Obviously, picked up a knock midweek, and I'm hoping that he pulls through and is fit. And Van Nistelrooy said he's hoping he'll be fit to start. But yeah, again, I just think the United forward lineup, there's just so many minutes risks with all of those guys. How do I know who's going to start out of Rashford, Garnacho, Ahmad? Obviously Bruno's going to start, but how does he fit into that system if they play 3-4-3? He's not going to fit in the middle. I just think it's a lot. Rumours are Garnacho will become left wing back and Delo and Mazraoui might be in trouble. Yeah, as a United fan, mate, you're in the know, aren't you? So Finn is a United fan as well. Got a bunch of United fans in this chat. That's mad. There's lots of United fans. Yeah, look, I'm hoping for the best for you guys. I hope things get better. Yeah, look, if Garnacho becomes left wing back, I mean, that's going to be crazy, man. I think that's going to be crazy if Garnacho becomes left wing back, because he's obviously got to get used to playing in that position. Yeah, I don't know. I think obviously you guys don't know either, being United fans. So for me, it's a wait and see on those United players. The only guy that you know that's going to be locked for minutes is Bruno. So thanks, Finners. I'll reply you, mate. I'll reply you after I finish with this stream. I really appreciate it, mate. Enjoy your weekend. Frederick, should I play Lewis or Johnson from Ipswich? Ooh, may I play Lewis? Ipswich can concede 4 goals. Honestly, they could concede 4 to Spurs, and you just get 0 points. And you're moving between basically Lewis. Yeah, City could also concede goals to Brighton. Yeah, it's sort of a tough call, Frederick, to be honest. I think what will happen realistically is Lewis won't start. He'll come off the bench and get 1 point. Thanks, Finish. Have a good one, mate. Yeah, I think Lewis will come off the bench, get 1 point, Frederick, and that'll be that for your team. But I mean, there's obviously the potential that he starts and that Man City keep a clean sheet against Brighton. I think that's unlikely. Do I think it's any more likely that Johnson keeps a clean sheet against Spurs? Not really. Much of a muchness, really. You're probably thinking about 1 or 2 points. I'd probably go Lewis, just because I think he might take up some more attacking positions. Maybe he'll sneak an assist, a random assist for City in the 20 minutes he plays or 30 minutes he plays. Maybe he starts. There's more potential for a bit more upside, I think, for Lewis than Johnson. So I'd start Lewis. But I think you're working with much of a muchness. It's probably 1 or 2 points, both of them. Man, I've spoken about Man United way more than I thought I was going to talk about them today, and I'm still on them on my team observations. Well, let's talk about Chelsea first, and I think we've chatted through United. I think this, as in this team observations here, spacing in defence, players' minutes. How do we know who's locked, who's not locked in for minutes? Yeah, and just I think it's a wait and see. I think they're a wait and see for me. If they start picking up, bring them in. Let's go. A vengeance. We'll bring them all in. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Frederick. Sorry, I know it's probably not the answer you're hoping for, but not much going on there, I guess, with those two guys. Chelsea, on the other hand, let's talk about them. So Chelsea in that game against United, Caicedo, man. Caicedo and Lavia in the middle there. I know Fernandes has been playing a little, Enzo Fernandez has been playing a little bit in between. But Caicedo and Lavia have such a great understanding together. Their physicality in that midfield for Chelsea reminds me of the days where like Mourinho had like Essien in there, where they would just bully teams like Essien, Ballack, like those sort of players with like Robin and Duff on the wings. Oh man, that was a crazy team that Chelsea used to have. Yeah. So like that Caicedo, Lavia, and then you've got Palmer above them with the creative. And then you've got the fullbacks bombing on down the wings. Nicholas Jackson, who's been getting better and better for them. He's learning when to drop in, link up the play, let Palmer run on beyond him, and then when to run and make his own runs. Getting better. I think like he's not the complete package yet, but he's improving as a striker. And Maresca just he seems like he knows what he's doing. Like somehow he's managing a squad of 750 players. And no one seems to be whinging and whining at the moment. Yeah, obviously we'll wait and see with Palmer and see if we get any any late team news on him, and what's going to happen with him going forwards. Outside of and like score prediction for United v Chelsea. United aren't playing Chelsea this week, mate. It was last week. 1-1. You're a United fan. Come on, put it together. I'm assuming you meant Chelsea Arsenal or United Leicester. Chelsea Arsenal, I don't know, man. Like, is Palmer playing? Is Palmer not playing? I think that makes a difference. I think it'll be a low scoring game. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't. I think that game is really hard to predict because you don't know who's playing for either teams. Once if I see the team lineups, WhatsApp me. I'll give you my prediction. Yeah, I really don't know that Chelsea Arsenal game. I just think that could. Arsenal have not been playing great, man. Arsenal have really not been playing great this year. Their defense is not. Obviously, they've had a lot of injuries. I think Odegaard will probably come back in for half the game. I think that's going to make a big difference. To be honest, like when Odegaard comes back into that Arsenal team, he's like that creativity in the midfield that they've been lacking to play those cutting edge passes. And they've obviously been relying on going down the wings and making stuff happen there because they haven't had that creativity in the midfield from like a Declan Rice and Marino, etc. Right? Like they're more of like the holding midfielders, and then that's why you've seen Havertz like trying to drop in and get involved in the play. So yeah, I think that's been like a bit of a problem for Arsenal this season. They haven't been able to obviously create as many clear cut chances, and everything's been relying on Saka, who's been amazing. Like he's been creating the chances for Arsenal, and I think he's like a must-have guy in your team from at least 13. Like when they play West Ham, you're gonna want to have him in. Is it 13 they have West Ham? Yeah, 13 they have West Ham. I think Nottingham Forest good defence, so you probably leave him out at 12 if you don't have the transfers. But yeah, after that, after that, consider flicking him out. Other than that, Chelsea, like, it was nice to see Palmer playing centrally, obviously, again. He got a bonus point. He was super involved in the play. Unlucky not to get a return. I think Maresca's setup now is really like he's trying to get the most out of Palmer as well. And I think the way that they've now got Caicedo and Lavia holding in there is really freeing him up to go and sort of play a little bit more freely, and a little bit less like sort of forced into defensively like tracking and that sort of thing. So yeah, I think let's hope Palmer plays this week. I think it would be a really great match to watch, Chelsea Arsenal. I'm definitely going to watch that because I think it would just be a great game. Just be a great game of football. It'll be really interesting to see the tactics they both employ against each other as well. I thought Maresca's interview was really funny when he was talking about who does Pep like more, him or Arteta. And he was like, "Don't ask me that now." But that was probably one of the best reporter questions that I've heard from a while. Normally they're shambles, some of those press reporters. All right, a few more teams to talk through. Bournemouth obviously got Brentford this week. One of the guys I thought like was interesting now is really talked about Kirkes at fullback. 4.4 million, provides loads and loads of width at Bournemouth. Really involved in the attack. I think he's a potential attacking option going forwards. I know Bournemouth have not been Yeah, look, they're not been bad defensively. I think if you want a 4.4 mil defender and you don't want Nuri, or you've got Nuri and you want another one, I think Kirkez is as good an option as any. I think you got him, Lewis Hall. They're probably the two that I think about. Maybe Luka. Aston Villa have conceded quite a few goals. Yeah, it's probably around that price point. That's where I'd go, and then like obviously you got the Nottingham Forest defense. But I like the Nottingham Forest are a superbly drilled team, and maybe we'll just talk about them first. Yeah, Nottingham Forest, like just brilliant. Like honestly, they're brilliant. They're defensively solid. Like they're set up so well defensively by Nuno, that Moreno, Einar, Milenkovic, Murillo, that back four is just a lock. The real one, Fabianski or Pickford, who to start? West Ham, Everton. That's a good question. Look, I think I would go Fabianski. And I was saying to somebody earlier, he was talking about Fleckenby Fabianski. I think the way that Everton play, even though West Ham have been like pretty shockingly defensively this year, the reason they've been shocking is because they've been really poor in transition. And they really like they track back poorly. They've got slow defenders. They've got slow people in midfield, and teams are able to win the ball and counter them. However, the way Everton play is like quite direct. Like not even, maybe that's not the right word, but they play a lot of like long balls, like diagonal long balls. And what has troubled West Ham is when teams have attacked quickly through the middle with like a sort of fast progressive passing rather than like hit long balls up to their defenders, where they're probably going to be a little bit better. So I think actually West Ham are a little bit more suited to cope with Everton. Like having said that, like I think also Everton defense versus West Ham is like not a bad fixture for them. But I just think West Ham have a few more attacking options, a few more like guys like Bowen. I know Kudus is out, but you know Antonio, they can cause them problems. And I think Keane's still starting. Like Dyke came out in his press conference and said Keane's still starting for them, and Brathwaite's staying on the bench. And obviously Keane's played great for Everton, and I think it's good that Dyke's done that. It's shown that you know guys that play well can keep their place in the team. Like that's obviously going to drive good. I would say like that's good for the squad going forwards. So yeah, I'd probably go Fabianski. I think the set like the way the style of play for Everton, that probably suits West Ham's defensive structure a little bit better. Again, like probably a close call, but I just think West Ham have more players of quality that might be able to break down that Everton defense than Everton do. Obviously, you've seen like Calvert-Lewin's finishing; it's been absolutely shambles. And like, where's that moment of quality going to come from Everton? Yeah, so I'd probably go Fabianski, the real one. Yeah, I don't know where were we? I was talking about Forest West Ham last week. Yeah. So I'd say that Nottingham Forest setup defensively been amazing, and like honestly, Murillo is like amazing centre back. I think he has like he's not quite the full package yet, but he has all of the attributes to be like just an awesome centre back. Like he's obviously physical. He reads the game just amazingly well. He has like really good footballing IQ, and I've talked about that with a few players, and probably the guys I would say that I've seen that I love their footballing IQ. Just off the top of my head, I can think of Johan Wissa at Brentford, incredible IQ, always picks up the great position. Cole Palmer, amazing IQ. Like he sees things that like I'm watching the game and I can see the whole pitch, and he hits passes and he moves into spaces where I'm just like, yeah, I just didn't see that whatsoever. Like absolutely just couldn't see. And like he's obviously on the pitch, like he is not able to see this whole thing so easily. Like we've got a bird's eye view of the whole pitch, and he's incredible player. There's a few other players obviously in the Premier League that have incredible IQ, but I mean those are just ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, so I think that Murillo Milenkovic pairing is awesome, and like if you look at like the defender stats at the moment, I think Milenkovic is is in there somewhere. Yeah, he's an orange in there. So this is like top 20 expected goals and assists for defenders. Like what I would say is like don't read into this too much. Like you can't read into stat. Like you got to think tactically and statistically, right? I love the stats, but I'm also like more of probably of a tactical thinking FPL guy from watching the games and like understanding how the teams are playing from having a footballing background. So I think like for these stats, like I've watched a couple of the Forest games and like they're mostly through like a couple of really big chances that Milinkovic had. Sorry, a couple of really big like assist creation chances that he had during the season, which is why he's up that high. Like, don't think that he's going to be returning like once every 5 games. Like, probably not going to happen. But if you were to pick one of him and Mario, this probably leads you more towards like maybe he's going to create more over the course of the season. But if you're going to pick one of those two, it's going to be purely for Forest clean sheets. It's not going to be because of you're looking for attacking returns. If you're going to be looking for attacking returns, you're going to have to go for an Aina or Moreno at fullback because it just makes more sense. Personally, I'd go for Moreno, despite Aina's absolute thunderbolt. But yeah, I just think Moreno's like technical ability is a little bit better, and he might be able to create more assists due to that. But I think both of them are great options, both Aina and Moreno, to be honest. I wonder what the price points are of them now. Like I think look at their price points quickly. Click over. They're the same. Oh, Aina 4.7, Moreno 4.4. So yeah, same 0.3 as well. So yeah, I would go for Moreno. I think that's the better option. But yeah, like as I was saying, really well set up defensively, and like physically the centre backs are imposing. They're good in the air, and the fullbacks keep like their defensive line is excellent. They really well coached. And then obviously like the way their midfield play is to break quickly, and then they've got wingers. They've got Hudson-Odoi, they've got Elanga, they've got Gibbs-White through the middle that all break quickly, all fast. They're able to get up and down. They're good defensively in transition. They're good offensively in transition. And you've got Wood, who's just being clinical up front, and everything flows into Wood. Everything's they're trying to get it into Wood, and he can score with his head, he can score with his feet. So Nottingham Forest as a team, I think, have a great sort of balance of players. And yeah, I really like their team. I think Nuno's a fantastic coach, really great coach. Wood's obviously in great form, so yeah, amazing team. I don't know how I got on Nottingham Forest, but anyway, yeah. So that what are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about 4.5 mil midfielders, defenders. Sorry, yeah. So that's what, so that's what I'd say out of that Forest defence. I'd probably go for a Moreno. I think Kirkes is a good option at Bournemouth. Only thing with that Forest defence is their fixtures are not amazing over this next few game weeks. Their fixtures start to turn from maybe like 17, 18. They get some really nice fixtures, 19 maybe, something like that. And then like I would definitely have one, if not two, Forest defenders. I honestly might have two at that stage of the season. But at the moment, yeah, it's probably like an Aït-Nouri, maybe a Kirkes over the next 4 weeks, maybe a Lewis Hall. He's got a good fixed run going forwards. Those are probably my guys. If you want to go into Nottingham Forest early, I don't blame you. I think like they could still keep clean sheets against most teams. So, yeah, well, I mean they could easily keep a clean sheet against Newcastle this week. But yeah, they do have Newcastle, Arsenal, and Man City in their next 4 game weeks with Ipswich in between. Yeah, and then West Ham, obviously, what we talked about being bad in transition. Just don't like their transitional setup football. It's just slow players, and I think that's caused them a lot of problems this year. Like they've given away the ball several times, and then they've just not been able to recover, and then that's cost them. And like one of my mates is a West Ham fan, and he just says, just stop letting Paqueta pass the ball to the opposition and stand there and watch. So yeah, I think West Ham need to sort it out. Like they either need to like sign some midfielders that are faster, sign some defenders that are faster, or just tell the players to get back. Is like, yeah, I will stop banging on about United, but it was what United had the problem on in the past, of like being poor transitionally, and all the teams would break on them. Yeah, so I think those are what my observations were from last week's games. I think the one team that I left off there was the late game, which was the Brentford game, because I think when I released the video, I didn't have enough time to build a to watch the game and put the content out. What I'd say against Brentford, like obviously this sort of is and Fulham, right? So that was the Brentford Fulham game. So yeah, that sort of Brentford Bournemouth game, I think both of those teams really work well in fast build up plays. And both of those teams, I would say probably Brentford are almost less good defensively than Bournemouth. So I think it could be a high scoring game. I don't think Mbuemo is a great option this week. I think Wissa's a great option. Is it Mbumo? Whatever. I don't know. I can't pronounce names. Too many countries to pronounce names correctly. Apologies. If someone like confirms with Brian how to pronounce it, then tell me. I won't believe it until it's confirmed. Yeah, Kirk is sorry. So yeah, both Bournemouth and Brentford players I think could score goals this week. So I think Semenyo is a good option. I think Mbuemo is a great option. I think Wissa is a fantastic option. So yeah, it could be a lot of goals in that game. I think both teams will score. But I'd love to see Flecken keep a clean sheet because he's my guy. He's my goalie. So I might flick over to my own team while we got some time and just sort of talk through my thinking for like what I'm doing and why I'm choosing that, and probably convince myself at the same time, because if I'm honest, like I haven't this is going to be almost 95% like what my final team is going to be, unless someone puts something in the chat or there are some late team news that changes my mind. I'm probably just not gonna change from here. So I got Flecken in goal against Bournemouth. I'm not going to change my goalkeeper. I just got to hope that they don't concede 2 goals in the last minute. Because honestly, last week, if they hadn't have conceded those 2 goals, he'd have got like 10 saves, which was like 3 save points, 2 points for playing. He'd have got a clean sheet, and he'd probably got 3 bonus points. He'd have probably ended up with like 12 points. Ended up with 4. Really unfortunate. I forgot to talk about Fulham, and we'll go back to Fulham after I've gone through the team. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll just show you like my actual pick team to see what I've selected. Guardiola at the back for City. Like, I don't think City will keep a clean sheet, but Guardiola's offensive. Like, look at him over the last few weeks. 7, 9, 10, 1, 9. Like, that's crazy. He scored 3 goals in 5 weeks, and you're like, yeah, okay, he's probably not going to keep that up, but like he's taking shots. Like he's playing so high for Man City that it's like, well, if City come out, like this is not going to happen, but say De Bruyne plays 90 minutes, like Rico Lewis, Guardiola both start, City just play incredible and just like destroy Brighton. Like Guardiola's going to be involved. Like, are you going to want him in your team? So for him, it's just attacking potential, and like obviously City, one of the top 3 teams in the league. This week I think tactically is not a great matchup for them, but like I want him in my team going forward. And I think like out of my 5 defenders, he's probably second best for Hull potential. Gabriel, purely just because I do believe in the Arsenal defence over the next, over the fixture run from 12. I'm sure they'll start to improve. They're starting to get their players back now. They're starting to get back to full fitness. Yeah, I want to keep Gabriel over that period. Again, he's somebody where I'm not expecting a clean sheet this week, which is horrible to say because I'm like Flecken not expecting a clean sheet, Guardiola not expecting a clean sheet, Gabriel not expecting a clean sheet. Only really Pedro Porro of Spurs Imagine going into a game week going Spurs is the one team that might keep me a clean sheet this week. Yeah, that's a big fear for me. That defensive lineup. But like, there's potential for attacking returns there. Like Gabriel off corners, Pedro Porro, Guardiola, all of them could potentially get attacking returns. And that's sort of what this season, as I've spoken about in previous videos, it's been so difficult to pick clean sheets. Like, I don't know if there's anybody that's been like consistently getting multiple clean sheets each week. I definitely haven't. So my view is I'm going to go for the defenders where I think I've got the most potential for attacking upside, and that's worked out. I think Guardiola's done a really good job for me. Lewis has picked up a couple of assists in there. Previously I had Trent instead of Porro, who like obviously he's got clean sheets rather than attacking returns, but I mean that was when my head was thinking he was going to get attacking returns. I think Pedro Porro, like, there's probably a mistake. It was the week that Ait Nouri scored as well, and it was a choice between Pedro Porro and Ait Nouri for me. And it was because of like I'd watched the Tottenham game that week, and I'd watched like how Brennan Johnson was starting to push inside a little bit, and how Porro was starting to get down the wing and put those crosses in. And I was just thinking like, yeah, like I could hop on this quite early. Spurs have got a good game fixture run. Maybe they'll keep some clean sheets. Then they lost 1-0 to Palace. Yeah, like, come on, man. So yeah, that was sort of my thinking. But I'm hoping Pedro Porro this week is Ipswich. Come on, Spurs, keep your clean sheet and maybe get some attacking returns from Pedro. I take the clean sheet, to be honest. Then moving on to midfield, Palmer. Obviously, we're waiting to hear if there's any like late news on him. He obviously posted that photo of him. He obviously posted that photo of him in the like strapping, but that's sort of like a match strapping that you put on like prior to playing, like just it's either a heat pack or an ice pack, just sort of get yourself ready to go. So he's like looking like he obviously saying like he's trying to say like, yeah, look at me, like I'm almost ready to come back and play. So I like to think that Palmer's going to start against Arsenal. I think going forwards, obviously, good. Like one of the guys you want to have in your team for 12 onwards, like they've just got great captaincy options, as we were showing on the screen with the captaincy charts. Salah and Palmer really have so many good options for captaincy over those 6-7 game weeks. That yeah, like I think it's difficult to like want to go against them over that period of time. Obviously, Haaland as well has got some good options. Yeah, outside of that, I got Brennan Johnson, who I think I've spoken about, like, makes me a little bit nervous. Even though he's picked up returns, like I just think the positions that he's been getting into for Spurs has not been as good over the last few weeks as he was like previous weeks. But again, like it really depends on whether Spurs are able to counter attack on teams and like or not even counter attack, but just like play in transition. Yeah, I mean really like counter attack. Or whether they leave space running behind. I think that's the main thing. Feels like a lot of the big streamers have started their channels at the moment. But guys, like, put your comments in the chat. Like, if you like my content, please subscribe, help the channel out. And like, I can obviously get back to your comments a lot quicker and go into a lot more depth because I'm going through and answering all the comments on here. So that's one of the bonuses of being smaller stream is I can get through all of your comments and give you some good feedback. So please stick your comments in the chat if you've got any questions, and if you're happy with my answers, give me a subscribe and follow some content in the future. I think the channel's a little bit different. Some of the other channels will give like both a statistical and a tactical view of the football, which I think is really important to consider going forwards. Both and the matchups in each game week, and like the style of play that each of the teams have, and how that obviously works better and worse against different teams, and obviously the stats. Like I love stats too, so yeah, chuck your comments in there. I will answer all of the comments today, so before the deadline. So yeah, chuck in if you've got anything. Anyway, cracking on with my team and talking through like my points. So yeah, my one thought this week was honestly to move Johnson out for like a Son, and I know it's a bit of a crazy move, but I think over these next few game weeks, it's really important to target the best captain. Number one most important thing is you should be structuring your team to have the best captains over the next game weeks. And if you haven't structured your team like that, do it now. Like try and work out how you can get in the best captains. Like if you have to have Palmer one week and sell him for Saka, and then buy Saka and then buy Salah the next week, do it. If you're going to captain them each of those weeks, do it. Like we have the transfers this year, and like the way that FPL's changed stuff up this year, where you can roll up to 5 transfers. If you're saving up those transfers, and like I did that prior to like post wildcard, like wildcard in 6, like actually went like, pretty well for me. I thought like I was pretty happy with my wildcard. It wasn't as shambolic as some people's that week. Like I made some good decisions, but then like I just kept rolling my transfers after that, and then I was able to make the moves to get in a Palmer and a Salah. And with the I still have like 3 mil in the bank, so I could move Johnson to Saka. Sorry, I could actually I'm 0.1 off moving Johnson to a Saka, which is wild. Which is probably one of the reasons why I'm thinking of rolling this week. I wasn't before Saka went up to 10.1 million last week. It was just terrible. So yeah, that's why I'm also thinking about rolling my transfer this week, because I think next week I've got to make a decision whether I want to keep Rico Lewis, if I downgrade him now, then I could go Johnson to Saka next week, which is where I'd like to go to. I might not even Spurs have got City, so I'll probably go Johnson to probably Saka, maybe a Foden, maybe a De Bruyne. We'll see. But I will have Saka in from 13 for sure. But I definitely will have Saka in for 13, so I might just go to him next week. So yeah, that was sort of my thinking. And one of the reasons why I'm thinking of rolling this week is that I'll have 2 transfers next week to be able to then do that double switch out of Lewis, and he's done me great. I've had Lewis all season. I think he's been like a must-have. Honestly, I think he had a must-have. And if he starts this week, I'm probably going to keep him. Like if he starts over Walker, like I'm probably going to keep him. Yeah, and Mbumo, whatever his name is. Someone find out for me. Put it in the chat. How do you pronounce his name? Yeah, obviously, like just still good fixture run for Brentford over the next 3, 4, 5, maybe you could say. So and like on pens, great price point. Got to have Salah. Just unbelievably clinical this year. He's just been in a world of his own. Like I think his finishing is just up there with Haaland's finishing this season. Honestly, it's been incredible, and just great captaincy options over the next few weeks. So I think he's like important to have in the team. Rodgers is just a price point guy for me. Like I think at the moment, the people around that price point that are interesting is Rodgers, Buonanotte, and Jorginho Ruta at Brighton. But I think João Pedro is gonna rob him of being a great fantasy asset, because otherwise I think he's like he'd probably come in for Rodgers for me, just because I think he's got just like the way Brighton are. I just think they're even better offensively than Villa, which I wouldn't have said at the start of the season. Chris Wood, he's my new goal scoring machine. He's the new Erling Haaland. No, Chris Wood's incredible, and yeah, my mate Nick has Chris Wood always, and it's really frustrating. He always has him every season, and he always just like has him for a few weeks. He'll always score. Very frustrating. So I just couldn't, like, after Wood started picking up this year, I just had to get him in. And yeah, obviously scored for me last week. Did the job when I subbed out Haaland for Wood, and brought in Palmer. So that was a win for me. And I think the big thing this week is hopefully Palmer does something, because that's probably where I'm going to gain rank on people. I think a lot of people will probably captain Salah this week. And to be honest, like I'm not sure that it's the best decision. I find the captaincy call this week difficult. And my final decision was after just thinking like Villa have conceded a lot of goals this year. They've been not as good post Champions League matches this year. They've been a bit lethargic. Salah's finishing's been really good. And is Son going to play 90 minutes? And outside of that, just was I comfortable enough with Mbeumo against Bournemouth to go for him? And although I think there's goals in the game, I think Bournemouth's defense has almost been like a tiny bit better than Villa's. So Matty Cash is probably out as well. I don't know who's down that left side. With Luka Dean down the left, probably with maybe Maatson coming on later for them. So yeah, they've had some problems Villa at the back, and obviously like they've been rotating through players with injuries and stuff. So yeah, I just ended up thinking, let's go for the main team, main man. He's gonna probably play 90 minutes, and he's been in great form against a team who's conceded quite a few goals this year. Can't be a bad option. Maybe it's a bit of a boring pick, and I think this week there are potentials to go for more differential captains. Not hugely, but like I think like Mbeumo, Son. Yeah, it wouldn't blame me for picking them. But yeah, that was sort of my thought process for going with Salah. I think it's a difficult one for me because I didn't see like any real, other than Haaland, I don't see any real obvious captaincy choice. I think Haaland's the obvious choice. I wouldn't even think twice about captaining Haaland this week if I had him. Rodgers, yeah, Rodgers I've started over Lewis and old mate Wout Faes, who I'm now thinking of moving ahead of Lewis on the bench. I don't know if that's wild. I'm also like maybe that's wild. Leicester keep a clean sheet against United. Thoughts, anyone? Nah, surely not. I've been too anti-United today. I'm going to say United to score. Don't know, man. You don't know. Like honestly, like those decisions are all like Rodgers, Lewis, Faes, all of those three need to go for out of them. I think just Rodgers has the most upside, and that's the way to go for it, right? Who's got the most upside? Rodgers scores a goal, gets 5 points. Like Lewis not going to score a goal. Faes is not going to score a goal. Lewis probably not even going to start. Might sneak an assist coming off the bench. Faes is probably going to concede. He's going to get 2 points. That's his biggest upside. Lewis might get an assist. That's his biggest upside. Probably unlikely to get a goal. And Rodgers might get a goal. Like maybe Villa just play incredible. Yeah, so that's why he's there. Just higher upside potential. Wood, well, I mean, great form. Newcastle, not an easy fixture, not the worst fixture. They've been playing a lot better defensively lately. But yeah, Wood so essential to Nottingham Forest. Always the potential to score multiple goals on penalties. Great pick. Watkins against Liverpool. Look, the way Liverpool have always been probably exposed is people getting in behind. Less so this season under Slot. I think he's really strengthened their defence and made them much more effective. But fast strikers have been historically a problem. And although Watkins, I just don't think quite been in the same vein of form that he was in previous season, he's still obviously the focal point from that Villa attack. He does give me some concerns going forwards if he does continue this form, considering Duran has been in such great form. I think Emery will stick with him. Like I think Watkins will pick up a couple of goals here and there, and it'll be enough to keep his starting place. And maybe he'll just start Duran in the Champions League. But yeah, I'm hopeful, obviously, that Watkins starts because otherwise that would be tragic for my team this week. Would you swap Watkins for Havertz moving forwards? I would definitely consider swapping Watkins for Havertz moving forwards. I probably am looking to get out of Watkins over the next few weeks. Specifically with Odegaard coming back. Yeah, specifically with Odegaard coming back is why I would swap for Havertz, because like what that means is Havertz is not going to be dropping in deep trying to create and link play with Odegaard coming back. He's going to be able to play in that 9 role. Odegaard's going to be able to be that creative threat. Saka and Martinelli are going to be able to get higher and get those balls into the box for Havertz, and he's going to be becoming more of a goal scoring threat than a creative threat that he's had to try and help out with in the previous weeks. I think there are a ton of good strikers though at the moment. Like it's not just Havertz that I think is a good. Like, I think Welbeck's a great option. Like, actually, let's have a look at this like fixture difficulty run coming up. So, like, I put this together: Captain Cunha, Vice Captain Johnson, or Fernandez, or Mbumo, please. Either situation. Captain Cunha. Sorry, mate. Are you asking who to captain out of those and who to vice captain? Is that what you're saying? Or who to vice captain? And you're going to captain Cunha. I'm going to take it for now as who you're asking who to captain and vice captain out of those 4. Biggest upside is probably how I'd look at it. I think okay, cool. So I think people I'd go for. Well, that's actually tough. Like, there's a lot. I would say I would be least likely to captain or vice captain out of all of them. Probably Johnson. Going back to my Fernandez commentary again. Captain, I think I'd be most likely to captain Mbumo against Bournemouth. Like I was saying, I just think there are going to be goals in that game. I think they both play like quite fast transition football. They like to play quickly. They both break on each other. They both commit players forwards, and I think like both teams will score. I think obviously Mbumo's on penalties as well, so that helps. So I think my captaincy would probably be an Mbumo. Cunha v Wolves, Fernandez v Leicester. Like, for me, like, captaincy is so important that it depends if you're really like looking to take it like a big punt. I think Bruno Fernandes is a really big punt against Leicester because you just don't know how they're going to set up. You don't know how they'll set up under Alarim. You don't know where he'll play. Like, he might play in that right forward role. They might keep the same sort of formation they've been playing until he's able to train and implement that new formation. Or he might just like stick to the United formation and just try and tweak it a little bit tactically. So I think for me, like, Bruno's just like a bit too much of a wild card. Like, I don't know how United are going to play, how they'll work, like go under Amarim. So I wouldn't captain or vice captain him. So that just leaves us with me. I'd probably come to Cunha versus Mbumo, and like I think both of those are interesting options. Like, I was just talking about Cunha earlier. He's like quite a creative for Wolves, as well as like getting in this position to score the goals. Like, Wolves don't really have any like creative midfielders that play those key passes. Like, they sort of hit like crossfield like balls across. And then like Cunha's really the only one that manages to like drop into that space and then like find those creative passes. And then obviously like he like runs drive forwards and like tries to run in. So I think Mbumo v Cunha is how big you are on Cunha. Like, I'd probably go Mbumo and Cunha vice captain because I think like obviously historically there's more potential. We've seen Mbumo get bigger returns. Brentford have been really good at home. They're good attacking. Mbumo's on penalties. And I think like the tactical matchup, Bournemouth Brentford, makes me think that there are going to be goals in that game with the way they both like to play fast transition football. So I'd probably go Mbumo, but I'd say Cunha's a fine choice. I'd go captain, vice captain those two, and leave Johnson and Fernandes. Hopefully that helps. If you want me to make a call, I would go Mbumo captain, Cunha vice, but I think you could go either way. I wouldn't say don't go Cunha. If you like really think if you really like him, I think that's fine to go against Southampton. Like, they're one of the teams that I'd like to target this season. So yeah, captain Mbeumo, Madison, or Isak. Mbeumo. That's an easy one for me. Isak has Forest, who I think are one of the best defenses at the moment. Really well drilled. I spoke about that earlier. Madison might not start for Spurs. Like honestly, like I don't know if he'll start. We were talking about this earlier on the stream. Even if he does start, just Mbeumo. Yeah, I think that's a simple one. If you need more detail, actually, I'm happy to go into it. But I think, yeah, for me, Mbeumo's definitely the choice there. Yeah, agree, Tiger and Gunnar. I actually think that was that's probably the hardest question I've had all day, and I had to slowly work my way through my answer to that as well, because when I looked at those four, I was like, yeah, all good fixtures. Yeah, couldn't blame you for who you'd go with, to be honest. But yeah, those are my picks. I can't remember why we got into this attacking difficulty fixture swing, but yeah, basically what I created this myself based off current Premier League results and who I think are good teams to play for an attacking team. I think it's different to like the actual FDR. I think this is more accurate based off like who's been conceding more goals, whose teams targets, and just like who are better defenses in general. So like I sort of built this out and then wanted to talk through like some of the fixture swings over the next few game weeks and where I see like wild cards being a good option, etc. So like obviously 12-13, you can see those big fixture swings for both Chelsea and Brighton. And then like Arsenal as well, like everyone talked about. But I think Arsenal's fixture swing is actually more like better as a defensive fixture swing than an attacking fixture swing. Just because like if you look at that sort of fixture run, like Nottingham Forest actually really good defensively. West Ham goals. Man United have been pretty good defensively. Like we'll see what sort of system they play under Amorim. Fulham are like not a bad defensive side, and then like after that, then yeah, Everton, Palace, Ipswich, Brentford, even Brighton probably going to move for me into like a grade soon if they keep conceding the way they have been, and Tottenham as well. So like 16, like it's a little like attacking is a little bit more better. But yeah, I'd say that Arsenal fixture run is still good from an attacking perspective as well. It's not like there are games where you're like super concerned about the opposition. I think Nottingham Forest is probably Nottingham Forest United the hardest games there. I also have Isak as one of my forwards, but because Newcastle were away, wasn't thinking about Isak. Yeah, mate, I wouldn't think about Isak either. I think Nottingham Forest are just like awesome defense. I was talking about them earlier and how well drilled Nuno has them, and like I think Murillo and Milenkovic are like just great centre backs. I'd put them in almost any team in the Premier League. I reckon they'd get in. I find it like maybe Liverpool are the. I think even Liverpool. I think Maria would get in. Like I think he'd get in over Kanate. Like I honestly think that guy has all the attributes to be one of the best Premier League defenders. He's physically strong. His footballing IQ is incredible. He reads the game so well. Times he cuts out passes are insane. And then like Moreno and Aina have been like great for the Forest. Like I think the line, like the defensive line that Nuno's coached into them, like they're really good. Their spacing's excellent. They don't leave the gaps in between the fullbacks and the centre backs for people to like run through. They know like when to push up, when to come back together. Like that defensive line for Forest has been super good this year. And obviously like they sit a little bit deeper as well, and they play that sort of counter attack, fast paced transition football with Gibbs, White, Alanga, and Hudson-Odoi. So yeah, like I think Newcastle will find that a tough game. Like I really do think they'll find that a pretty tough game this week. I think that would be a great. I actually think like probably not an interesting game to watch, but like probably be a good game. Yeah, definitely like fixture difficulty rating on the FPL site has it as a 2, but I would definitely say that's not a 2 for Newcastle. That's not an easy game. Yeah, but Isak after that going forwards looks like a much better like much better. Like this is another one in this fixture swing. Like you can see here, Newcastle 12 and 13. Their fixtures from attacking perspective just get so good from 12. So that's why I was sort of looking at that. Like if you want a wild card, like, that's a really good time to wild card. I also like kept 13 in there because I just thought that was interesting. It's sort of when like if you want to come out of Haaland, I actually think 13 is the best week because Tottenham also like the tactical setup, the way they play and the way they're going to come out to play against City means that they're also going to be spaces in between their lines. And it's not like Ange's going to suddenly sit back and play deep against City because it's City. He's still going to come out to play against them. I think again, like there could be the goals in that game the same way they're going to be goals in their game against Brighton this week. Yeah, so I think Liverpool from 13 going forward, that's sort of where you look to get out of Haaland. And if you like don't want to go without Haaland until then, if you don't want to go out of Haaland until then I think like 13 actually looks a really nice week because that also for me like Arsenal fixtures, like if you want to bring Saka in, 13 is probably better than 12. So the only thing with that, right, is Tiger McGee, when should I do my wildcard? Yeah, let's talk about it. And like to be honest, mate, like chuck your team ID up and I'll pull your team up and we can talk about it because it sort of depends on like what your team setup is at the moment. Like I think 12, like you want to have Palmer, like you want to have Palmer or Salah or ideally both because Southampton, and it depends who you want to captain, right? Because Southampton and Leicester are two games that you're going to want to either captain Palmer against Leicester or Salah against Southampton. And I'd pick them as better games than City against Tottenham, right? So, um, like my view is 12. If you can get into 12 and use your transfers to get a Salah and a Palmer, then actually 13 is quite a nice week to wildcard. So I'd say 12 and 13 are really like the weeks that you'd be looking at with that fixture swing. If you've got a bunch of like free transfers saved up and you're able to sort of like move out of Haaland into those premiums, like into that like premium midfield, which I think is from 13 to 16, like those 4 game weeks, that premium's looking good. And then like as you can see from this fixture swing, like 17 AFCON, right? So that's Salah gone, that's Aït-Nouri gone, that's Nicholas Jackson gone, that's Wissa gone. All of those guys go to AFCON in 17. So like make sure you're thinking about that when you do make your wild. If you wildcard in 12, 13, think about the fact that you're going to have no Nicholas Jackson, you're going to have no Wissa, you're going to have no Salah, you're going to have no Aït-Nouri, and make sure that you have the transfers to move these guys around. Because otherwise, like you're going to get 4 or 5 game weeks down the line and be like, crap, like what do I do? And again, like if you don't want a wild card, if you don't want a wild card in like a 12, 13, and you're able to like work your way with the transfers, then 18 is also like 17, 18 is like also like quite a nice fixture swing where you can see here like Liverpool's attacking fixtures just get awesome. Only problem with that, you got Salah away, so you're going to be looking and you're going to be seeing like maybe that is the time for a Luis Diaz, a Gakpo, or a Jota. It's going to be like who's going to play in that Salah role on that side. At the moment, I'm not sure who's going to play there. I think it could be a Diaz. So yeah, that could be a time where you're more comfortable over the minutes of those guys because you know that Salah's gone. So it's like maybe you double up on like a Jota and a Diaz over that period of time. So think that AFCON time you might want to be going into the Liverpool front line and out of Salah. And then Man City fixtures also like that 5 week span. Do you want to be without Haaland from 18? I wouldn't want to be without Haaland from 18, especially with like De Bruyne back and firing. Foden's probably like he's going to be playing like he's already looking to start playing better. So yeah, I think that like that also is like a consideration to have around that time. Sorry, do I need to use my first World Cup at the end of December? Yeah, I think it's 29th. I think it's the 29th of December. Can I have a look at what game week that is actually? Let's have a look what game week that is. Yeah, it's 18. 27th of December, it's 18th. So, yeah, you're probably going to have to use it. Probably going to have to use it game week 18. Looks like a nice week for it if you do want to use it then. Sunday 29th of December is available until. Second wild card will be available after then for the January transfer window. That is the official FPL line. Yeah, so the game week is 27th of that is that game week 27th of December, right? Let's just double check that game week deadline. Sorry. Yeah, 26th of December is game week 18 deadline. Game week 19, yeah, Sunday 29th. So that is the last game week you can use your wildcard one for. It's game week 19, yeah. Yeah, so that's the time where, like, if you're going to use a late one, like 18, 19 is a really nice like time with those fixture swings. I'd probably go 18 because that's the time where you want to get Haaland back in. If you're not in a Haaland at the moment, like I would want to have Haaland in for that sort of Everton, Leicester, West Ham, Brentford, Ipswich. That looks really nice for City over that period of time. Ward, Archetype, Captain Foden. Yeah, mate. I'm not against it. What are your other options? Let me know what your other options are, because yeah, I'd say game week 12 or 18 for you, Tiger and Guna. I think those are good options. Even 13, like 13 is potential, but if you don't have like a Salah and a Palmer now, and you want a wild card, I think 12's better. Like, just easier to make that switch. And I think like a little bit earlier is often works out better. You save a bit of money on the price changes. And don't forget, when you do use your wild card, like, make it right away so you don't miss out on any of the price changes. Like, as soon as that game week starts, transfers. And then, like, the way I like to play my wild card as well is I look at the price change predictor. So just recently got rid of Haaland and replaced him with Isaac. Yeah, exactly. So I think for you, like, could be like 18 actually, like, could be nice if you haven't used your wild card yet, and you're able to sort of get into like a Salah and a Palmer over the next few weeks with the money you have and the transfers you have. 18 could be nice. Otherwise, yeah, 12, 13 to get like a Salah, Palmer, Saka premium for 13. Yeah, and like one thing, like I would definitely say for everybody, when you are doing your wild cards, is check out this like free website. Like, I don't use Fantasy Football Hub. I'm stingy. I don't want to pay for stuff. I got a bunch of like free websites that you can use to help you, like, for FPL. Really good. Like, this one's FPLstatistics.com, and it sort of gives you the same sort of estimations of when the price changes are going to be. Or maybe I should zoom in a little bit. I don't know if you guys can see that very well. Is that better? Yeah, FPLstatistics.com, and like, it will tell you, like, if they're over 100, it means that they're likely to get a rise. It's not, I mean, it's not science, right? So generally when they're around 100, it's sort of like 50-50. Once like 119 and 135 means next time the days go round, Salah's definitely going to go up. Solanke's definitely going to go up. 8 million in the bank, yeah, man, that's awesome. You can definitely, like, maybe use your transfers. If you got a couple of transfers, you can go into like Salah and Palmer, just upgrade a couple of the midfielders. Yeah, I got about 3.4 mil in the bank at the moment. I'm probably looking to, what my transfer? I'm probably looking to go like Johnson to Saka, but I think I'm like 0.1 out at the moment. It's really annoying. So yeah, I'll probably like swap Lewis to like a 8 million or something. Also 0.1 out. Yeah, Moreno, Semedo, something like that. So I'll work it out next week. But yeah, that's probably where I'm going. I want to get Saka in for 13 against West Ham, if need be. Next week, my team probably looks not that bad anyway. So, how long we got till deadline? 40 minutes. Do I do a podcast during the week? I don't do podcasts, but I probably release like 2 or 3 videos. At the moment, I'm on holiday at the moment, so I've been releasing like maybe 1 or 2. But I do like the team observations that I've been going through and the statistics. So if I just stick up on screen like what I normally do during the week, normally give like a rundown of the fixtures and what I've seen tactically out of the fixtures across all of the different teams. And then we'll also include in the same video like the statistical analysis of all the players and their XG and XA. We'll try and link them together and talk about like what players I think are the best picks for that week. I'll run through the defenders, the midfielders, and the forwards. I highlight sort of who I think are the key guys. And then normally I just give some like personal picks of who I think are some interesting choices, maybe some differentials, and talk about like what the pros and cons of those guys are as well. And I'm like everybody, make mistakes and put things like Cunha for Evan Nilsson when I'm rushing through stuff. Yeah, so that's probably like my main content for the week, is I'll do like a rundown of all of that stuff. I also have been trying to do this series on like professional FPL players. So I like Mo Salah's got his own FPL team, Trent's got his own FPL team, and I review their FPL teams. And sometimes it gives some interesting insights about what players are nailed for those teams. Like the Trent and Salah ones were really interesting at the beginning of the season because they both had Jota in there when people were worried about his minutes, and that sort of highlighted to me that Jota's the main number 9 for Liverpool, and they know that, and they kept him in there that whole time. Are we allowed to know my name? Yeah, my name's Adam. The rest of it, I don't know. I'm new to YouTube, so I don't know how much publicity I really wanna go. But yeah, Adam is my name. But the English Aussie is fine. But yeah, subscribe to my channel, please, guys. Like, it really helped the channel. I'm obviously like a new and growing channel at the moment. I think my channel's quite different to a lot of the like mainstream content creators. So I'm hoping to like build my own niche of like this more like tactical / statistical hybrid where cheers Tiger and Gear, appreciate your comments, mate, and like tuning into the stream. It's always nice to have people giving me comments and stuff to talk about. Ethan, yes, I've seen your comments before, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Start Fabianski or Raya, bearing in mind that I don't have Gabriel. Fabianski or Raya. Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one, mate. Just come across my channel today. Yeah, nice one, Tiger and Gear. Well, subscribe, mate, and stick around. Stick around for the journey. Hopefully, we can build it up. Hopefully, I do some different stuff, and you guys will enjoy. And if there is any other content that you want to see, like, please let me know, because obviously being a new channel, I'm happy to sort of like cater to what you guys are looking for. Hopefully that sort of like tactical statistical lens will be good. And like for the time being, I can answer all the questions. So yeah, sorry, Ethan, mate, Fabianski or Raya. I think it's a tough call. And like I'm probably just gonna like in a second I'm gonna start not talking to people and looking for some team news and see if anything's come yet for Cole Palmer. I think I was talking earlier about like I think that the West Ham game, although they've been like absolutely shambolic defensively, is probably a little bit better for them considering the way Everton play. Like Everton play like quite a lot of diagonal long balls or just long balls, and West Ham were quite poor in like the quick transitions just because of the slowness of their players. So it's sort of like not a bad game for West Ham, but it'd be hard to say. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Don't go Raya, even against for Arsenal against Chelsea. Hey, that's tough. If it was me, I'd find it too difficult to not put Raya in goal and go for that Arsenal clean sheet just based off how bad West Ham have been defensively. even though Everton are not particularly good going forwards, and Dom Calvert-Lewin can't finish to save his life, and like there's so many things like why that like Everton game I see it as more likely for them to keep a clean sheet, but I'd probably still go Fabianski just because it's so hard to go. Yeah, when you've got Raya and like there's just the possibility of Arsenal playing really well and winning like 1-0 or 2-0, I'd go Raya. I'd go Raya reluctantly, but I'd go Raya. I think there's a lot of valid points for Fabianski, and I'd choose Fabianski against a lot of above a lot of people. Like if I had Fabianski, I'd start Fabianski over Flecken, but I'd go Ryan just because Arsenal were a good defensive side, and I know they haven't kept a lot of clean sheets this year, but I like to stick my neck out and give it a call. That's what I'm going to go for. I'm going to go for Ryan. Feel free to get against me. Lots of people have been going against me. Lots of people went for Haaland last week and they were wrong, and I was right. And I went for Salah. And this week I would go for Haaland. And I said this last week. I thought like game week 10, Salah was better. Game week 11, Haaland was clearly better. Thanks, Ethan. Always good to see you, mate. Always nice to have a returning viewer. I like seeing your comments when they come up. So yeah, give us a shout in the week if you've got any other comments as well. Happy to answer your questions. Yeah, so I mean, I'm sweating on game week 11 because Haaland for me just scares me this week. If you've got him, captain him, like I'm sure he's going to score, and it's going to hurt me. It's going to really hurt me. I'm going to hate to see it. Love to see it for all of you guys that have got him. But yeah, personally, not a fan of watching Haaland score this week. I don't think I'm going to watch that game. I think that Brighton Man City game is yeah, what else is on at the same time? I don't want to watch that game. It's going to be horrible. What's the nothing's on the same. Oh, that's all right. I'll be sleeping to that Man City Spurs game. I'll wake up and watch that game. It's going to be 2:30 for me. Is it? No, sorry, not Man City Spurs. Man City Brighton. 2:30. Yeah, 2:30 for me. All right. I was just gonna like tune out for a minute to sort of have a quick look if we can see any early team news. And if any of you guys have heard anything, chuck it in the chat. Let's help everyone as one community. Not seeing anything from the people that I know often post stuff. This guy's normally good for something. Yeah, Palmer's. Is that Palmer Insta sort of like? That just makes me concerned. Like, you know what I mean? It's funny because Gabriel replied as well. Gabriel replied to Palmer's Insta being like, "Tudo de gracias." What is that in Spanish? It's like give thanks to God or something. In my like not very good Spanish that I learned at school. In everything, give thanks to God. I don't know if he's like, does he mean thank God you're out, or like thank God you're okay? Like, I just like, it's hard to think that they wouldn't start him if he can play. Like, surely he's in. Surely he's in. Surely, I'm not seeing any other like early team news on Palmer. Yeah, not seeing anything. Looks like we have to wait and see, guys. Maybe we'll find out a bit closer. Yeah, yeah, a bit crazy. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully something will come out. I'd be annoyed if he doesn't start, to be honest. I'd be really annoyed if he doesn't start. Yeah, all right. Anyway, let's crack on with like chatting about this stuff. And we'll get back to some late team news. Maybe with 15 minutes to go, and I'll have to start looking at my own team again and talking it through in my head and tell myself I'm right. So yeah, looking at this, like good fixture runs from an attacking perspective. Brighton and Chelsea game week 12, Newcastle game week 12, like all of those guys really interesting. Maybe like a Gordon, Isak, Palmer, Nico Jackson, João Pedro, Welbeck, maybe Mitoma. I'm not hype. I'm not big hype on Mitoma just because when I watch Brighton play, until like very recently in the last couple of games, I think Mitoma's been amazing. Like I think he's just like like quality, like technically awesome. But they don't pass him the ball. Like they just, I honestly think like is the thing where they just don't like the guy. They just seem to always play the other way or like not passing the ball, and it gets him into and he just plays an awesome pass immediately. And you're like, why does this guy not get the ball every time? Like it just always should go to him. Anyway, it was probably just like when I was watching a few of the Brighton games, I was watching and I think like early in the season as well, I had Mitoma in my team, and he did get me a couple of returns, but I was like, I'm lucky, man. He touched the ball like 2 times in the whole game and like got an assist. But yeah, he's awesome, man. Like if he gets the ball, he's gonna create chances. And then yeah, obviously the Wolves good fixture run. I'm starting to build towards you guys' thoughts on Cunha. Like I've been watching a little bit more of Wolves to sort of give some tactical insights, and yeah, I do think like his creativity for Wolves is important as much as well as his goal threat. So yeah, I've become a bit bigger on Cunha, but I just think there are so many good forward options that yeah, I mean I'd happily go for Danny Welbeck. Like you look at the Wolves fixture run and you look at the Brighton fixture run now, and you look at like Cunha v Welbeck or Cunha v João Pedro. Like, could you easily tell me that like one is way better than the other? I don't think so. I think like and like who would you say are the better team? Like I would say Brighton are the better team and more likely to score against a lot of these teams. So for me, that's where I would go. Probably go for the only thing like obviously like is that João Pedro Welbeck thing, right? But I think Welbeck will continue to play and João Pedro will play in Jorginho Ruta's role. Who's on pens? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I think João Pedro was on pens. I think he'd probably go back to being on pens. But yeah, we'll see. Like I think like from Hertz's comments earlier in the season, he obviously said that João Pedro was such a talisman for Brighton that I'm expecting him to come straight back into the team for Ruta. But I just think Ruta's played so well that it's such a shame to lose him because he's also got that physical presence that João Pedro doesn't have in there. Like I think he's been really, really good for Brighton in that midfield. I wish they could find a spot for him. But yeah, we'll see. I'm expecting probably João Pedro maybe to come off the bench today, or like he could start. And then yeah, if he starts this week, then 12 he's a really good option. If he doesn't start this week, then we'll see how many minutes he gets, and we'll talk about it next week. Outside of that, what have we got? A few punts. Some of the highlights were just like talking points, like the Everton, Fulham, and Man City ones. Things from previous weeks. Man United's run, 3-week punt on United. And then yeah, like looking at it, like then you switch off in 18 and into that Liverpool Man City. You want to have Ireland back really, I think, in 18. And that's probably when you want to come back into him for those 5-game week period. So yeah, try and save up your transfers if you can. If you've already wildcarded, like get into a good position from 12-13 where you're happy with your team, and then try and save up your transfers so that in 18 you can make that switch back. Because I think like probably I'm likely in 18, or I'm probably likely in like 16, set the 17 to go Salah out, Haaland in. Because when Salah goes off to AFCON in 17, along with Aitnuri, Wissa, Nico Jackson, as I was saying earlier, that's when like I'm gonna go, yep, see a Salah, bring back Haaland, and then I'm gonna need probably 3 transfers. I think I'll probably need 3 transfers at that point, so I'm gonna need to try and get there. So I'm gonna try and need to roll 2 of the game weeks between now and then, and yeah, work my way up to that game week 17 AFCON. That's gonna be a big time. Just quickly looking for team news. I'll also flick over to so you guys can look as well. I also did like a defensive fixture runs, which is slightly different because I find the like defensive fixtures obviously different teams, right? For example, Nottingham Forest, I would say like are more difficult from an attacking perspective than a defensive perspective. Like they're really solid defensively, but like going forwards, they obviously like play a little bit more on the counter. They like you can probably keep a clean sheet against them. Similarly for like a Fulham, like Fulham, as a defensive fixture, yeah, they're probably not like as likely to score against you, but they're like as you're attacking against them, they're quite good defensively. Like, are they gonna? So yeah, obviously, like I've set this up differently to the actual FDR. I think this is more realistic, and this is based off like how many goals teams have conceded this year, like how they've been playing, like my thoughts on their team defensively and offensively. And again, like you'll notice that the key swings are 18, 19, and that's sort of where I'd look to sort of focus my thoughts on going forwards. So yeah, if we look at this fixture swing, you can see Arsenal in 12 is my defensive fixture is a big defensive switch swing. Obviously, you've got the Wolves swing, and then what I think is really interesting is if you look at when that Wolves fixture swing ends in sort of 18, and you look at the Nottingham Forest one beginning in 19, that's a really nice time to be jumping off your Wolves defender and jumping into Nottingham Forest. And if you want to go Nottingham Forest, you can go Nottingham Forest even earlier. Like realistically, if you most of you, if you got Wolves defenders, probably got Aitnuri. He's going to go off to AFCON in 17. Then you can flick to Nottingham Forest a little bit early. I know Brentford, Tottenham probably not the best games you want to be flicking in there for, but look, I don't hate Nottingham Forest all the way from 13. Like you got Ipswich, and then yeah, you got the tough game against Man City. Then you got United, Villa, Brentford, Tottenham. Not the easiest 4 games. That United one might have to change depending on how Amarin comes in and starts affecting us. But yeah, I mean, you can see Forest good, Liverpool good fixtures from there. City's not as great defensively, I would say. More so from 14. So like yes, you might be switching out of Haaland now, but I would keep at least like a one Guardiola. If Lewis was playing every week, I'd quit Guardiola and Lewis. Honestly, like I think like the attacking potential for both of them is why they're in the team as much as the like City. It's one of the top 3 teams. And like if you have a defender from one of the top 3 teams, then they're going to be more likely every week to keep a clean sheet. And like I don't want to go. I'm not someone who's going to go based off like, oh, we have a 43% clean sheet chance this week. It's more like, is this fixture a good fixture for this team? And obviously, like, are they a big team? They're obviously going to have higher clean sheet percentage chances. And yeah, Chelsea defensively have some good fixtures from 17 going forwards. That's sort of a time where maybe you want, like, if you're switching out of Wolves, maybe you want to go into like a Gusto for Chelsea. Maybe he's bedded down that sort of like wing back role there. That's also like a sort of like for like. Aitnuri, I think 4.7. I think Gusto's, what is he? 4.9. So not far off. 0.2. You can almost swap that straight out. Yeah, so those are sort of like my fixture difficulty swings, that's to say. Amelia, what is your team this week? Yeah, great timing for that question, Amelia. Thank you. What is my team this week? Let's look at it, because I should probably look at it with 20 minutes to go. Guys, also 20 minutes to go. So if you've got any like last minute dilemmas or questions, chuck them in the chat now. Yeah, Nantha, who's my captain? Yeah, sorry, let me go to pick team. That's probably better. My captain this week is on the man, Mo Salah. And I spoke about it, and I was talking about why I'd gone for Salah this week. And it's really like I was between Salah and bringing in Son or Mbumo against Bournemouth. And the reason I reasoned for Salah was Son I wasn't convinced was going to play the minutes due to what Ange said they were sort of managing him back. He also played 45 minutes midweek and 55 minutes only last week even. Captaincy is so important that you kind of want the guys that you're captain to have most opportunities of scoring points as possible. The fact that Son might only play like 55 minutes, 60 minutes, 70 minutes this week was an issue for me. However, having said that, Richarlison's out, Werner's out. Are they going to need to play him the full game? Maybe. But if Tottenham then do go up like 3-0, they'll take him off. And that's the time where they thrive, where the other team has to come out and go for it. And that's the time where Son's even more likely to be scoring. So, yeah, I sort of like chose not to sub out Johnson for Son this week and just think hopefully Johnson goes well. If you have both Haaland and Salah, who would you captain? Haaland, without a shadow of a doubt. And I've spoken about it many times on this stream. The Brighton v Man City fixture tactically is just a much better matchup for Haaland than any other fixture. And I like Salah, and I chose him as captain, but I think Brighton are going to come out. They're going to play a high press against City. City are obviously like technically little, and that caused a lot of problems for Liverpool last week. But City are obviously like technically a little bit better on the ball, and they're going to be able to break through that press. You're going to be able to see Foden, Gundogan, Bernardo Silva picking up the balls in space in between the lines, and then playing those passes to Haaland, who's going to be running at the Brighton defence, and he's a monster when he's running at you or running in behind you, because he's fast and he's strong and he can hold you off the ball. And I think Haaland's like definitely the best choice for captain this week. If I had both, I would captain Haaland. I wouldn't think twice about it. The reason I went with Salah, again going back to that, yeah, so obviously my options were like Morris, Son, and Mbumo Salah. And Mbumo for me was really interesting this week. I thought really long and hard about it because I think the matchup with Bournemouth is a good matchup. Obviously he's on penalties. Obviously he's 90 minutes. And the reason I just ended up going for Salah was I just looked at Bournemouth defensively, and they're not as good away from home, admittedly, as they are at home. But they're normally not good away from home on the bigger pitches. And I'm not 100% sure on the Brentford pitch, but I think it's like not particularly a huge pitch. Damn, I own both, but still putting on Salah. Now it's a 5k. Mate, look, I hope you're right, because like, if Haaland blanks this week, it'd be wonderful for me. It would be absolutely wonderful. I'd love Salah to just like score a double. And but yeah, I mean, look, I'm just thinking about it from a tactical perspective of how the teams play, and I think like City have like Haaland struggled against teams who have played 5 at the back, a low block, and one of the defenders man marking Haaland. I also think Brighton can get a result. I think attackingly for both teams, like it's a good fixture. I think Brighton going forwards are going to cause City problems. I think both teams will score, and that's one of the reasons I've got Lewis on my bench, because even if he does start, which I don't think he will, but I think Brighton will score. So I went for Rodgers over Lewis because I thought there's more upside to Rodgers potentially sneaking a goal or an assist against Liverpool than there is Lewis starting and keeping a clean sheet. So um, yeah, I think Brighton are a good matchup, but I'm just thinking like from an offensive standpoint for both teams, I think there are goals in that, and that's And the reason I went for Haaland, obviously, as I said, was Brighton, like Herzl has said, he's going to come out to play against, like he's going to try and beat the teams playing their way of football. Obviously, they'll make plans for Haaland, and I hope that Herzl, I think he's a really smart coach, and I hope he comes up with a plan to stifle Haaland. And if he does, I'm going to be very happy. I'm going to be sorry to all of you guys who I've given great advice to go for Haaland. I still think like I would have done it. Like if I had him, I would have captained him. But for my personal FPL team, I'll be very happy if Haaland blanks. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Like I just do think that he's the better option for the week. But yeah, like I obviously went out of him last week. Can't get back into him this week. So Salah for me. I looked at just Villa. I've conceded a lot of goals this year. It just felt like they've had a lot of changes in their back four. Like Matty Cash again's out this week. Like Conte's been in and out. Diego Carlos been in and out. Mings obviously like coming back. Like had a bit of a not a stinker, but like made that bad mistake. There's just not been a settled back four. And Salah's been just so clinical this year, just so clinical. And if they do make a mistake, and also Villa, like after post Champions League games, have come out a little bit lethargic, just a little bit lethargic post Champions League games, especially that Man United one they were. So if there is a bit of a hangover this week, I just ended up thinking Salah's the guy to go for. But I mean, I think it's a close call this week. I think Mbeumo could go well. It's like Son could go well. Haaland, I think, will go well. All of those guys could go well. So captaincy this week, if you get it right, you're going to gain in rank. If you get it wrong, I don't know. I think like for me, if I get it wrong, I think I'm going to struggle this week because there's a lot of other players that you look at and you're like, Guardiola v Brighton, probably not going to keep a clean sheet. Gabriel v Chelsea, probably not going to keep a clean sheet. Flecken v Bournemouth, probably not going to keep a clean sheet. Palmer v Arsenal, not easy for him. So yeah, Rodgers and Watkins against Liverpool, like that's tough. So Wood against Newcastle was tough, really. Like I'm looking at Johnson and Mbeumo, Salah, Porre. Man, imagine banking on the Spurs clean sheet, saying that earlier. Anyway, last minute, let's have a look if we can get any late team news. Anything on the Oki? Any Palmer news? Any Palmer news? I'm not seeing anything. No, normally the guys that will post about it. I'm just looking on Twitter if anyone was wondering. I'm not part of the FPL cartel, unfortunately, so no one gives me any insider knowledge. I'm not in the group chat. I'm still applying for membership for the cartel. So yeah, if you guys got a link to that WhatsApp chat, sort me out. Yeah, no, nothing. 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 Give me something. Just tell me he's playing. Come on. Tell me. No, nothing from Palmas. Yeah, no breaking news from the cartel, guys. No, 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 nothing anywhere. Guys, look, 9 minutes to deadline now, so last minute questions, get them in the chat. I'll answer them all up until probably 2 minutes to go, and then we'll just let's lock in our teams and make sure our captains and vice captains are locked in. We're comfortable with everything, and yeah, let's hope for a good game week. I hope all the best from you guys for you guys, and oh, unless you got Haaland, then I hope not. Nah, I'm joking. If Haaland does well, then it will only prove like that I've got great tactical football knowledge. If Haaland doesn't do well, I was just trolling you all, and I just wanted a good game week. No, I'm joking. No, just if he doesn't do well, I'll be happy either way. Captain Wisser, what do you think? Yeah, what are your other options? I don't hate it. I think Brentford will score against Bournemouth. I think it's a good attacking fixture. Like, are you going for a differential captain? Do you not have any other options? Yeah, I don't hate it as an option. Like I've said about Wisser in previous videos, I think Wisser's one of the players in the Premier League with the highest footballing IQ there is. He finds fantastic positions. Like, he always manages to get in great positions. Even when Tony was in the Brentford team, Wisser was arriving in the box scoring late goals for Brentford. Just a great player, like really great player. I think like he's so good. Yeah, I mean, I got no problems with you captaining him. I just don't know what are your other options. He might not be my first choice as captain. I imagine you probably don't have Mbumo, but you do. I mean, Wisher and Mbumo, either or. I know Mbumo's on penalties, but if you took that away, who would you go for? I'd probably go for Wisser. He's the number 9. That's an interesting thought. If you took penalties away, you'd probably go for Wisser as captain. So if you don't have like a Salah or a Haaland or Eve, then yeah, I think Wisser's a fine shout. Which is definitely a fine shout. He definitely, yeah. I mean, if I had him, he'd probably be in consideration this week. My team is set, and I have the likes of Son, Bruno, and Mbumo, Johnson. So I was thinking if I should risk it. Yeah, looking at the 5 you've got there, like I think Wish is fine. Like I talked about, right? Son, I'd like to think he's a good option as captain, but if Tottenham go 3-0 up and he hasn't scored, he's going to get taken off, and that's when, or 2-3-0 up, 50 minutes, when the other team has to go forwards. That's when Tottenham are going to counter and score. That's when he's at his best. He'll get taken off because Ange is monitoring his minutes. Bruno, don't captain him. Like, he's like that's super risky. If you're gonna go, I'd go Wisser over Bruno. I talked about that earlier, but I don't want to go into United again. And Mbumo over Wisser, like yeah, like you think, like if you think Brentford not gonna get a penalty, I think Wisser over Mbumo I would go as well. I love Wisser. I think he's great. And Johnson, I think again for Spurs, I would go Wisser over Johnson, just because I think the positions he takes up at the moment have not been like where you'd want him. Like, and I think the thing is with Johnson, if Spurs score a couple of early goals, and even if it's not him, he's going to stay on, and they're going to be able to counter and get those goals. So, mate, I think I'd probably pick Wisser if I had your team. It'd be between Wisser and Wissa, Son, and Mbumo. If I thought Son was going to play 90 minutes, I'd go Son. Otherwise, yeah, your logic is not flawed. I would go Wissa. I would go Son if I thought 90 minutes, and then I'd go Wissa. But I don't think Son's going to go 90 minutes. So I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to say I would go Wissa. With your team there, I would captain Wissa. I think that's a great shout. And one that no one would think about. Just hope Brentford don't get a penalty, because otherwise you'll be screaming. Guys, 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Lock in your decisions. Captain your Wissers. Vice captain your, I don't know, Ollie Watkins against Liverpool. No, don't do that. 5 minutes to go. Get everything locked in. I heard Wissa could not start. If you're concerned, 4 minutes. Oh, Wissa to not start. Hadn't heard that, to be honest. Let me have a quick look. No, I haven't heard anything on Wissa. I think he's good. I think he's good to go. I think he's good to go, mate. I think he's good to go. I don't know if where you heard it from. Let me know. Link me. 3 minutes to go. Got to make the choices though. Yeah, if you're nervous about it, go for Son, mate. If you're nervous about him starting, go for Son, or go for Mbumo. Like, yeah, you too, mate. You too, Reeve. Good luck this week. Right, guys. 1 more minute for questions, and I've got to just stare at my team for 2 minutes. Just make sure it's there. Anything else? 3 minutes of deadline, guys. Get your teams locked in. I'm just gonna refresh my team. So Rico Lewis on the bench. We're happy with that. We've talked through that decision. It's a good decision. And guys, if you're watching now, please subscribe to the channel. Obviously a new channel trying to grow, so really help any subscribers. I've got some good content in the week. We'll do tactical and statistical analysis of your players, of the best players of the week. We'll talk through the games. We'll talk through the observations we've seen of each of the teams and how they set up, and then we'll talk through the statistics and how those two are linked, and what players we pick from those lineups. So if you liked my content today and you liked some of the midweek content, please subscribe, like the content, help my channel get put out there a bit more. And yeah, appreciate everyone that's tuned in today. Thanks a lot. And guys, 2 minutes. Get those team locked in. Get those team locked in. Any questions? I'm going to struggle to give you a good answer in 1 minute, but I'll give you quick fire answers. If you do the question, I'm going to say yes, no, and Mbumo. Yes, no, and Mbumo. That should be a title of one of my videos. I don't even think that's how you pronounce his name, but no one's told me how you pronounce it, so welcome, Tiger and Guna. Guys, 1 minute. I'll lock it in now because otherwise the site often crashes around now. I reckon if I refresh, there is a chance. Salah captain and Mbumo vice captain. Wild. Last minute captain Flecken. No, Jake. Fernandes. No, get Fernandes out. Stop it. Stop it. No. No to Fernandes. Whatever it is, no. No is the answer. One minute, guys. Come on. Lock your stuff in. We'll get over the line. And I can get some rest because I'll be streaming for like 2 hours, 45 minutes. I started a little bit early because all the main streamers come on a little bit later and then steal my audience. But you guys should come to me because I can answer more of your questions. They don't even read half the chats. And my content's just better, you know. More well thought through. Great analysis. There we go, 30. That's it. We are over the line. If I refresh now, we are probably done. Game is updating. We are in. Good luck, everybody, for game week 11. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in for this stream. I'm probably not going to stick around any later, but I will be up watching the game. And yeah, if you guys do have any comments during the week, stick some comments on my videos. Subscribe to the channel to stay involved, and I'll make sure to answer all your questions throughout the weeks. I will always reply to comments in the chat or on videos. So yeah, chuck us your questions. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Subscribe to the channel. Have a great game week, and yeah, hope everything goes well for you guys this week. Thanks for tuning in, and this is your English Aussie signing out. Thanks guys, have a great week.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another live stream. Game week 10, and I'm excited. I'm enjoying FPL, believe it or not, despite the fact that the season hasn't been perfect. It just feels like there are so many differing strategies at the moment, which is what we really want in FPL. I think as well as doing well and having a good rank, I think we enjoy FPL most when people are all doing different things and there are actually decisions to be had. Some people have Haaland, some people have Salah, some people have both, some people have neither. Some people are doing very well, others not so much. Some people using 3 free transfers, others rolling. It's just it's a bit chaotic, really, in FPL at the moment, but I like it. But it's what we want. It's what we want to see. Nobody likes it when everyone has the same team. And in fact, as I was just scrolling through Twitter then when people posting their teams, no one team looks the same. And I like that a lot. And we're about to go into a big fixture swing in Game Week 12 in a few weeks as well. And that will only, I would imagine, make it even more varied. So this is what we want to see. We love FPL. But do let me know what you're tuning in from. Let me know what you're doing right now. And yeah, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here early on a Saturday. Hope you had a fantastic Friday evening. Or, I guess, happy afternoon or evening. I guess, I don't know where you're tuning in from. Different time zones and all that. It is a hard season. That is something that I would agree because, and it goes hand in hand with what I've just said, if people are all executing very different strategies and all owning different premiums, and a lot of the premiums are doing well, it's very swingy week by week, and even over a specific period of time. Like, if you didn't own Palmer for his 25-pointer, that hurt. If you didn't own Haaland for his back-to-back 17-pointers, that hurt. And in recent weeks, Salah getting double-digit hauls 2 weeks in a row, it's really about the premiums at the moment. Like, owning the premiums at the right point for me is the hard part of FPL. I guess all of the premiums are doing well, but some of them are doing better than others, and obviously some of them have really hot streaks too. You guys might as well like the stream. We both know you want to. I appreciate you, Zodiac. And yes, please do like the stream. Give it a little early, cheeky like. That's what we like to see. Jim says, Solanke got slam dunked out of my FPL team for Cunha. I've already sold Solanke too. So I'm going to show you my team in a second. But yeah, Solanke's gone for me as well. Solanke has gone for me as well. Cheers from Kenya. Big love, Harry. Thank you for tuning in all the way from Kenya. I've no idea who to captain. We can discuss captaincy. I do think it's very close between Salah and Haaland. For me, it's between the two of them. I'm not really considering anyone else. Did you go to bed last night or did you do it? I went to bed. I didn't make the transfer. So I just thought there could be something like, if we find out this morning, which I don't think we will, by the way, but let's say we find out this morning that actually Arteta has been lying, Gabriel is out for 3 months, then I'd obviously sell Gabriel rather than Raya. So I decided to wait. I didn't make the transfers last night, but I've already made one a couple of nights ago, so you'll see in a second. What do you think of a Luis Diaz to Saka move? Yeah, I like that. You just don't know if Luis Diaz is going to start. It could be Gakpo on the left, Darwin through the middle, and then Salah on the right. Any news on McNeil? He's yellow flagged at the moment. Yeah. My opinion on it, I think he'll either start or not feature at all. So I think, and I could be wrong, I think you're probably safe to start him as long as you've got decent backup. I just don't get the vibe that McNeil is the sort of player that they would risk a cameo for. Like, if he's fit, he starts. Otherwise, he probably doesn't feature at all. But I don't know that for sure.
In the opinion of His Majesty's government, the time has come for responsibility for the governance of India to pass into the hands of its people.
पापा सुना आपने 15 अगस्त आजादी बस 6 हफ्तों में आ रही है।
मजहब की बुनियाद पर मुल्क के 3 हिस्से करके हमें बहला रहे हैं कि इंडिया शैल रिमेन यूनाइट।
मजहब में बांटना अंग्रेजों की राजनीति, जोड़कर रखना हमारी।
हमें एक इंडिपेंडेंट सॉवरेन पाकिस्तान चाहिए, उससे कम कुछ भी नहीं।
हम हाथ पर हाथ धरे और उन मासूमों की जानें जाते हुए नहीं देख सकते।
जिन्ना के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं होगा।
हम लड़ेंगे फैटी, मरते दम तक लड़ेंगे।
ये जंग जान लेकर नहीं, जान देकर जीती जाएगी।
सीधी रीढ़ वाले हिंदुस्तान और झुके हुए हिंदुस्तान, इन दोनों में से किसी एक को चुनना है। फैसला इतना मुश्किल नहीं होना चाहिए।
It's a suicide mission and you know it. This plan delivers to the Indian people the long-awaited solution.
This plan is set into motion. पूरा हिंदुस्तान बिखर जाए।
આજના વાતાવરણમાં સત્ય અને અહિંસાની કોઈ જગ્યા જ નથી।
अगर कांग्रेस जंग मान रही है तो हम इनकार नहीं करेंगे।
अमन फर्ज है आपका भी और हमारा भी, और आप हमेशा जंग चुनते हैं।
Another day in the madhouse.
बापू कमीज नहीं पहनते, but he always has an ace up his sleeve.
अब उनकी सियासत
और हमारे सत्य के टकराने का समय आ गया है।
After 3 centuries of divide and rule, you leave us to fragment and quit.
एक बार ये लकीर खींच गई, मिटाए नहीं मिटेगी।
ये सिर्फ मेरी नहीं, करोड़ों हिंदुस्तानियों की कहानी है।
देखिए फ्रीडम एट मिडनाइट 15 नवंबर से सोनी लिव पर।
My main reasons to join the University of Stirling, where that is regarded as Scotland's University of Sporting Excellence. Through University of Stirling, I was working in internships. In terms of post-study work visa, I looked at it as an investment so that I could extend my time. My name is Adi, and I'm a football development coach for Arsenal, and I'm a graduate of University of Stirling.
I'm close to rolling and getting 5 free transfers next week. Please tell me to buy someone. Oh, only make the transfer if you want to. Having 5 free transfers is a great position to be in. But I also think, don't just keep rolling for the sake of rolling. Like, I could roll this week, but I know that I could use 3 free transfers, which will benefit my team. I've already used one of them. I could make another 2, and so I'm going to do it. So I feel like it goes both ways. Don't use transfers just because you've got them for the sake of it, but equally don't roll just for the sake of it as well. Try and make moves that will benefit your team. Chris Wood is also flagged. Will he play? I don't know. I would imagine so. I'd be very surprised if Chris Wood's out. I feel like if Chris Wood was out injured, we'd probably know by now. So I think you're probably safe. You're fine. Hey, Ross, bench Gabriel, Robinson, or Porro? I'd probably bench Robinson. I just think Brentford score. You'd imagine anyway. So, and he's got a little bit of attacking threat, but I feel like Gabriel and Porro have a little bit more. Anyway, all right, let's take a look at my team. So if you didn't see yesterday's video, the transfer that I made on Thursday evening, just because of price changes, it looked like they might happen. They actually happened last night, was Solanke to Raul Jimenez. That's because Solanke fell in price last night and Raul Jimenez went up in price. So I just didn't want to lose that 0.2 million. But that is the only transfer I've made as of right now. The planned transfers are Raya to Sanchez, and that's why Fabianski's starting right now, because the plan is Raya to Sanchez. And I think I'd start Fabianski against Forest instead of Sanchez against Man United, I think. So yeah, it would be Raya to Sanchez, which enables me to upgrade Foden to Salah. I would then probably hand Salah the armband, I think. So I'll just show you those moves, because we can do it with the money in the bank. Is Raya to Sanchez. I know people won't love the Sanchez move, but I want a long-term goalkeeper, right? I don't want to think too short-term. And apart from the next 2, he's then got this run here, which it is really lovely. And I'm not expecting lots of clean sheets for Chelsea, but I think they will get some. And then I realised I've got Fabianski just sat there on the bench, who could get the next 2 for West Ham, and he's got Forest and Everton. So I quite like the idea of starting Fabianski for the next 2, and then from game week 12 and beyond, Sanchez comes in for this really nice run. So that's the plan. And then, like I said, that gives me the funds to then do Foden to Salah. So I've already done Solanke to Jimenez, and then that would be the remaining transfers, is Raya and Foden to Sanchez and Salah. It gives me Salah, Palmer, Haaland, which I think are probably the 3 best premiums. Saka's amazing, by the way, but I might have Saka in 4th at the moment. I want to own all 4 of them, ideally, but you just can't have everyone. And yeah, that would be all 3 of my free transfers used, so I wouldn't need to take a hit. The reason I've not made that yet, though, is, like I say, let's say hypothetically we get a situation where Gabriel is leaked to be out longer term than we thought. Like, he's not travelled with the squad, and we get a tweet from a reliable journalist, which is like, actually, the injury is a little bit more serious or something like that. Then I could just sell Gabriel to either Konate or Dallo. So I can afford Konate in that spot as well. So basically, I'm going to buy Salah for Foden, I think. I just need to work out if I'm going to sell Raya or Gabriel. I am much more inclined to sell Raya, because I think Gabriel is just a better asset than Raya. So that's my plan at the moment. The only other decision I need to make then is obviously captaincy between Haaland and Salah, and I'll run a captaincy poll in a second. But then also, who do I bench from my 4 defenders that I want to start? So those are the 4 defenders I've got to choose from. I need to bench one of them. I want to start Leif Davis quite bad. I know that's probably not the optimal play in my team, and that I probably shouldn't, but I love him, and he's playing Leicester at home, so I'm tempted to start Leif Davis. I mean, I'm tempted to bench Rico Lewis and do something like that, but knowing my luck, it will be the one game that Rico Lewis finally gets an attacking return or a goal in. I don't know. That's where I'm at the moment, but yeah, that's the team. You bench Davis all day. Don't tell me that. He's a legend. Absolute legend. West Ham is horrific defensively, though. I would agree, but I still think that the chance for a clean sheet is slightly higher for Fabianski than it is Sanchez. I mean, I could just start Sanchez. Maybe I will. But to be honest, knowing Chris Wood's going to score, isn't he? Solanke to Rao, Foden to Salah, Trent to 8 Nuri, -8. What are your thoughts? I don't love selling Trent this week. But as an entirety, would I rather Rao, Salah, and 8 Nuri to Solanke, Foden, Trent? Yes. So I don't love selling Trent, but it's for a -8. Honestly, I don't know that I would do that, Sam. Just because you're selling Trent and you're taking a -8, I kind of feel like I would just back the players you've got there. Foden and Solanke could do very well this week. I know I'm selling the pair of them, but I'm less keen. Wazoshi says, not doing too bad, but teams in a state. Going to use the wild card this week. Can you cover off who you'd include on a wild card? Got 4 times transfers too. Thanks. I did a wild card draft on my game week preview video earlier in the week. So if you want to go watch that and then come back to the stream, I'd go back and watch that because I speak about it in more detail. But I would probably have no Haaland if I was wildcarding this week, I'll be honest. I would have Salah, Palmer, Saka. I would probably have Cunha, Rao, and then one of Wood or Wissa. I would imagine as the third forward. I might try and sneak Nicholas Jackson in there. I'd have Mbermo, of course. I'd have 8 Nuri. I mean, it would be very similar to this team. I'd just probably have Saka instead of Haaland and then use the money to upgrade the bench. The defense. I'd probably have Trent Alexander-Arnold in there if I was going to wildcard this week. So yeah, very similar to the team you're looking at. But I would take Haaland out on a wildcard. I think I'd go for it. Because you can just, on a wild card, you can make the most of redistributing those funds. Like if I sell Haaland now, I could spread the money a little bit. But on a wild card, you've got unlimited transfers to really reallocate the funds in the most optimal way possible. So yeah, I do think if I was wildcarding, I'd go without. Do you think Chris Wood will start? I think so, yeah. He's so important to them. Apparently, it was just a small knock. I feel like he would have been mentioned in the press conference or someone would have leaked that he's not in training or something like that. So I think Chris Wood will be fine. What do we think about Rodgers to Bowen? Rodgers to Bowen. Yeah, I don't hate it. Fixtures aren't... You say good fixtures. They're not bad. The next couple are okay. Bowen's fine. Like, the underlying data is not that strong. He is on penalties, yes, but only if Paquetá's not on the pitch, we think. I mean, he could now be first choice, but I don't think he is. There's definitely worse transfers, but would I rather Rodgers with the money saved? Probably. I don't want to put you off of it. He's not my favourite player to bring in this week. I'd almost rather like Anthony Gordon. Believe it or not. I think Gordon and Isak will come back into our thinking from Game Week 12. Dan M says, good morning, Ross. Good morning, Dan. Benching headaches for me this morning. Raya/Fabianski, McNeil/Rodgers, 2 of Gabriel Davis, Ryan 8 Nuri, and not keen on double Arsenal defence today. Yeah, I think you bench one of Raya or Gabriel. I think I'd start Raya ahead of Fabianski. So maybe bench Leif Davis in that situation. But I mean, I'm starting Leif Davis, I think. So, that's so tough. Maybe, or, I don't know. Start Raya, bench Gabriel, and bench McNeil and start Rodgers. Hopefully that helps, Dan. I do agree that you might just want to spread the risk a little bit with that double Arsenal defence. Not that they don't have the capability to keep a clean sheet against Newcastle, but maybe you want to spread the risk slightly. VJ says, hey Ross, please rate this team. Flecken, Lewis, Gvardiol, 8 Nuri, Salah, Mbermo, Garnacho, Rodgers, Cunha, Watkins, Haaland. It's a lovely team. I like the Garnacho pick. Watkins against that Spurs defence without Van de Ven and possibly without Romero. It's really, really nice. Cunha's a great pick. I'm going to say...
स्माइल तेरी कानों सैड बरावा चले आजा कुट कुट लाइए आजा कुट कुट लाइए तो 1 लीटर की बोतल पे पाए Amazon पे गिफ्ट कार्ड
1 2 cha 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 3 4 चिड्डू 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 ಇಯು ಚಿಡ್ಡು ಚಿಡ್ಡು ಚಿಡ್ಡು
ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಸಲ್ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಕ್ಲೀನರ್. ಇದರ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮನೆಯ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಿಚನ್ ನ ಜಿಡ್ಡಿನ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತದೆ ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ. ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಸಲ್ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಕ್ಲೀನರ್, ಜಿಡ್ಡಿನಿಂದ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಹೊಳಪು.
8.5 out of 10. The only thing I really don't like is Fleckham. But you know what? It'll make some saves. He could get the odd clean sheet. So yeah, maybe even a 9 out of 10, BJ. Really nice team. Not really much else you have to do to it. I guess Palmer's the only big omission. So it would just be focusing on how do you get Palmer into your team. It's probably selling Watkins in game week 12, I'd imagine. Bramjot says Salah and Darwin for Haaland and Kulusevski. Palmer triple captain. I think Palmer captain's probably different enough. I don't see the triple captain desire this week. Salah and Darwin for Haaland and Kulusevski. Just about, yeah. But I mean, Kulusevski's got Ipswich next week. Haaland's Haaland, and Darwin can't hit the back of the net to save his life. So I don't think that's like clear cut. But yeah, I don't mind it. Salah and Darwin for Haaland and Kulusevski. Just about yes if it's for free. If it's for a hit, no. Shazam says, good morning, Ross. Looks like you had a great week at United. Thanks for the vids and help in midweek. Dilemma time. Bench one of Gvardiol, Gabby, Robertson, or Ryan Nuri. Cheers. Firstly, thank you very much. It was amazing. Yeah, just a surreal experience. I keep forgetting that it even happened. It feels like a dream, but thank you very much. Out of those, well, I mean, I'd start Gvardiol, absolutely. I'd start Nuri. So between Gabriel and Robertson, I don't know that Robertson definitely starts. I don't know that he gets to 60 if he does start. I'd probably bench Robertson of those four, just about. But the two that I definitely wouldn't bench is Gvardiol, Ryan Nuri. I say Ryan, it's Ryan, isn't it? Ryan Nuri. Maybe it is Ryan. I don't know. Dave says, a -4 to take out Haaland feels stupid, but if I do Eze and Haaland to Salah and Rao -4, I can then do Matoma to Son next week and captain him. Is this worth it? Eze and Haaland to Salah and Rao -4. I mean, that doesn't sound that terrible, considering Eze's injured and Salah and Rao look great this week, and it allows you to do Matoma to Son next week. Do you know what, Dave? I'd say yes. I'd probably do it. When you take that all into account, getting Raul Jimenez, selling Eze, buying Salah if you think he's the better captain this week as well, and also freeing up the money to do Son next week, I have no issue with that, Dave. I'd go for it. Alex says, good morning, Ross. 2 free transfers. Watkins and Foden to Saka and Jackson. I don't no. Do you know what? I'm going to say no to that, Alex. I don't love selling Watkins this week. I know I'm selling Foden, so that one I have less of an issue doing sort of Foden to Saka. But selling Watkins, like I said, no Van der Ven, who is the main person that would have been able to stop Watkins on the transition. Also, the possibility of no Romero. I reckon Watkins gets a goal in this game at least. I wouldn't be selling Watkins this week. I don't think. It's easier for me to say that because I don't have him, but... Ross, you can't bench both Raya and Gabriel, you know it. I'm selling Raya anyway, so I'm not benching Raya. So I'm just benching Gabriel. I know Gabriel will probably start. I'm not benching Gabriel because I don't think he'll start. I'm benching Gabriel because Leif Davis is the best defender we've ever seen in the Premier League, you know? It's like benching Leif Davis is the equivalent of benching like prime Lionel Messi for Barcelona. You wouldn't do it, would you? You know? Leif Davis has the creativity of a David Beckham and the goal threat of Marcus Alonso. I love Leif Davis. He's so terrible for FPL, but I love him. Got to have a bit of fun with FPL, you know? I'd hate it if I benched Leif Davis for his attacking return. Even though if he gets an attacking return, it's probably like a 2-pointer. Good morning, Ross. Good morning, Bonnie. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone for being here. By the way, if you're enjoying this stream, can I just ask you to drop an early like on it? It really supports the stream, pushes it out to more people. I appreciate the support. Hi, Ross. Would you go Haaland and Dibbling to Palmer and Rao this week for free? Worried about not having Palmer versus United could be a problem. I do think Palmer will return this week, but I don't know that it will be like a... maybe it will. I don't think it'll be a monster haul. Plan was to wait until Game Week 12 to do the swap, given fixture changes. Captaining Salah this week. I think, given it's Palmer and Rao versus Haaland and Dibbling, also given that you've got Salah anyway that you can captain, Jason, and considering it's for free, I'm going to say you can do that move. If you were planning on captaining Haaland, then I wouldn't have done it. But if you're captaining Salah anyway, you can do it for free. I don't think it's a terrible set of transfers. Your trip to Old Trafford has biased you against Palmer, probably. Probably. No, I just don't... like I said, I think he'll return, but do I think he'll get multiple returns? I mean, he scored a hat-trick against us last season, so maybe. Fury Grind says, good morning, Ross. Congrats on the United content. Thank you very much. One free transfer and 1.2 million in the bank. Stewart to Strand Larson. Can't get to Cunha, but I've had Haaland and Wood since game week 1. Thank you. Yeah, I really actually like Strand Larson. I've got no issues with Strand Larson as a pick. The only thing is his data's not very good, but he's the number 9 playing for a team that do score goals and are going into a really nice fixture run. His minutes have been pretty good. I definitely think you could do worse than Strand Larson. If you're really struggling for funds and you can't get to 5.8 Rao or 6 million Wissa, I think around that sort of 5.5 million price tag, Strand Larson is comfortably the standout. And if you told me that Strand Larson outscores Cunha over the next 3 or 4 weeks, I'd be a bit gutted, but I wouldn't be surprised. Because Cunha, for what it's worth, Cunha is playing more as like a wide man. Let's maybe say like an inside forward, but he's not playing as an out-and-out 9. Strand Larson is. Like, Strand Larson's job is to... He's almost playing like the Chris Wood role for Nottingham Forest, where he's just the number 9 and he stays just there. And from an FPL perspective, you want your attacker to be as close to goal as possible. Are you still bringing in Salah, Ross? Yeah. So the plan, if you've just joined the stream, firstly, welcome. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're tuning in from. My plan at the moment is to do Raya to Sanchez, which frees up the funds for me to sell Foden to Salah, which is why at the moment Raya's on the bench. If I decide not to make that move, Raya would be starting for me ahead of Fabianski. But I'm just prepping it now so that when I make the move in a bit, and it will just be, Raya to Sanchez, Foden to Salah. The other possibility, like I said, is I sell Gabriel for Dallo or Canate, and that also frees up the funds. So basically, sadly, because they are still a good defence, I'm sure, one of Raya or Gabriel is being sold for me this week, because I need it to upgrade Foden to Salah. For what it's worth, I think Foden's a great pick. You're just offering me the opportunity to get Salah for free whilst retaining Haaland and Palmer. I can't not take that up. I should have done it last week. Like, I could have done the exact moves last week that I was planning. It would have actually been Wissa rather than Rao. Salah in for Saka. And then I would have downgraded Raya to a 4.5 goalkeeper. So I would have got Salah's 10-pointer. I would have got Wissa's 10-pointer. And I would have sold Saka, who did return, and Solanke, who blanked. And I would be one transfer up. So I should have made the moves last week, but I'm correcting it this week, basically. What has made Foden a great pick, Ross? Foden is always a great pick if his minutes are good. And I think his minutes are good because of the amount of injuries they've got. That's what... Like, it really is as simple as that. It's just... I know he's not been great from his performance perspective. He's still getting up to full fitness. But if Foden is on the pitch, I like Foden as an asset. It's always his minutes that we're just not sure about. So I think now that we know that his minutes are probably going to be a bit better, he's a really decent option. I just think Salah is leagues ahead in terms of an FPL asset. Especially over a longer period. Like, in a single week, could Foden outscore Salah this week? Absolutely he could. But I would be surprised if Foden outscores Salah over the next 3 weeks, for example. So I just think over a longer period of time, I'd much rather have Salah. Modest Pelican, Ross, how do you deal with the pressure of being the FPL GOAT? 2 things. Firstly, I'm not the FPL GOAT, but thank you very much. How do I deal with the pressure? It's actually not very easy, to be honest, I suppose. Like, turning up every week knowing that I was speaking to you about this, about it's the only YouTube job where... It's not the only YouTube job. It's one of the few YouTube jobs where you have to be performing well at the thing that you're creating content around. Like, if I point to something like FIFA or Call of Duty, you would happily sit there and watch someone play Call of Duty if they were terrible, because they're entertaining. You would happily sit there and watch someone play FIFA if they're entertaining.
ನನ್ನ ಕನಸಿನ ರಾಣಿ ನೀನೇನೆ
DCP ma'am.
DCP
At ease.
ಚಲುವೆ ಚಲುವೆ
ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವ ಸಂತೂರ್ ಮಮ್ಮಿ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್
ಸಂತೂರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಚಂದನದ ಗುಣಗಳಿವೆ. ಚರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಹೊಳಪಿಸುತ್ತದೆ.
ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ
ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಯಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ ಅಂತ.
ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು? ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು?
ಅದು ಒಂದ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಥೆ. ಈ ಕಥೆ ಶುರು ಆಗೋದು ಒಂದ್ ಮದುವೆಯಿಂದ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಣ್ಣನ ತಂಗಿಯ ಅತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇದ್ಲು. ಮದುವೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಕುಂದನ್ ಚೋಕರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಲು. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡೆ ಅಂತ ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ಲು. ಇನ್ನೇನು ಗೃಹ ಪ್ರವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ಲು ಅತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಿಂದಾಸ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಹಾಳಾಗಿ. ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ನ ಕೋಪ ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ನನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗ್ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೇನು ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದ್ಲು ನಾಮಕರಣಕ್ಕೆ. ನನ್ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಹೆಸರು, ಕುಶಲ್. ಹಾ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಸೋಯಾ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು? ಅದು ಆ ಒಕೇಶನ್ದು ಈ ಲುಕ್ನ ಆ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ಗಾಗಿ ಕುಶಲ್ಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲರಿ.
I still think a lot of people would still watch it because they find my videos interesting and entertaining, which is great, thank you. But if I was really just bad at FPL every season, people just tune out. It's no wonder that your views go up when you are performing well because people trust your opinion more. So, yeah, there is quite a lot of pressure actually in FPL YouTube because it's one of the few things where you have to be performing well at it. Like, again, if you're doing like fitness niche, yeah, you have to be in decent shape. But there's not that same pressure of week upon week, you have to be at the top level of what you're doing. And especially because it's a luck-based game. This is the thing. I have to perform well at a game that is largely luck-based. I'm not... Like, I can put out a good team, but it's up to the players that I've picked to do well. So, yeah, there's that. Hopeful Subway, thank you for being a member firstly, and thank you for the super chat. Bench one of Archer or Calvert-Lewin or Smith-Rowe. I mean, it's got to be Archer. Has it? I don't think you bench Smith-Rowe. I think there's a lot of goals in that game, potentially, as we've seen with the other games against Brentford. I think I'd still start Calvert-Lewin ahead of Archer. Yeah. Yeah, I would. So I'd bench Archer. Fuel your grind. Would you start Semenyo or Strand Larsen? Strand Larsen 400 times out of 400. It's got a much better fixture. I've not actually been that impressed with Semenyo and Bournemouth recently. I mean, I say that off the back of a 2-0 win against Arsenal, but I would bench Semenyo and start Strand Larsen. Yeah. For everything we say about City, and even though they've got injuries, I still don't think it's a great fixture to play an attacker in. I think you're slightly different as you do long-form detailed analysis. More engaged managers will watch regardless, whereas the shorter form is more impacted by rank. Yeah, I think that's right, Frosty, potentially. But still, I've been on YouTube for almost 4 full seasons now, 3.5 seasons. I know for a fact that my views are correlated to my rank. Like, when my views were at their peak was in that season where I was like 500th in the world, then got to 99th. Like, the views at that point were through the roof, like astronomical. Because people are like excited. They want to follow, like, what is this guy doing that's making him at this rank? But yeah, I do agree that the more detailed your analysis and stuff, it's less dependent upon your rank for sure. El Nikos says, loved insight on FPL therapy episode regarding baseline bonus, extra factor for decisions that was previously unknown. Massive thanks from Australia. You are more than welcome. We can actually take a look in a second at other players that are top for baseline bonus, but it's something a little extra to take into account. These are marginal things, but if you're bringing in a player that tends to get you 3 bonus versus 1, and let's say they get an attacking return in 4 of the games that you own them, over that period of time, you could gain like an extra 8, 9, 10 points just through bonus points. So yeah, I think bonus points is something we probably don't consider enough. Like players that are very good for bonus versus not so good. But I'm glad it was a useful little section. And a big shout out to Baker as well, because he's very good with these bonus points. Starksy says, hey Ross, does Trent Johnson and Solanke to Ryan Nuri, Salah and Archer sound worth it for free? Trent Johnson and Solanke to Nuri, Salah and Archer. Doesn't sound great. If that Archer was like Raul Jimenez, yeah, you're 0.1 off Strand Larsen. Oh, that's very, very, very tough. That's very tough. Because it's for free, I don't mind it. But it's just that forward putting me off. Like, Trent and Johnson are great. Solanke, I understand wanting to sell, and I do understand wanting to get Salah. I think because you're looking to probably captain Salah, I would be okay making the moves. If you were still not planning on captaining him, I probably wouldn't make them. Hopefully that makes sense. Liam Wood says Saka, Havertz to Salah, Jimenez, Strand, Larson for a -4. Would I sell Saka and Havertz to Salah and Jimenez? I would go Saka, Havertz to Salah, Jimenez, and I'd be happy making those moves, yeah. What you have to accept is this is a season where you have to sell good assets to buy other good assets. There will be so many moves you make this year in particular that backfire more than usual. I can almost guarantee it because lots of assets are performing well. Lots of assets are good. So to get other good assets, you're going to have... Like, I'm selling this week Foden, Raya, and Solanke. Solanke's not been great in recent weeks, but those are 3 good assets. Like, that could backfire horribly. Could Raya keep a clean sheet? Yes. And could Foden and Solanke both get attacking returns? Absolutely they could. Like, these are going to be swingy weeks every single week this season, it feels like. Right. Let's have a look at... Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let's have a look at baseline bonus then. Is this one here? It's baseline bonus, isn't it? So baseline bonus, should we go per 90, hide low expected minutes players? And let's look at forwards at first from game week 1 to 9. Okay, so by the way, if you want to check out Fantasy Football Hub and get access to all of this stuff, there is a link down below in the description, 7-day free trial and 30% off if you enjoy it as well. There's a link down below. So what I've done is I've hidden the low minutes players on their Opta stat section, and I've gone just forwards and sorted by baseline bonus, and Cunha is top with 14.75. So what baseline bonus is it looks at the amount of bonus points they accumulate in a given game when you remove those decisive actions like clean sheets, goals, and assists. So it's just looking at things like key passes, chances created, shots on target, fouls won, stuff like that contributes towards the bonus point system. So it removes the goals and assists. I think a forward gets 24 in the bonus points when they score a goal. So Cunha's baseline bonus is 14.75. If he gets 24 points for a goal, what you're telling me is in a given game, if Cunha scores 1 goal, he comes away with 38 in the bonus point system. If I go back over here, just to give you an example of what that looks like. So Cunha with 38. In most games, unless a player gets a brace, you can see here, Wood got a brace, so that's 60. But Vardy, 36. So he'd get full bonus in that game. In this game here, 28-22. He'd comfortably be top on bonus if he'd scored in that game. Even here, when multiple players are returning, he'd be right up there in the bonus points with only 1 goal. Obviously, in this game, you can see here, 44. He was so clear. Like, Ferguson and Welbeck both scored as well. Welbeck played most of the game, but Cunha's just so clear on bonus because his baseline bonus score is so good. In this game here, Gvardiol, 32. If Cunha had got the goal that Haaland did, he'd be very high on bonus points. So, baseline bonus is important because it basically means if Cunha gets an attacking return, he's getting basically full bonus, which is really, really nice. Ndai's got very good baseline bonus. The thing is, he just doesn't score very often. Raul Jimenez, very high for baseline bonus as well. 10 is still very good for a forward. And that was another reason that I like the idea of bringing in Raul Jimenez. If we just go down a little bit, Worcester's not bad, by the way, but he is this season, actually, down at 4. So Raul Jimenez just is better. If he gets an attack and return, he's more likely to come away with bonus points. When we look at midfielders, we had the chat around Mohamed Salah. Salah's very good for baseline bonus. So, where is Salah? Why is Salah not there? 14.89. Okay, so he's still not right high up there. That's interesting. I thought he was slightly higher. Saka's very good for baseline bonus. Do you know why Saka's good for baseline bonus? Because he creates 500 chances a game. It's why Saka often comes away with bonus. We've got Son, also very high on baseline bonus. Palmer, very high. And Burmo. These are why these assets are so good, because not only are they on pens, corners, free kicks, they're often getting good baseline bonus as well. And then Salah, you have to go a little bit lower, but is also very high in comparison to normal, 14.89. So it's not the only thing we look at, right, baseline bonus points, but it just gives you a bit of an indication of if a player's going to get a return, are they going to be good for bonus points? You can go through defenders and look for the same as well, but Gvardiol up there at 15.1 for baseline bonus. It's why he got 3 bonus points last week despite getting no attacking return. Feel free to go through, look for it yourself. But yeah, I think it's a useful little thing to just add to our analysis. But I like the fact that I've got Cunha and Raul Jimenez, because I think if they score goals, normally They will be pretty decent for bonus points. What is baseline bonus? I explained it like 3 minutes ago. If you just go back on the stream, just run back the last 5 minutes, and I went through what baseline bonus is and why it could be important. Don't want to repeat too much for those that were there the whole time. J'adore l'œuf. L'œuf? Is that an egg? Œuf. I think it's l'œuf. J'adore l'œuf. I think that is, I love the egg. I'll get the egg out for you because you said you love the egg. Big love, Ross. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you too. And I'm glad you like the egg. I don't know if you're saying the egg as in my egg or if you are just calling me the egg, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Nikhil says, mad love, Ross. Mad love to you. One of two options for me. Option A, Haaland and Mavididi out for Cunha and Salah. Or option B, Solanke for Cunha, then roll my other free transfer, Palmer captain. I mean, if it's for free, Haaland and Mavididi to Cunha and Salah is just an upgrade. I'd make that move. It just is. Listen, Haaland versus Salah is so close. It's going to be basically it's a coin flip. I do not think there's much to separate Haaland and Salah at the moment. So I don't think that I would pivot from Haaland to Salah just for the sake of pivoting from Haaland to Salah. I don't think I would do that. But if you're telling me Haaland and Mavididi versus Cunha and Salah, Cunha is such a big upgrade on Mavididi that then becomes worth it for me. Mavididi's going to score now, isn't he? But just overall, that is a better combination. So yeah, I would make the move. Mr. Martin says, good day, mate. Good day, Mr. Martin. Finally got an excuse to get rid of Eze. Yeah, I can imagine it's nice to actually have that excuse. Got 7.5 to spend. Give me your 3 best replacements in ranked order for the next 2 game weeks. Playing my wild card in game week 12.
ಅವರು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ನಿದ್ರಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಅವರನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸಬಹುದು. ವೇಕ್ಸ್ ವೇಪುರಾಬ್ ಇದು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಮೂಗು, ಕೆಮ್ಮು, ತಲೆನೋವು ಮತ್ತು ಮೈಕೈ ನೋವಿಗೆ ಉಪಶಮನ ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಅವರು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಇಡೀ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ಮಲಗಬಹುದು. ವೇಕ್ಸ್ ವೇಪುರಾಬ್. ಈಗ ವೇಕ್ಸ್ ವೇಪುರಾಬ್ ಜಾರ್ಸ್ ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ 20% ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಫ್ರೀ. ಇಂದೇ ಖರೀದಿಸಿ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಡಲೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ? ವೆಜಿ ಫ್ರಿಟರ್ಸ್, ಓಕ್ರಾ ಫ್ರೈಸ್, ಕಡಲೆ ಹಿಟ್ಟು ಕಬಾಬ್.
ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಫಿಲಿಪ್ಸ್ ಏರ್ ಫ್ರೈರ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ 2 ಲೇಯರ್ ಬಾಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಫಿಶ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್. ಇದು ನೀಡುತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕುಕಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಡಿಶಸ್.
So what's new on the menu? Innovation and you, Philips.
So he needs one for the next 2. That's a good question. Let's go hub. Let's go fixture analyzer. And let's separate by the next 2. I mean, Brennan Johnson's still not a bad pick. James Maddison. It's a shame Wolves don't have any good midfielders. They don't, do they? Can't think of anyone. Because they've got, obviously, Crystal Palace and Southampton. Liverpool? Is there anyone you can afford at Liverpool? Not really that I'd want. Oh, I mean, there's not really many good options. Jared Bowen might not be an awful shout, you know. Forest away, Everton at home, although Forest have been good defensively. Oh, there aren't really any great options, are there? Smith Rowe's not terrible. Brentford at home, Crystal Palace away. Oh, that is dire. I mean, maybe Garnacho. Chelsea at home, I could see them scoring, and then Leicester at home after that. Yeah, maybe Garnacho would be up there for me. I think he'll start the next 2. I believe Amorim could be in charge for this Leicester game, right? So I don't know how that might affect Garnacho's minutes, but I'd be very surprised if he doesn't start at least the Chelsea game. The options aren't great, are they? I'll be entirely honest. Hopefully that helped a little bit. But yeah, I'm not that keen on any of the options. Hi, Ross. -4 to replace Gabriel. No one to cover him. Leave it for now. I think Gabriel will start. Yeah, I think Gabriel will start. But yeah, let's see. We might get a team leak in the next... How long have we got? Hour and a half. We might get something. Good morning, bud. Are you planning on keeping Salah and Haaland indefinitely? Planning on pushing back the wildcard for as long as possible? Logic behind not starting Gabriel. I'm not keeping Haaland and Salah indefinitely. I could imagine that soon I'll pivot away from one of Haaland or Salah to Saka and then get a little bit more money invested back into my defence. So yeah, I don't think I'll keep the 3 most expensive premiums indefinitely, but if they continue to perform, then I might. I want Saka back in my team, ideally. But for the time being, I think I'm happy having Salah, Palmer and Haaland as the 3. Logic behind not starting Gabriel. I want to start Aït-Nouri and Leif Davis because they are fun picks that I enjoy owning. And I've spoken about before that FPL is as much about fun as it is doing well. And for me, I just love the pair of them. Like, I look at Leif Davis and Aitner in it, it makes me smile, it gets me excited for the games. I just like the pair of them, so I want to start them. So it's probably between Gabriel and Lewis for me as to who to bench. I just think, given that Gabriel's a slight doubt, like it might be that Gabriel starts, Arsenal are 1 or 2-0 up, and Gabriel comes off. But then he'd probably come off around 65, 70, wouldn't he? Which is probably perfect for him. I think Newcastle score as well, for what it's worth. There's not much logic behind it. Gabriel probably score a bullet header and keep a clean sheet. It is what it is. Start Savio or Mavididi. Oh, Mavididi. Savio's not going to play, is he? He's got an injury. I don't think he was fully ruled out, but I'd be surprised. I'd just play Mavididi in this case. Sell Solanke to Cunha, free transfer. Yeah, for free. Solanke to Cunha is lovely. I like it. Good morning, Ross. No Salah then. Good luck, mate. I'm bringing Salah in for Foden. Yeah, I think I'm going to bring Salah in for Foden. So I will own Salah. And it'll probably have the armband as well. Good morning, Ross. Would you do a -4 to do Foden and Watkins to Salah and Cunha? No. Oh, would I? You look super tired. Are you close to falling asleep? Your eyes look so tired there. Foden and Watkins to Salah and Cunha for a -4. What do you think, Pickle? Foden and Watkins to Salah and Cunha for a hit. I'm going to say, if you're captaining Salah, yes. If you're not that sure you're happy captaining Haaland, no. Because I think Foden, I do think could do well, but Watkins, I'd bet a large amount of money that it'll get at least a big chance in the game. I'm not saying he'll definitely take it, but I think it'll get chances. Yeah, for captaincy, it might be worth it. If you're not going to captain Salah, I would just keep Foden and Watkins. Hopefully that helps, Darshil. And thank you for being a member for 34 months, almost 3 years. Madness. Mark says, thanks for all the content, Ross. You are more than welcome, Mark. Thank you for the super chat. Foden, Havertz, Gabriel. Okay. To Salah, Cunha, 8 Nuri. 3 free transfers. It's nice. Or Foden, Havertz to Saka, Cunha and keep Gabriel. I'm keeping Haaland and Palmer. I'm going to say exactly what I just said to Darshil. If you want to captain Salah, make the first 3 moves. Salah, Cunha, 8 Nuri. If you don't want to captain Salah or you think Haaland is a perfectly viable alternative, I would probably just do the Foden, Havertz to Saka, Cunha moves. It all comes down to captaincy. That's how I'm deciding on the premiums at the moment. Do I have that graphic, actually? Let me have a look. What's this going to come up with? No, they're the press conference updates. Let me get the... Actually, is it here? Yes, here we go. Captaincy rotations. We spoke about this. Harry says, Haaland out, Salah in, help, love you. Is Harry not streaming right now? Or is he just dropped in my stream to Super Chat and then he's still streaming? Yeah, he is. Why is he Super Chatting in my stream? Answer your own question, Harry. To answer your question, Haaland out, Salah in. Yes, do it. Get it done, I know. So, sorry, captaincy rotation. If you think that Salah is the best captain in 2 of the next 3 weeks, which you could argue he is, this week Brighton at home, game week 12, Southampton away, then I think you buy Salah. If you don't, like let's say you think Haaland's perfectly good this week, and in game week 12 you would either captain Palmer against Leicester or Haaland against Spurs, because in game week 11 you could just captain Haaland against Brighton as well. I would only bring Salah in if you think he's the best captain in 12 and probably 10. And I think I'm leaning that way myself. And in all honesty, I could see myself giving him the armband next week, given that he's playing at home again. That's where I'm leaning at the moment. But yeah, I don't see... We speak about this before, but I don't see the desire to bring in Salah. If you're not going to captain him in any of the next 3, it's just like, why sell Haaland in that case? For what it's worth, I think it's incredibly close. I really do. Yeah. Leicester away. Still tempting, though. What, in game week 12? Yeah. To be fair, actually, chat, that's a good one. I need to run a captaincy poll. Who are you captaining in game week 12? Is it, if you have Salah? Is it Southampton away for Salah or Leicester away for Palmer? Let me know. But anyway, the point of this captaincy rotation is to just show you, you're not going to captain... That's a lie. I wouldn't say, if I look at the next 10 game weeks, that Haaland is the standout captain in any of the next 10. He's just not. This week, it's close. In 15, he's got Crystal Palace away. It's close with Salah. In 18, he's got Everton at home, but Salah's got Leicester at home. Palmer's got Fulham at home. Saka's got Ipswich at home. By the way, look how good those fixtures are for the premiums in that week. And then game week 19, he's got Leicester away, but Palmer's got Ipswich away. He's just not the standout captain in any of them. But on the flip side, could you captain him in every single one of those? He's Erling Haaland playing for Man City, so you could. But I think that is the justification to move Haaland on, is that I don't look at any of those weeks and go, I'd be terrified not having Haaland, other than maybe game week 19 against Leicester away. But that's so far in the distance, you could just buy him back. Couldn't you captain in game week 11? I'll tell you what, if Wolves look good, we'll discuss it. It's a possibility. It really is.
राजा आओ आओ ये देखो मैसेज कहते हैं वीडियो लाइक करके 500 रुपया रोज कमाओ बस पहले थोड़ा पैसा दे के ललचाएंगे फिर बोलेंगे कि और कमाना है तो पैसा भरो हम दिन भर चूना लगाते हैं और ये लोग हम ही को चूना लगाने चले हैं पान वाला हूँ मूर्ख नहीं हूँ याद रहे यूपीआई कहता है कि अगर कोई आसान कमाई का लालच दे तो कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ
Cadbury Choco Bakes cake.
I'm going without Salah. Wish me luck. Yeah, Pickle's deciding to opt. So if you want a different alternative, FPL Pickle, my girlfriend, and she's very good at FPL, is choosing not to sell Haaland for Salah. So she's just going to keep Haaland. And I like it. Haaland isn't all...
I have got Saka, by the way. I've got Palmer, Saka.
Yeah, Palmer, Saka, Haaland. And
I still have free premiums, but it's not worth it for me right now.
I respect it. I don't think anyone would be massively shocked if I said in the next 3 weeks, Haaland scores more goals and more points than Mohamed Salah. You'd say, yeah, fair, Sterling Haaland. Watkins and Eze to Rao and Salah for a -4. I have Haaland still. Yeah, I would do that, Mohamed. Also, namesake as well, right? Got to bring in Mo. I love Salah, man. I can't. I wanted to make the transfers last night because I just love him. I just want to look at him in my team again. I just miss him. Like I said, I captained him in every game week for the first 6. I miss him. Come back to me, Mo. I think he's my favourite FPL player of all time. Actually, is he? I do love Alexander Isak after last season. Who's my favourite? Chat, who is your favourite FPL player of all time? I need to do that captaincy poll. Oh my God, my ADHD. Game week 10 captaincy poll. Who is your favourite? Is that your dog in the back? You better not be talking about my girlfriend, bruv. Don't know. He said, is that your dog in the back? My dog don't talk. I don't even have a dog. Can you not woof? That doesn't help. The meat shoot. Oh my God. Pookie.
Yeah, I saw Pookie. I was like, what?
I love Team Pookie. Solly March. Chris Wood. Oh, I hate Chris Wood.
I miss Solly March so much.
Sadio Mane. Great shout. Raul Jimenez. Raul Jimenez at Wolves was elite. Thierry Henry, Aguero. Yeah, we're throwing it back now. Easily Foden. I'll tell you what, Foden would be up there for me.
Yeah, Foden.
Alexis Sanchez at Arsenal. Yeah. Not at Man United. Hazard. Great shout. Mahrez. I'll tell you what, Harry Kane, when he first came into the Prem, was a good shout. Well, he was like 4.5 million in that first season for Spurs, wasn't he? Lacazette. Oh, I owned Lacazette for some good games, actually. Cool, let's have some throwbacks. Yeah, Luis Suarez has to be up there for a lot of people if you played then. Leighton Baines. Leighton Baines was he 7 mil? 7.5 mil? God, these are some great shouts. Bamford. Love Bamford as well. Marcus Alonso. John Lundstrom. Stuart Dallas. These are some great shouts. Right, let me run this captaincy poll. Stop distracting me, chat. Right, captaincy poll. Salah against Brighton. Haaland against Bournemouth. Or Palmer against Man United, or other. Right, there's a captaincy poll coming your way in the chat. Make sure to vote on it. I think it's going to be very close. I ran a poll on Twitter, and do you know what? We can actually check in on the results.
I'm a bit tempted by Palmer, but I think I will just stick with Haaland.
I miss Solly March, man, says Jim. Yeah, I didn't actually own Solly March. Actually, that's a lie. No, I didn't.
No, you didn't?
I owned McAllister and Matoma in that season.
You always had Matoma over...
I had McAllister the entire season, pretty much.
I had McAllister and March. You had...
McAllister and Matoma, yeah.
I never had Matoma. I always had March.
I want to get in... That was such a good season when we had the Brighton 3 mids that were all performing well. I want to get in Salah, have 3 free transfers, and we'll have to use all of them. Yep, I'm going to do the same. Is this a good idea? Johnson, Martinelli to Salah, Dibbling, and Edison to Sanchez. It's basically the moves it's similar-ish to the moves I'm making. Johnson, I don't love the idea of selling ahead of Ipswich, but the idea of getting rid of Martinelli and Edison, I don't mind either of those. I would do it. Yeah, I would do it. I'd do it, Khan. I like those transfers. Bob says, what conditions would make it okay to do Haaland and Semenyo to Salah and Cunha/Rao for a -4? What conditions? The condition would be captaining Salah. Again, it's not the be-all and end-all with a transfer, but if you're telling me you're pivoting from Haaland to Salah this week and it's taken a hit, you've got to think that Salah is not comfortably the best captain, but quite a bit better. Because if you think Haaland and Salah is really close, you're already taking a hit. The thing is, though, Semenyo to Cunha/Rao is just an upgrade, isn't it? Overall. I would say I'm pretty comfortable doing that, as long as you really do feel like Salah is a better captain than Haaland. If you're not sure, maybe you don't. I have your team plus Trent, and I'm chasing my mini league. I'd love to have Trent in my team. Wow. Yeah, Trent's baller. Mark says, Raya, Fabianski, Porro, Lewis, Mikalenko, Aina, Gabriel. Okay, nice. Son, Mbermo, Foden, Rogers, Semenyo, Wood, Haaland, Rao. 1 free transfer, 0.8 in the bank. What should I do and start who? I mean, out of your attackers, you bench Semenyo. Out of your defenders, you bench... Oh, that's a tough one, actually, with your defense. That's a really tough one. Wow. That is a very... Oh, goodness me. I'd probably bench Ola Aina. And Gabriel. I'd start Porro, Lewis, Mikalenko, probably. Bench-wise, on your keeper, I think I'd start Raya. What transfers you... I don't think you need to make a transfer there. I'd probably leave it. So no transfer, and then that would be what I'd do with your benchmark. SK says, I took out Haaland a couple of weeks ago. Helps so much with the squad. This week, my mids and forwards are in Mbermo, Palmer, Salah, Garnacho, Son, Solanke, Cunha. Very nice. Yeah, you can do a lot if you take out Erling Haaland, but you also don't have Erling Haaland. So, and I know full well what that feels like at points. It can be horrible. It can also pay off. Most people that have gone without Haaland all season are ranked in the top 100k. Because you've probably captained the likes of Saka for his 16-pointer. You probably captained Salah in a lot of his weeks. You might have gone for Mbermo last week. So, yeah, no Haaland has worked overall. I feel like you've got to stick with it if you go no Haaland. My mistake with no Haaland was not sticking with no Haaland. Like, you've got to really just stick with it and trust the process. Good morning, Ross. Good morning, Paul. Thoughts on these transfers? Foden to Salah, Gabriel to Konate, Raya to Sanchez, Delap to Cunha. Yes, I'm captaining Salah, all for a -4. Yeah, that's just a massive upgrade. To only take a -4 to do those 4 transfers, I would do it. I mean, I'm selling Foden and Gabriel. I don't love selling the two of them, but overall, that is a big set of upgrades. Paul, I would go for it. Saka to Salah, -4. Is it worth it? I'll lean towards saying no, but once again, if you're really wanting to captain him, then I would probably get the move done. Right, I want to show you the captaincy poll quickly on Twitter, because it will have more votes, won't it? We've got the captaincy poll in the stream, so make sure to vote on that. But yeah, there'll just be more votes on this one. So we've had 8,000 votes, 47.1% Haaland, 41.7% Salah. So there's like 5% basically between the two of them. Okay. It's going to be a really swingy week. I hope it's not, but I can imagine that it will be a really big swing. And that's why I want to have both, because then the swing is at least reduced, because I'll at least get the points from the other one if I get it wrong. In the stream, the stream poll is like identical. 48% Haaland, 42% Salah. So yeah, if you want to be protecting your rank and going for the most highly owned, Haaland is going to be much more highly owned when you take into account captaincy as well. Salah's not going to be a differential by any means, but it will be more of a differential captaincy than Haaland.
इनकी ये हालत का कारण है साधारण ऑटो ऐप। इन्हें चाहिए गारंटीड ऑटो, मतलब रैपिडो ऑटो। 5 मिनट में मिलेगा, वरना 50 रुपए आपके। 5 नहीं तो 50, 5 नहीं तो 50।
ಎಲ್ಗೆಪ್ಪ?
ಫ್ರೈಡೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ.
ಓ ಓಕೆ. ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಸುವಾಸನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀಯಾ? ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ವಾ?
ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ನ. ಮನಮುಟ್ಟುವ ಸುವಾಸನೆ. ಬ್ರೂ.
Wildcard without Haaland, please. Go and watch my Game Week preview video earlier in the week, and then come back to the stream after. But yeah, Earlier in the week, I did a wildcard draft without Haaland, and it wouldn't have changed much at all. So yeah, just search for my Game Week preview video. Go and watch that. I did about halfway through the video. There's a Game Week 10 wildcard draft, and it doesn't have Haaland in it. Is Frosty captaining Palmer again? He probably is. Hello, Mr. Raptor. Hope you're well. Shall I start Rogers or Dallo? Definitely Rogers. And I am well, thank you. Your team is so easy to roll this week, mate. I could do, but I'm not going to. I've already made one transfer, which was buy Raul Jimenez for Solanke, so I can't roll all of my transfers. No, I want to buy Salah. It could backfire horribly, but I want to.
Sounds weird, but I'm kind of glad you're selling Salah because I hate the blue strip down your...
She's selling Foden, do you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
That's right.
I meant buying Salah, not selling Salah.
Oh, I did that blue strip deliberately.
Yeah, I know. I just don't like it.
Okay, you want me to interrupt that?
Yeah.
I don't know how long to leave my transfers.
Well, I'm not going to do much anyway, but I'm waiting for Gabriel news.
Yeah, let's see if we get any Gabrielle news.
I think I will just start Rogers, you know.
Who is Pickle captaining? She's captaining Haaland, but she doesn't have Salah, so...
Oh, I'm kind of tempted to go Palmer, but because of the new manager thing, I probably won't.
Frosty said, I was going to captain Palmer, but ETH sacking put a spanner to that. Now looking to triple captain Haaland with all last week's triple captainers transferring him out. It would be classic if Haaland goes and grabs like 2 or 3 goals this week when loads of people would have sold him after triple captaining him. I am captaining McNeil, vice captaining Gvardiol. Dear Lord, John. There's differential and then there's that. Good luck. I hope it goes terribly for you because I don't have McNeil or Gvardiol.
Yeah, I probably will bench McNeil now.
Salah 6 double-digit hauls this season. Why do you not own him, Ross?
He is soon.
You've either not been watching the stream or you're just a troll. I owned him for the first 6 in which I captained him in all 6, which was most of his... 4 of his double-digit hauls came in that time. And I'm buying him this week. So... You'll struggle to find someone that likes Salah more than I do as a non-Liverpool fan. I'm a Man United fan and I love Salah. So, when are we seeing Pickle times Raptor stream instead of hearing her from the cave? You tell me. Have 2 free transfers. Trossard and Vardy to Wink? Is that Winks? And Wissa now or next game week. This is part of the plan to fund Salah for game week 11/12. Trossard and Vardy. I don't know that I'd sell Vardy this week. I'd give Vardy 1 more. Doesn't get much better than the fixture he's got this week. Yeah, I'd make the move next week, I think. Especially Wissa's got Fulham. Now, do I expect Brentford to score? Yes, and Wissa's could possibly be involved in that, but Fulham are a very decent defence. What made you choose Raul over Wissa? 2 things. I can't afford the moves I want to make if I go for Wissa, because he's 6 million. Raul, when I bought Raul, was 5.7, so there was 0.3 between them. But also, I just think the fixtures over the next 3 are better for Raul. They're not bad for Wissa, by the way, but they're just marginally better for Raul Jimenez for me. I also do think that Raul Jimenez takes the next penalty for Fulham. That's my guess. Chances to have leaks from Arsenal. 40 to 50% likelihood. It is possible. It has happened, but they are also very, very tight on leaks. Let's see. A couple of people leaked that Gabriel trained with the squad yesterday. So if that's true, he's got a very good chance of playing, you'd imagine. If I had to guess now, I'd say Gabriel starts today, but I don't know. Start one of Onana or Henderson? I think they both concede, probably. I would go Henderson. McNeil, Greaves, Wood, and Gabby flagged. 1 free transfer roll. I think McNeil could play. Wood will be fine. I think Gabby will play. Yeah, I think you're probably fine to roll. I think at least 2 of the 4 there play and start. Probably 3. It's been leaked that Gabriel travelled by someone reliable. I've seen a couple of people say Gabriel travelled, but I've not seen it from an account where I'm like, yeah, I definitely trust that. I just want to make my transfers. Come on, deadline. Let me make my transfers. Swing around quickly. Would Cunha Rao rank them? I would say Cunha Rao Wood. Do you know what? I might have that graphic. 1 sec. Is it? Do I have it still? Oh, I don't think I do. Don't worry. Don't have it. I had a graphic. On my deadline decisions video, I ranked the cheap forwards. Yeah, for the next few, I think it's Cunha, Rao, Wood. In the long term, Wood's probably better than the pair of them, but just fixtures-wise, I prefer the fixtures for the other two. Sammy says, is Watkins a sell in for 2 free transfers? What does that mean? Is Watkins a sell in for 2 free transfers? Might wait till next week to get Salah by downgrading Trent and selling Johnson and Watkins. I wouldn't sell Watkins this week. Like I said, I think Watkins will have an absolute field day against that Spurs defence. No Van der Ven and possibly no Romero. That's a Watkins monster haul, if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I wouldn't be selling Watkins this week. I actually think Watkins is a decent captaincy shout.
Oh, is this game on TV?
Should be.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m. kickoff tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
So we've got Villa at 2 and then Man United at 4:30. So we can watch the 2 best teams in the league. Frosty, regarding Watkins and McNeil versus Rodgers, isn't there chatter around Basuma and Sarr/Bentancur starting and Maddison being dropped? Maybe. I didn't hear that, but maybe. Might make them better defensively, even with Van der Ven and possibly Romero out. Yes and no. It gives them less control. Maddison's very good at holding the ball. I just don't think people realise Romero would be more of a worry for me. Van der Ven is an issue in terms of the transition and the counter-attack. Romero's a monster of a defender. I think if he's out, if they've got no Van der Ven and Romero, that is a disaster for them. But yeah, I do agree that if that is true, possibly it makes them a little bit stronger. Don't get pickle rattled again. Yeah, sorry. Thoughts on Buonanotte? Yeah, I really like him at that cheap price. He's probably, after Rodgers, my favourite cheap midfielder. I did discuss the possibility, if I decided I didn't want Salah this week, which I think I am now, I would sell Dibbling for Buonanotte and just give me a better 8th attacker. Why Foden? Foden's going to be sold for me, but I think Foden's fine. As long as Foden plays, he's always good. Aït-Nouri for Porro or Robinson? I'd be tempted to hold on to Robinson for his price. If I was going to sell one, it'd be Porro, but I don't know that I'd want to sell Porro ahead of the Ipswich game. That could be a massive score. Guys, ask him about Mateus Nunes. Yeah, honestly, a decent pick. He should continue to start with all of the issues that they've got. Not particularly expensive. The fixtures aren't really there for City, though. And he is a transfer waiting to happen. He won't continue starting every game for the foreseeable future. Posh says, start Dallo or Davis. Both probs concede, right? Yeah, but Davis probably has a better chance for a clean sheet. And I also think he's slightly more attacking than Dallo. I would probably lean towards starting Davis ahead of Dallo myself. If Gabriel starts, start him over Ola Aina. I think that's very close, but yeah, I might marginally lean towards starting Gabriel ahead of Ola Aina. Just about, but it's very close. Welbeck to a 4.5 or Trent to Ryan Aït-Nouri in order to enable Eze to Saka for a -4. I don't like either of those massively. I wouldn't want to sell Welbeck ahead of Game Week 12 run and beyond, but Trent to Aït-Nouri is a massive downgrade. As good as Aït-Nouri is, Trent is Trent. I would lean towards saying Trent to Ryan Aït-Nouri is a slightly better move, because I'd want to hold on to Welbeck myself. Got a benching headache. Bench one of Rodgers, Smith-Rowe or Cunha. Well, you can't bench Cunha, I don't think. Rodgers or Smith-Rowe. I'd bench... Would I? I think I'd bench Rodgers and start Smith-Rowe.
ನನ್ನ ಕನಸಿನ ರಾಣಿ ನೀನೇನೆ
ಡಿಸಿಪಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್
ಡಿಸಿಪಿ
ಆಟ್ ಈಸ್
ಚಲುವೆ ಚಲುವೆ
ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವ ಸಂತೂರ್ ಮಮ್ಮಿ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್. ಸಂತೂರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಚಂದನದ ಗುಣಗಳಿವೆ. ಚರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಹೊಳಪಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ
ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಯಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ.
but that's a very close one. I think Cunha's the one that I would definitely start. I just like the fact that he's probably on pens. His minutes are very good. He's on set pieces as well. Yeah, I would probably start Cunha and Smith Rowe if it was me, but I can understand if you'd rather start Rodgers than Smith Rowe. Nitin says, would you do McNeil to Garnacho on a free? The doubts around McNeil's fitness are tempting me, but also wondering if it would be smarter to see Amorim's preferred team before moving for United players. I think you've answered your own question there. Yeah, I would probably be more tempted to wait now. Because I've seen some people suggest that we might see Bruno Fernandes play as one of the front three as a slightly more inverted sort of inside forward, which only leaves one spot then available for the likes of Rashford. I think Amad Diallo will suit Amorim's system a lot more than Garnacho. So does that mean Garnacho's benched? Maybe. Or does it mean Garnacho's played as more of like that left wing back kind of role or right wing back kind of role? Maybe. I do have doubts around how we're going to line up under Amorim. So I would probably keep McNeil. The issue is only if you've got a decent first sub. Because if McNeil doesn't play and you've got like no one coming on, then it might just be worth moving. Stevie Boy says, DCL or Solanke, Semenyo or Rodgers, sell to. I'd sell Solanke ahead of Calvert-Lewin. And I'd sell Semenyo ahead of Rodgers. Start Robinson versus Brentford or Rodgers versus Spurs. I'd start Rodgers ahead of Robinson. I think Robinson probably concedes. Hold it. Would you start McNeil or Winks? Definitely McNeil. Definitely McNeil. Maddison or Archer? Well, if there are rumours going around that Maddison might not start, probably Archer. Doku's Instagram says he's starting. Really? In that case, I wouldn't buy Mateus Nunes then. Probably won't start. If Doku's starting. I mean, I can't verify what that person said, but... Bench one of Aina, Porro and Lewis. Probably bench Olarena there of the three. I could see West Ham scoring. And he doesn't seem to have that much attacking threat this season. Ross, do you think the way is no premium defenders? You get to have more premium attackers, and the premium defenders haven't been much better than the budget defenders, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think I want to get that confused with like no money in the defense. I think the likes of Konate could be really good value. So, yes, I do think at the moment... I also like Gvardiol, though, and I do like Gabriel. I think probably one premium defender is the best way. Just to have that in place, because then you can pivot. Like, let's say Trent goes on a monstrous run now. Gabriel to Trent's not that hard to do. Let's say Gvardiol continues to look good. I can do that. If Porro looks good, I can do that. I think having one premium defender, just in terms of flexibility, is probably the way. But yeah, I'm not sure that I would desperately want 2+ premium defenders now. As you say, they're just not really doing it as much. -4, Robertson out or start Vandenberg, 0 in the bank. I would just start Vandenberg. I mean, you could start Robertson. Robertson could start this game. But yeah, if you want to just... I wouldn't take a -4 to remove Robertson this week. Start Dibbling or Semenyo and start Aina or Gabriel. I'd probably start Semenyo ahead of Dibbling. And I'd probably start Gabriel ahead of Aina. So, yeah, Semenyo and Gabriel. I just don't like... Dibbling's not particularly good from an FPL perspective, is he? I know he's got an attacking return this season, but he's a good player. He's just not doing it from an FPL perspective. His minutes also don't seem to be perfect either. Play Gabriel Robertson or Semenyo and Mads. I don't even know what that question is, Mickey. Play Gabriel Robertson or Semenyo and Mads starts. I don't even know. I'd play Gabriel over Robertson if that's the question. And Semenyo versus Maddison, if that's the other question, I would start Maddison still. I don't even know if that was the question, sorry. Jason, Solanke to Wood/Rao for a -4. No. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't take a -4 to remove Solanke. As much as I was happy to get rid of him, it was for free, so it's different. I may have read too much into it, but Main Road's reply to your tweet last night seemed quite cryptic regarding Lewis. Anything in it? I didn't even see that you replied to much. Let me have a look. What did I tweet about Lewis? Oh, was it when I tweeted about which defenders to start? Let me have a look. Oh. I don't know what that... Let's see if the chat can decipher it. I tweeted, I need to bench one of these, and Main Road, who gets all of the city leaks, tweeted this. What's the context? What does this mean? Is he saying that he thinks Lewis might get benched? What does that mean? Please decipher it, chat. I could just DM him. So I just DM him.
ಅವರು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ನಿದ್ರಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಅವರನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸಬಹುದು. ವೇಕ್ಸ್ ವೇಪುರಾಬ್ ಇದು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಮೂಗು, ಕೆಮ್ಮು, ತಲೆನೋವು ಮತ್ತು ಮೈಕೈ ನೋವಿಗೆ ಉಪಶಮನ ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಅವರು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಇಡೀ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ಮಲಗಬಹುದು. ವೇಕ್ಸ್ ವೇಪುರಾಬ್.
ಈಗ ವಿಕ್ಸ್ ವೇಪುರಾಬ್ ಜಾರ್ಸ್ ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ 20% ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಫ್ರೀ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಖರೀದಿಸಿ.
ಕುಶಲ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು? ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು?
ಅದು ಒಂದ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಥೆ. ಈ ಕಥೆ ಶುರು ಆಗೋದು ಒಂದ್ ಮದುವೆಯಿಂದ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಣ್ಣನ ತಂಗಿಯ ಅತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇದ್ಲು. ಮದುವೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಕುಂದನ್ ಚೋಕರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಲು. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡೆ ಅಂತ ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ಲು. ಇನ್ನೇನು ಗೃಹ ಪ್ರವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ಲು ಅತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಿಂದಾಸ್ ಆಗಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಹಾಳಾಗಿ. ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ನ ಕೋಪ ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ನನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗ್ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೇನು ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದ್ಲು ನಾಮಕರಣಕ್ಕೆ. ನನ್ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಹೆಸರು, ಕುಶಲ್. ಹಾ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಸೋಯಾ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು? ಅದು ಆ ಒಕೇಶನ್ದು ಈ ಲುಕ್ನ ಆ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ಗಾಗಿ ಕುಶಲ್ಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲ್ರಿ.
It's a loud siren. Let me drop him a cheeky DM, see if he knows anything. I'll let you know. I will tell him that I'm live streaming, so only to tell me stuff if he knows something. Main Road. Does your reply to my tweet mean anything regarding... Sorry, chat, 2 seconds. Just finding out if we can find any information. There you go. I've DM'd. I will let you know how it goes. My initial feeling was that it means Lewis was starting. Okay. I mean, I'd be surprised if he's not starting. Bro types rapid. I do type rapid. It's because I'm always at my computer, spamming the keyboard. Good morning, Ross. Would you sell Porro to a 4.3 defender to enable Eze to Saka? Cheers, mate. There aren't any good 4.3 defenders, though, are there? I'd be hesitant. Could you get to Son for the next 2 and then think about it after that? I'd be hesitant to do it, but at the same time, getting Saka for Eze is a massive upgrade. Depending on the rest of your defense, I would do it if you can just bench that defender for the foreseeable future. What's your WPM? I actually don't know. I'll do it and I'll let you know at some point. Chris says, planning on rolling so that I have 2 frees next week. This will allow me to sell Haaland and bring in Salah, but there are so many players I'm desperate to get in this week that I could do. Yeah, there's always that battle, isn't there, Chris? Like, do you move now? Do you wait? In hindsight, it will be very obvious. Anderson is 4.3 million. Okay. Not the greatest fixtures, though, after the next few. Maybe you could just go for Anderson. Gabriel to Trent, Foden to Saka, Solanke to Real, -8. I love the moves, but not for a -8, Tom. I wouldn't make them. But I do like the moves overall, but only if it was for free. AG has been a member for 35 months. Thank you so much. Hey, Ross, start Gabriel or sell him for 8, Nuri. I'd probably just start Gabriel. If you've got loads of free transfers and you could do something with the money, then go for it. Would you still play Fab instead of Raya if you had Wood? I would start Raya ahead of Fabianski. I'm not starting Fabianski ahead of Raya. I'm planning on selling Raya for Sanchez. So I'm starting Fabianski ahead of Sanchez, I think. But if I was just keeping Raya, I think I'd start Raya ahead of Fabianski. Yeah, people keep referring to this tweet. Let's have a look for it. Apparently FPL Focal retweeted it, so I'll just search for Focal. Apparently Gabriel did travel, reported by someone that's fairly reliable. This guy. I don't know how reliable he is. Never seen anything from him before. Con Harrison. Seems to be fairly respectable. Says Gabriel has travelled with the Arsenal squad ahead of the game versus Newcastle tomorrow. By all accounts, it looks very likely that Gabriel is gonna start, but I can't confirm that, sadly. Gvardiol news. I feel like if Gvardiol was out, we'd know by now. I've also seen a few Man City accounts that sometimes get slight inside info predicting a Gvardiol start. I think Gvardiol's probably okay, but I don't know that. Maybe the first name Con isn't the best sign. This is true. Best midfielder under 7.1. None of them. I genuinely dislike all of the cheap midfielders at the moment. Genuinely no idea. Chat, who do we like for cheap midfielders? I don't like any of them. Could even end up being like a Madueke might be a better one long term. I'm not a big fan of them. Brennan Johnson, maybe. Smith Rowe, maybe. Bowen's more expensive than that. Garnacho, yeah, but we've spoken about, I don't know under Amorim. Rodgers, yeah, maybe just go all the way down to Rodgers. It's just dire, isn't it? When you look at all of the forwards, Rao, Cunha, Wissa, Wood, Welbeck, João Pedro is coming back. Like, I'd much rather all of those cheap forwards. It's, again, further justification to sell Haaland to Salah is that there aren't many good cheap midfielders, but there are lots of good cheap forwards. MN Chuckster says, hi, Greaves/DCL to 8 Nuri/Cunha. That feels great. Or hold DCL this week and move for Cunha next week. Also, by the way, Dubrovnik was excellent. Oh, yeah, you said you'd let me know. Okay. Dubrovnik was excellent. Sunny the whole weekend. Even took a quick dip in the sea. The old town is gorgeous, so can only recommend. Go to Dubrovnik. I like that a lot. Thank you for letting us know. In terms of Greaves DCL to 8 Nuri Cunha, if it's for free, I'd get it done. I do agree, though, that you could hold off on the DCL to Cunha move for 1 week. So if it's for a hit, no. If it's for free, yes. I'd get it done. I don't think Garnacho fits Amorim's tactic. He will prefer Rashford and Fernandes and rotate with Ahmad and Garnacho. I do worry slightly. Like, the more I look into Amorim's like philosophy and tactics, Ahmad seems far more suited. But the thing is, Garnacho's such a baller. I would hate to see him come out the 11. I don't know. I feel like he's going to absolutely love Rasmus. Højlund's going to have a field day. I just think he's exactly what he's looking for. Start Gabriel, Ruben Diaz, both flagged. Gabriel. Haaland to Cunha, Smith Rowe to Salah captain, -4. Haaland to Cunha, Smith Rowe. Haaland. I think Haaland and Smith Rowe is as good as Cunha and Salah, and you're taking a hit to do it. I would only do that if you think that Salah is a much better captaincy option this week. I'm not going to decide that for you. You decide that yourself. But I think Haaland and Smith Rowe this week are as good as Cunha and Salah. Smith Rowe's got a great fixture. Best sub £5.3 million midfielder. Probably Buonanotte. Because Rodgers is 5.4 now, isn't he? Or 5.5? Yeah, probably Buonanotte. I'm getting rid of Haaland as it allows me to get a midfield of Salah, Saka, Palmer, and Burmo Foden. Wow. It's been amazing supporting you these 2 years, Ross. Thank you, Rishi, for being a member for 24 months. I appreciate you so much. And also, that is a lovely midfield. Best of luck for this week. I hope Foden blanks for you, though. Sorry, because I'm going to sell him. Is Son starting? I'd be very surprised if he doesn't, based on everything we've heard so far. So yeah, I'd be pretty comfortable that Son starts. Why is Gabriel benched? Because I do what I want. You know? Okay. Main Road is going to tweet soon about some Man City team news. I don't think there's anything that will massively affect our decisions. He's asked me not to say anything because he's going to tweet it soon. If he doesn't tweet it, then I'll tell you because I don't want to. It's nothing that would affect my decision, so don't worry too much. But look out for Main Road's Twitter soon. Would you do Solanke to Cunha this game week? For free, yes. For a hit, no. By the way, Solanke, he's not been good. 2 shots in the last 3 Premier League games. 3 shots in the last 4 games, if you include the game against City as well. A man that isn't shooting for 7.6 million just isn't a good FPL asset. But could he score in the next 2 games? Yes. So you're selling Solanke knowing that he is still a decent forward and he can still score goals. Are you actually playing Fabianski over Raya, or is that just because of the moves you're making? No, I'm not going to have... Do you know what? I mean, this is just... Everyone's getting so upset about this situation. Let me do this until I sell Raya. There you go. I'm going to sell Raya, but just so that people aren't upset. There you go for the time being. I'm just literally like every third message is, why are you starting Fabianski over Raya? Shazam says, member for 14 months firstly, thank you so much. Bench 1, chicken tikka, chicken sarg, or mixed meat jalfrezi. We had an Indian, basically 2 nights in a row because we had leftovers. I just love Indian food. It's just so good. Chicken tikka is a classic. Don't bench chicken tikka. Chicken sarg. Is that even a thing?
Yeah, spinach.
I've had sagaloo.
Yeah, sagaloo, yeah.
I've had sarg paneer. I've not had chicken sarg. I wouldn't bench chicken sarg. I would bench mixed... No, I'd play the bench boost.
Yeah, me too.
I'd play the bench boost. Thank you, by the way, Shazam. I appreciate you very much. Play the bench boost. What? That's pretty funny. Konya said, why are you starting Raya over Fabianski? Piss off. I do what I want. No, like I said, I'm going to sell Raya this week, which is why that's the situation. DCL to Cunha and bench Johnson, Rogers, Vardy, or bench DCL? None of the above. I'd bench Rogers. And I would start, I would start DCL this week. I know, but it's Southampton. I think DCL scores this week. Tyler says, hi Ross, hope you're well. Henderson, Gabriel, Lewis, Davis, Rogers, Saka, Palmer, Mbermo, DCL, Haaland, Solanke. 0.2 in the bank, 4 free transfers. Any suggestions, please? The only thing that I can think of really when I look at that team is just sell Solanke for someone that you think is better this week. Raul Jimenez, Cunha, Wissa. I think they're all better picks. And because you've got 4 free transfers, not that bad. Unless you just think Solanke's still a great pick, in which case you keep him. Other than that, you could roll. You could roll and get to 5 free transfers, Tyler. Villa says, hey Ross, start 2 of McNeil, Rogers, Johnson. Plan was Johnson to Palmer game week 12, but feels too patient. I have no Wolves or transfer out McNeil, Rogers. I mean, seeing as your name is Villa, I feel like you've got to start Rogers there. But I would start Rogers and Johnson and bench McNeil.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to embrace the game.
Yeah, and start Rogers.
Yeah, like
Okay.
Solanke's been bin off. There's no Van der Ven. I'll
Yeah.
put Rogers in. I can just...
I would start Rogers and Johnson. Hope for a lot of goals in that game and bench McNeil. Bruce Lee says Rogers, Jebison and Haaland for Saka, Cunha and Rao for free. Yeah. Yeah, that feels like a nice set of upgrades. It means I don't have to play Rogers. I mean, I also don't mind playing Rogers, in all honesty. But yeah, that set of moves, Saka, Cunha, Rao in, I like that a lot. Yeah, I would go for it, Bruce Lee. Connell says, hey, mate, love from Perth, Australia. Big love. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate you. Wood to Cunha, Robin / Guardiola to 8 Nuri. No, I wouldn't sell Wood for Cunha and I wouldn't sell Robinson Guardiola for 8 Nuri. All of those sound bad to me. I would just roll the transfer. Start Harwood Bellis or Keane or Gabriel. Gabriel. I don't think you can start Keane or Harwood Bellis ahead of Gabriel. Ross, who is the best 4.5 defender? Nelson Semedo? Maybe. I think 8 Nuri is 4.6 now, right? Nelson Semedo's not a bad shout. Dawson? I'd be tempted by another Wolves defender. They don't have the same level of attacking threat, though. But Semedo does bomb forward quite a lot. Let's go Semedo. Yeah, why not? He is still starting, isn't he? Let me just double check that before I tell you a terrible player to bring in. I think he's been getting 90 minutes most weeks, if I'm correct. Yeah, there you go. 90 minutes in every game since game week 5. 76 and 74 the 2 before that. Yeah. I'd buy Nelson Semedo. Why not? Be a lovely little differential. If 8 Nuri blanks and Semedo gets an attacking return, that's wonderful. Obviously, if you can get to 8 Nuri, he's a standout option, but he's not 4.5. Sam says, on holiday to New York, saw a giant mural of the Egyptian king, transferred him in on the spot. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hey Ross, start Semenyo or Rogers? I'd start Rogers. Hey Ross, concluded on keeping Haaland. I will be keeping Haaland, KG, yeah. I do think there is justification, though, and plenty of it, to pivot from Haaland to Salah if that's your only route. But I can buy Salah without selling Haaland, so I'm in a slightly unique position, I think. Not everyone will be able to do that because of the way that the funds are allocated. Savinho to Buonanotte for a -4 or play Garnacho? I'd play Garnacho. Yeah, I like Buonanotte. Buonanotte captain, by the way, you've said there. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't do that. If you want to captain him, go for it. No, I just play Garnacho. George says, good morning, Ross. Congrats on the Man United collaboration. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Got a defence of Gabriel, Gvardiol, Van der Ven, Van den Berg, and Konsa. If no leaks, would you use a free transfer on Van der Ven or risk playing 3 of those and roll the transfer, so having 2 in game week 11? I would make the move if you can get to 8 Nuri. If you can't, I'd probably risk it because I don't think there are many standout options for me at that cheaper price. But if you can do Van der Ven to 8 Nuri, that would be very tempting. Ryan says, thoughts on Gabriel out for a hit to 8 Nuri and Jimenez? Who are you selling to get to Jimenez, though? I mean, overall, I don't love the idea of taking out Gabriel for a hit when he's such a great long-term hold. But 8 Nuri and Jimenez are great transfers in. I'd need to see the rest of your team. I would say that I'm less keen on taking a defender out for a hit than other players. Jimenez is great, though. It's one of those, Ryan. If you feel like it's a good move, I would go for it. I just think I'd be hesitant to take Gabriel out for a hit. Unless we get a leak in the next 40 minutes or so that he's not going to start, which I don't think we'll get. I don't think we'll get a leak, but if we do, I think it will be that he's starting, would be my prediction. Frosty has been a member for 32 months. Thank you, my man. You know I appreciate you more than anything in the world. Fancy attacking the Brentford fixture. Frank said they concede loads of attacking because of their attacking style. Yep. Can't decide between Smith Rowe, Adama, Iwobi to replace Dibbling. Does mean having Greaves and Van der Ven on the bench. It's not an ideal bench. Should we have a look at the Fulham players very briefly? What's Oscar said here? Right. What was it in? Fulham midfielders. Thank you very much. Fulham midfielders, XGI per 90. Adama, Smith Rowe, Iwobi. There's not much to separate them. Iwobi's data is the weakest. Iwobi's only got 0.11 XG per 90. I won't go Iwobi then, based on the data at least. His minutes have also been the lowest. No, they've not actually been the highest. I lied. I think I'd still go Smith Rowe. I think Smith Rowe's just the best footballer of the 3. Yeah. And I would lean that way if I'm ever in doubt. He's built up his minutes. Yeah, his minutes are getting better and better as well. In terms of fitness, at least.
I'm so lucky I actually got some good points at the start.
Yeah, I know. Shaunak says, happy Diwali, Russ. Happy Diwali. I appreciate you for being here. Team Lewis, Trent, 8 Nuri, Garnacho, Foden, and Burmo, Salah captain, Watkins, Wissa, what a lovely team. Watkins, Wissa, Havertz. Bench of Leaf Davis, Robinson, Dibbling. Already did Solanke to Wissa. Would you take a -4 to do Foden to Palmer and start Lewis? Yeah, I think you can start Lewis. I think that's absolutely fine. Would I take a -4 to do Foden to Palmer? No. No, I wouldn't. I would want Palmer, but I would do Palmer in game week 12. I think Foden's fine for the next couple. You'd expect him to start, in all honesty. Hey, Ross, would you start Anderson, Aina, or Gabriel? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'd start Gabriel, I think. Is Gabriel starting? We don't know for sure yet, but I would imagine so. My prediction is yes. I'd say I'm like 60 to 70% not sure that he's going to start, but that would be my prediction. I'm 60 to 70% confident that he will start. I have got no inside knowledge of it, sadly. With going Salah and Haaland, you cancel a route to Saka. For now, but I can always sell Salah or Haaland to get Saka in. But yeah, for now, it means I have no Saka. Hey, Ross, helped me top my mini-league for 2 years now. That's great to hear. Already done Van der Ven to 8 Nuri. What is the status on McNeil? Apparently, he wasn't in training on Thursday. He was training with the physios. It looks, as Sean Dyche will say, touch and go. I'm still of the opinion that if McNeil's fit, he starts. If he's not in the squad. Have him and Gabriel with Leif Davis benched. Yes, so you've got the cover. I would probably still start McNeil and just have a good first sub. Looking to do McNeil to Smith Rowe for -4 as I have no cover if both miss out. I don't think both Gabriel and McNeil miss out. I think at least one of them will start. So I think you leave it and don't make the move, personally. That would be what I would do, Hitik. But it is a risk. Hey, Ross, would you start Anderson? Oh, I did that one. Thoughts on my benching headache to bench one of Wissa, Havertz, Watkins, or Bowen? Oh, that's rough. That's so rough. I'd bench... Oh, that's so rough. I'd bench Havertz. I think. That's awful. No, I wouldn't bench Havertz, would I? I don't know. Bowen? Maybe? Oh, I don't know. Hey, Ross, what do you think of Lewis Hall as an option at 4.3 million? I don't love it. Is he fully nailed on? What's his minutes been like this season? I think I'd rather go Anderson or Vandenberg myself. It's not awful, though. How many game weeks ahead do you look at potential transfers down the line? Can't tell if it's pointless looking at moves for like game week 15. So in terms of like really planning my transfers, I don't. I have stuff penciled in as like that could be a nice move, but I'm looking normally 4 game weeks ahead. So right now, I've got an idea of roughly what I could do up until like game week 13. I'm not looking much beyond that. And in all honesty, it's really like 2 weeks.